Is there really no problem with this time? This is a villa that is not too luxurious. It is absolutely inconspicuous in a prosperous place like Hong Kong. At this time, in the innermost part of the villa, a man dressed in white, the middle-aged man at the head, was speaking fluent English and asked the middle-aged man standing in front of him of the same age. What's the problem? We have Zhou Hao's mother in our hands. Under this circumstance, are you still worried that he will be messed up? And you really regard him as the kind of omnipotent God, even if he comes. What can we do? We just don't want to make matters worse this time. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very simple to capture them with our strength? At this time, the middle-aged man's tone was light and not too much. Care about this mission? Yes, this time it's your Fistida who took the shot personally. They are not opponents at all. The Arab patted a flattery at this time. Of course, although there was some water in his words at this time, they were basically true. He is very clear about the identity of this Fistida. He is a member of the 6th game of the CIA, and even in the 6th game of the CIA, he is the mainstay of the existence. For Fistida, in fact, when he received this task, he didn't care too much, because he always believed that his CIA 6th Bureau was the world's most powerful intelligence organization. At the beginning, some intelligence personnel on missions in China got some intelligence about life extension pandan. Of course, the intelligence he got was not very detailed, but just a few words have already caused the highest intelligence agency in the UK, which is the interest of the 6th Bureau of CIA. In order to better understand everything about the life extension pandan, they sent Fistida to China. At first, Fistida thought that this task would be completed easily, but they didn't expect to come to China. It was discovered that China's intelligence agencies were also very powerful, which made him fall into a passive position. After several raids without obtaining the information he was satisfied with, he chose to kidnap. He knew that since China's intelligence agencies are doing such crazy protection, it shows that it really has unexpected effects, so he doesn't want to go back empty-handed like this. I also need your help this time. Without you, it would not be so easy for me to proceed. Fistida smiled and said to the Saudi standing next to him, "We have already said it before, so we will naturally help you." At this time, the Saudi's eyes flashed a little light, and they had also noticed many things about life extension pandan before, but because of they have been unable to get the information they most want to know about their relationship with the First Army. It is precisely because of this that they chose to cooperate with the British CIA 6th Bureau. Don't worry, as long as I get the information about life extension pandan this time, I will definitely make a photocopy for you. At this time, Fistida laughed like this. Now he is in a good mood. This was the first mission he started, and he knew that this mission could be completed easily by himself. Hearing Fistida's guarantee, the Arab's mouth showed a slight smile. Obviously, he was very satisfied with this cooperation. But in his heart, they all have their own small abacus. Of course, they are not. Can speak it. At this time, in the darkness outside the villa, Zhou Hao looked at the building in front of him, and a cold color flashed in his eyes. It should be here, Zhou Hao said coldly at this time. Before he used his intuition to search for his mother's position frantically, and finally determined that his mother should be in the inconspicuous villa in front of him, because he was worried about the relationship between the grass and the snake. So Zhou Hao didn't rush in a hurry, because he knew that the enemy this time was definitely not easy. Once an accident happened, he would definitely regret his death. "Father, you are here now." After Zhou Hao confirmed his position, he sent a text message to his father, and then he was like a hibernating bear, lying silently on the tree like this. In 10 minutes, he felt a slight shake in the position behind him, turned around, and found that his father was appearing here. "Have you determined the location?" Zhou Liren asked quietly when he appeared. "Yes, I'm pretty sure that my mother is locked up here." The so-called mother and child are now outside the villa. Even without intuition, Zhou Hao can feel her presence, so at this time Zhou Hao's words are loud and loud. "Well, don't stun the snake for the time being. Someone will come to help us in a few minutes." Zhou Liren's eyes flashed two sharp cold lights, and then he whispered, "Do you still need someone to help us?" Zhou Hao couldn't help it now. "Wait, we can't make any mistakes this time," Zhou Liren said indifferently at this time. At this moment, a black extended Lincoln drove from a distance. Zhou Hao and Zhou Liren quickly reduced their breath. At this moment, the extended Lincoln gently stopped in front of the villa, after the driver respectfully got out of the car and opened the door. A man in black clothes and a top hat came out from inside. It's him. At this time, Zhou Hao and Zhou Liren both opened their eyes wide, because they were very familiar with this person. He Hong Sun, Asian gambler. To be honest, Zhou Hao and Zhou Liren didn't think of his appearance. The two restrained themselves. At this time, He Hongsun walked into the front under the protection of two bodyguards after finishing the top hats on his head. This villa. Unexpectedly this time, He Hongsun actually got a kick. Zhou Hao's eyes became extremely gloomy. Although He Hongsun was seriously at odds with himself, he was regarded as He Shuiyun's father anyway. Zhou Hao could not think of him. Even if he would unite these foreign intelligence personnel, Zhou Hao knew that he might have released information about himself. But Zhou Hao was a little bit puzzled, and I don't know why he did it, because in Zhou Hao's view, this is not for him. Any little bit of benefit. This is normal. The return of Macau is already a certainty. He knows that after the return of Macau, his dominance in the gambling arena will be weakened, because the central government will never allow such dominance. The situation. So now he may be thinking of ways to transfer his funds abroad. Compared to Zhou Hao's shock, Zhou Liren is relatively indifferent, because he is relatively clear about He Hongsun. Zhou Hao nodded. This is not the time to pursue this matter. Because I feel that time is not yet there, they are still here now, and He Hongsun has already entered the villa at this time. Mr. Feisterda, I shouldn't be late. He Hongsun and Feisterda are obviously not seeing each other for the first time, so He Hongsun didn't mean too much restraint when he spoke at this time. Mr. He has always been a punctual person. At this time, Feisterda showed a smile on his mouth and greeted He Hongsun in, but the Arab was not here at this time. I heard that Mr. He likes red wine very much. This is the best law fight I brought you from the UK specially. I hope you will taste it. Of course, I know that there must be no such level of wine in your cellar. But this wine travels across the oceans. It should give you a taste of a different feeling. He took a perfectly sealed bottle of Lafite from the wine rack behind him, and he laughed softly. You are polite. I only know a little bit about red wine. He Hongsun shook his head slightly at this time. Of course, this is just a polite tone, because he has been obsessed with red wine all his life, and he has taken advantage of his rich net worth. It can be said that the best red wine in the world has been brought to his own wine cellar. Although the existence cannot be said to be large, he will definitely not lose anyone when it comes to the types of red wine alone. Feisterda did not continue to talk nonsense at this time, but gently took two goblets, and after pouring it to He Hongsun and himself, he put the wine back in place again. Taste it now. He gently pushed the goblet down in front of He Hongsun, he said. After he nodded, he lifted it up gently and shook it slightly in his hand. The golden liquid swayed gently in the cup. With this slight sway, the kind belonged to Lafite. The delicate fragrance was gently transmitted from the golden yellow liquid. He Hongsun's face showed a color of intoxication and obsessiveness when he smelled the delicate fragrance. Good wine. He Hongsun has his own judgment just by sniffing the taste. Although he cannot make a final decision for the time being, the glass of Lafite in front of him far exceeds most Lafites in his wine cellar. Feisterda did not speak, but took a light sip. He Hongsun did not continue to talk nonsense. After taking a deep breath, he lightly pecked a small sip. At this time, as Lafite was down, his eyes were all squinted. How? It should still be in your eyes. Festus spoke with such a confident face, shaking the goblet in his hand gently. In fact, even if He Hongsun didn't say anything, he already knew the answer. Of course, this Lafite is full of flavor, absolutely top grade. After a light aftertaste, in his opinion, there are only 4 words to evaluate the Lafite in his hand: pure, fragrant, strong, and thick. It's fine if you are satisfied, and the remaining half of the bottle will be given to you later. Although I really want to refuse your kindness, there is no way, because I really can't bear this gift. He sighed at this moment, and he said with great emotion, Okay, now that the wine is finished tasting, should we say something serious? Feisterda asked with squinting eyes like this. Listen thoroughly. Before you said that you want to go to the UK to continue your development. I am now a little confused. Why should you choose the UK? As long as you want, there should be many countries willing to accept you. Gently turned the goblet in his hand, Fiesta said. Why? Don't you Britain plan to accept me? He Hongsun narrowed his eyes. Now that Macau is about to return, he is not a fool. He knows that the relationship between himself and the central authorities is not good. So after Macau's independence, it is difficult for him to have the status of the current hegemony. So he wants to leave Macau. In fact, to be honest, he understands very well that even if he manages the relationship with the central government cannot continue to dominate his family. So now if he wants to develop better, he should go to other countries to continue. Development has become his only way out. How is this possible? You have made enough contributions to our UK before, and now you are the honorary Viscount of our British Empire. Of course, we will accept you. With a slight smile, Faisterda said with a smile. In this case, I can rest assured. He Hongsen showed a smile. Before, he had wanted the British government to donate $100 million in exchange for an honorary title. To be honest, there are so many countries to choose from. There is a reason why he chose the UK without hesitation. He is in the gambling industry. Even if he goes to the UK or any other country, he cannot change his career. So of course he has to look for a country that is most beneficial to him. Although He Hongsun is the Asian gambling king, he knows that in the world, his own strength is still too different. He knows that in some European and American countries, these black hands behind the scenes make money by manipulating large-scale matches such as the Premier League. The money he can earn is astronomical for He Hongsun. So to be honest, in front of them, the title of He Hongsun, the so-called gambling king, is worthless. He Hongsun has his own idea. That is, he wants to get a share of the pie. So even if he donates money this time, he also wants to go to the UK, because he knows that once he has a firm foothold in the UK, he can go through such a large as gambling frenzy makes money. With all his economic foundation, although it is difficult to set up his own game, it is not difficult for him to make money behind those predators. It's getting late, I'll leave first. Regarding this matter, I hope you can help me take care of it. He Hongsen gently took out a black card from his pocket as he spoke and saw this. With the black card, Faisterda showed a satisfied smile. This black card is a card issued by a Swiss bank. There is only one card in the bank's information database. Whoever holds this card can withdraw all the money from it and use this card to withdraw money. No personal information is left at all. It is a card specially prepared by Swiss bank for this kind of shameful transaction. Just wait for the good news from home. I will do my best for this matter. Then I would like to thank you first. After He Hongsen finished speaking, he left calmly under the protection of 2 bodyguards. He Hongsen is gone now, should we act? Zhou Hao said coldly as He Hongsen's car went so far. Wait a moment, the people from Tang's sect will be here soon. Zhou Liren retracted his gaze looking at He Hongsen's car. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and continued to speak calmly. Zhou Hao nodded. He was not surprised that Tang's sect was willing to take action this time. After all, Tang's sect and the First Army had such inextricable connections, and his father Zhou Liren and his Li Songyun also has a very good relationship. You agreed to his request? After He Hongsen's car left, the Arab calmly walked down from the 2nd floor and asked, since he wants to immigrate to the UK, why should I stop him? Festa gently put the black card on the table into his pocket, and Faisterda said lazily, you should be very clear about his purpose of going to England. Of course I know this. He should have taken a fancy to the prospects of the Premier League and intends to get a share of the pie. After all, he is very famous in Macau, but I am sure that with his strength, entering that kind of complicated gambling game is fundamental. It's hard to be alone. Shaking his head lightly, Faisterda sarcastically said, although manipulating the Premier League can indeed obtain crazy wealth, but it's not simple. How many people who want to rush into it? The result is there are no bones left. Yes, he is really thinking too simple. In our Arabs, there are many oil tycoons who dare not get into the Premier League easily, because in their opinion, it is a quagmire that can't get out of it after entering. The Arab said softly. The tone of voice was also ridiculing He Hongsun. It was obvious that both of them believed that He Hongsun went to the Premier League and could only be swallowed up. What does this have to do with me? As long as I get my benefits, that's enough. Gently waved the black card in his hand. He didn't care at all about He Hongsun's life or death. By the way, Zhou Hao hasn't contacted us yet. At this moment, Faisterda suddenly thought about the matter of life extension pandan, and then asked, I just took a look, the mailbox is still empty. It looks like we are going to show him something awesome. At this moment, he said indifferently, and at this moment, a colder voice came from his ear. Is it? Hearing this, he turned around, only to realize that, at some point, two people were standing at the gate of the villa. It's you. Because there were pictures of Zhou Hao and Zhou Liren before they started. When these two people appeared, they immediately judged their identities. How did you come in? Feisterda's words were full of surprise at this time. You must know that there are more than a dozen people around this villa. Just walk in. Your secret whistles seem to need better training. Zhou Hao smiled mockingly, and the secret whistles around the villa were easily removed by the Yijuan and Tang men. Unexpectedly, I really underestimated your first army. Festida recovered from the initial surprise, smiled slightly, and said with a slight admiration, "Look at your dress. You should be a member of the 6th Bureau of CIA." Zhou Liren, who hadn't spoken, suddenly said, "Yes, I'm from the 6th Bureau of the CIA. My name is Feizetida. I have a question. How did you find this place?" Feizetida smiled softly without showing much nervousness, but he was very doubtful. In his opinion, his confidentiality work has been done very well. You know or don't know, the result is the same. Everyone, don't waste your tongue. As Zhou Hao spoke, all the members of the I Army and Tang sect who had already cleaned up all the secret whistles appeared behind Zhou Hao. I also think this is a waste of time. Feisterda clapped his hands gently, and the Arab standing beside him smiled indifferently, and then a dozen men in suits walked down from the second floor. Seeing these more than a dozen people, Zhou Hao frowned, because they all had the same expression on their faces, as if they had no vitality. Zhou Hao, be careful. This is a unique reformer in Britain. They don't feel it, and it's hard to deal with. Zhou Liren frowned and said, "Unexpectedly, you still know very well, but it's useless to know. You don't have any way to survive." Zhou Liren saw the essence of these people at a glance, which made him look surprised, but he still sneered. Hands. At this time, following his order, the bodies of these modified people who had stood still without any movement suddenly moved. The rapid change in speed did indeed make people feel pressure doubled. An Arab, an Englishman, I don't know which one you choose. Zhou Hao stood indifferently, chatting with Zhou Liren indifferently, as if chatting about family life naturally and casually. Because when those reformers chose to do something, the I Army and Tang sect people standing behind him had already rushed out. Although these people are not masters, there is not much difficulty in dealing with these reformers. After all, they have all gone through the double test of blood and fire before. I'll deal with that Arab. Zhou Liren narrowed his eyes, then said, "In this case, the British are mine." Zhou Hao didn't argue too much, looking at Feisterda, who was standing in front of him so indifferently. A bit of cold light flashed deep in his eyes. He knew that the man in front of him was the culprit who kidnapped his mother. He would never be merciful to him. Zhou Hao wanted him to taste it. What bitterness and regret. "Joke, what do you think of us? Do you think you must have taken us?" Feisterda smiled indifferently, showing that someone like him who can gain a foothold in the 6th game of CIA has absolutely good strength. So seeing Zhou Hao and Zhou Liren at this time, there is not much fear in his heart. "Yes, I have always been like seeing Chinese kung fu. Well, I don't know if it's really as superb as the legend." Gently took off the turban around his head. There were not many Arabs. Nervous emotions. Obviously, they have absolute confidence in their own strength. Zhou Hao and his father Zhou Liren did not continue to talk nonsense. After looking at each other, they shot out in an instant. In the bottom of their hearts, Yintong's identity is absolutely important. So long ago, they had a stomachache in their hearts. Fire. It's very fast. Seeing Zhou Hao appearing in front of him so quickly, a hint of surprise flashed in Feisterda's eyes, but immediately returned to his former indifference. There was a flash of light in his eyes, his slightly squinted eyes, and his arms suddenly vigorously. So he directly grasped Zhou Hao's vigorously swinging arm, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But this smile only lasted a few seconds. His face became extremely ugly, because at this time he felt a huge, irresistible force burst out of Zhou Hao's body instantly. This instantaneous burst of terrifying power made him feel that the whole arm no longer belonged to him. As if he had seen a ghost, he quickly released Zhou Hao's arm, but it was too late. The powerful force. The clothes on his entire arm have been turned into sieve powder. Looking at his entire bare arm, he said coldly, "You know what? This is Armani. I just made it yesterday, and I swear, you must be dead." Feisterda, who pays attention to his gentleman's style. The anger and madness in my heart can be imagined when I see the clothes turn into powder. Really? I'm waiting for you. Zhou Hao was actually very surprised at this time, knowing that although he didn't use his full strength in his previous blow, it was close to 80% of his strength. Under the influence of this terrifying force, ordinary people can't withstand such terrifying attacks at all, but the British man in front of him is only slightly broken, which let Zhou Hao know that his previous confidence is indeed not groundless. In his previous life, Zhou Hao had watched some documentaries, many of which were about the British CIA's 6th Bureau. At that time, just watching those documentaries, Qin Feng knew that the CIA's 6th Bureau had very strict personnel assessment, and it can be said to be strict to the point of being very scary. If you want to enter the 6th round of CIA, you must have absolute physical talent. Otherwise, there is no way to pass the initial assessment. In order to increase the talents of these people, after they pass the entrance examination, the CIA team will throw them on some deserted islands near the United Kingdom, and then let them fend for themselves, in which water and food are extremely lacking. On the desert island, the only way to survive well is to kill each other, because only by killing everyone else can we protect the only necessities for life. Every time a test is conducted, there are very few people who can survive on the island in the end, and many people who have survived on the island have also become neurotic. They can only spend the second half of their lives in a mental hospital. The remaining people who have survived all the tests can become a member of the 6th Bureau of the CIA. Because of this intriguing madness, each of them has an absolutely excellent psychological quality. After making such a cold snort, Feisterda instantly took off his clothes. As the Armani faded away, his strong muscles were instantly exposed. The black chest hair gave him an absolute wild. Are you also transforming people? Zhou Hao looked at the muscles on his body and felt a little bit the same as those before. Then he frowned and asked, I'm different from them. They are just kind of semi-finished products. He shook his head coldly, and at this moment he sneered at his subordinates. I don't see where the difference is. Zhou Hao shook his head lightly and said, You will see it soon. As he spoke, he was like a beast, lowering the center of gravity of his body. And then he burst out suddenly. His body speed was amazing. Zhou Hao watched the changes in his body indifferently, and after dodge lightly, Zhou Hao was rude, a heavy blow. Seeing Zhou Hao flashing his attacks so easily, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. After feeling Zhou Hao's violent blow, his thick arms suddenly blocked his chest. Obviously, he intends to resist. Seeing that he was going to resist his own attack, Zhou Hao's eyes flashed a little doubt, but instead of reducing the power in his hand, it increased a little again. Boom! As if hitting a concrete pillar, Zhou Hao felt the terrifying resistance at the moment his fist struck. At this time, Zhou Hao felt that what he had hit was not the body, but the kind of hard steel. Now you know the difference between them and me. The degree of transformation between me and them is completely different, and it can even be said that they are not at the same level, and the biggest difference between me and them is that I still retain my complete wisdom. It was as if he was not the one who had been hit hard, because there was no pain in Feisterda's face at this time. Really? I want to take a closer look. How long can you hold on? Zhou Hao did feel that his body was very strong, but Zhou Hao knew that there was a limit to this kind of endurance. When Zhou Hao was speaking at this time, he glanced at his father and the Arab from the corner of his eye. At this time, Zhou Hao felt a little surprised that his father did not take too much advantage. It shouldn't be the time to be distracted. Zhou Liren won't be able to get out at all for a while. Seeing the surprise in Zhou Hao's eyes at this time, Feisterda said, Arabs are very confident. Hearing Feisterda's words, Zhou Hao glanced at the Arab. At this time, his movements were very weird. There are many similarities between that kind of movements and yoga, but if you observe carefully, there are some differences from yoga. Place. Obviously in pure yoga, it incorporates more things. Although the action looks awkward at this time, the effect is very good. Under his crazy defense, even his father Zhou Liren can't beat him in a short time. It is indeed difficult for him to get out, but it doesn't matter, because I will be able to help him soon. Zhou Hao shook his head gently and said softly, Really? Feisterda gently shook his head. At this time, on the other side, all the reformed people had been basically wiped out. Under Zhou Hao's signal, those from the First Army in Tang sect has rushed to the second floor. To be honest, I was a little surprised that you could find here today, but even now, the initiative is in my hands. Don't you know if you believe it?" He said with a strange smile in his eyes. "Are you sure you can still leave from here now?" Zhou Hao felt uneasy in his heart and took a deep breath. He didn't hesitate again, but directly attacked, knowing that there was nothing for him if he dragged on for too long. Good. So Zhou Hao didn't show any mercy when he did it. White Tiger 5 King's Sword. A horrible sword hovered between the two of them in an instant. The horror atmosphere rendered by ink and wash spread out in an instant. Festa felt the horrible breath that suffocated him, and his body trembled slightly. He didn't leave his hands anymore, because he understood that now it was a life refutation. Once there was a little accident, it would be absolutely fatal to him. The muscles in his body became tight in an instant. At this time, he was more like a terrifying gorilla against the thick chest hair, but none of these had much effect. Under the horror blessing of Jinshi, he was in the 5 King's Sword. A terrifying white tiger with eyes the size of a bell sprang out, the thick and long tail trembling like this. The powerful limbs with the thick thighs of ordinary people kept kicking. Under Zhou Hao's order, after the terrifying white tiger roared, he immediately rushed down and saw this scene. Although Feistito was fully prepared, he was still knocked down directly. After all, this fierce tiger came down the mountain. Not something ordinary people can resist. Seeing him being pressed to the ground, Zhou Hao didn't kill him directly. He put away the ferocious white tiger 5 King's Sword. Zhou Hao stepped up and grabbed his neck and said, "I don't know now. Are you still as arrogant as before?" Although he has enough power at this time, he can't get rid of Zhou Hao's shackles at all. Looking at Zhou Hao in shock, he said, "Zhou Hao, it seems that we did not fully understand you in the 6th game of the Central Intelligence Agency before." What? In their previous intelligence from the 6th Bureau of the Central Intelligence Agency, Zhou Hao's business abilities were extremely terrifying, and he was already revered as the Asian stock god at a young age, and he also controlled many companies under his hands, even Zhao Rixin's godson. This kind of person with absolute talent is naturally the focus of the CIA's 6th game, but their understanding of Zhou Hao is limited to this. From the beginning to the end, they didn't know that Zhou Hao had such a terrifying power against the sky. In the 6th game of the CIA, although Feistito's strength could not stand proudly at the top of the pyramid, he was still ranked as the number 1, but now he did not hold on to Zhou Hao's hand for long. Therefore, Zhou Hao's strength, it can be seen. I didn't expect to be able to deal with the 6th Bureau of CIA this time, but I am very disappointed by your strength. Zhou Hao's words are a bit regretful regarding the 6th game of CIA, one of the 4 most powerful secret organizations in the world. Zhou Hao has always been very interested, and he has long wanted to fight them well. To tell the truth, Zhou Hao was disappointed by Feistito's strength today. If this is the full strength of the CIA's 6th game, then Zhou Hao believes that they are not worthy of being such a terrifying existence. Joke. I'm just the lowest level existence. Do you really think you are invincible? Hearing Zhou Hao's words with a little sarcasm at this time, his expression changed. As a member of the 6th CIA, he still knows how to maintain his organization. Yes, the 6th Bureau of the CIA is indeed very strong. I have greeted them many times before. To be honest, I am also very curious about why they sent such a few people this time. Pack the Arabs away. The lost Zhou Liren appeared in front of Zhou Hao with a calm face. With his understanding of the CIA's 6th game, he was also very puzzled to understand the current situation. We must know that as the leader of the First Army, he had contacted the CIA's 6th innings many times. Although there were both wins and losses, the First Army still had a slight advantage. Therefore, in Zhou Liren's opinion, the CIA, since the 6th Bureau knew that China had the existence of a First Army, it should be impossible to send intelligence personnel of this strength, and he even used such methods of indiscriminately. Although the intelligence personnel are invisible, they all have their own bottom line. Kidnapping like this is an absolutely shameless behavior, such as the CIA's 6th Bureau. If it is done by other intelligence organizations I know, I will definitely be punished. What happened to us? Since we were planted in your hands this time, I have nothing to say, but if you want to insult me, then you are wrong. At this time, Feistito continued to be hard, but to be honest, he regrets it very much. Because he just joined the CIA's 6th Bureau before, he is very eager to express himself, because in his opinion, Only by showing all his talents can he continue to rise. Space. So in order to gain a firm foothold faster, he came to China without hesitation. Before coming to China, his understanding of China was limited to the backwardness of China before the reform and opening up, so he did not think that anyone in China could resist him. So his task this time should be very easy to complete, even when he is here. I had imagined that I would be sure after completing the task. But when he came to Hong Kong, China, he realized that everything seemed to be not as simple as previously expected, because when he wanted to infiltrate the herb bases, he realized that he could not break through the defense at all. From then did he know that China has powerful intelligence organization. But now it's too late to know. After all, when he came from England, he had already issued a military order. In desperation, he had to kidnap, because in his opinion, this was the last way to successfully complete the task. But I didn't expect it to be such a situation now, and I was extremely angry. If he knew that this would happen, he would have stayed in the CIA's sixth game and would never come to China. The master, come here. At this moment, a member of the First Army came down from the second floor with a serious expression. What's the matter? Zhou Liren frowned and asked. Let's talk. Is there anything else to be embarrassed about? At this time, Feister's mouth was full of mockery. Obviously, he already knew what this man was about to say. Come on, what's the matter? Isn't Yin Tong upstairs? Zhou Liren asked in a deep voice. She is upstairs, but her condition is a little wrong. The Tang sect people checked it and said she was poisoned. Poisoning. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Hao and Zhou Liren's expressions changed drastically. At this time, Zhou Liren solemnly said, What kind of poison is in it? Couldn't the Tang sect people detoxify it? You must know that Tang sect has absolute research on poisons, and ordinary poisons have nowhere to hide in front of them. Therefore, although Zhou Liren was a little panicked, he did not confuse himself. No, they have tried all the methods they can use, but they have no effect at all. For the time being, they can barely control the spread of toxins, but they can't support it for too long. So if they can't find a better way now, it's really bad. At this time, this person shook his head and quickly said, when they discovered the poisoning before, they used all the methods they could use, but each method could not get the effect that satisfied them. Under this kind of helplessness, he would come to the first floor to ask for help. What? Zhou Liren was shocked this time. After all, poison is fatal. Once there is nothing to do, it is absolutely life-threatening. Haha, don't waste your time. No one has an antidote to this poison except me. So if you really want to save her, let me go. Zhou Hao firmly locked his neck. Although Feister's expression is very hideous, his eyes still emit a terrifying light. Really, Zhou Hao gently applied force on his hand, which made him feel a little difficult to breathe, but he just looked at Zhou Hao coldly without any indication. As a member of the 6th Bureau of CIA, they have been since childhood. He has undergone too many trials and inhuman torture, so for them, this torture will not make him succumb. The mouth is very hard. I don't know if you can still be so hard later. Zhou Hao finished speaking casually, turned around, and said, Can I lift my mother down now? Yes, but now she has fallen into a coma, and her physical condition is very bad. The member of the First Army said quickly at this time, It's okay, bring her to the sofa. Compared to his father Zhou Liren, Zhou Hao is still relatively indifferent because he has absolute certainty that he can detoxify. 2 minutes later, Yin Tong was carefully carried onto the sofa. At this time, she fell into a state of complete coma, and even her entire face turned purple. At first glance, she knew that she should be poisoned. Haha, the poison in her is configured with 7 kinds of poisonous flowers and poisonous weeds. If the antidote is to use them again, you don't even know what these 7 kinds of poisonous flowers and poisonous weeds are, let alone one of them. The order between the two. Seeing the anxiety on everyone's faces, Feister felt very comfortable in his heart. Now he is not nervous at all, because he knows that he still has the initiative until now. In your own hands. As long as they want to save her, they must get the antidote configuration method from themselves, and in this case, they must let themselves go, so he has no worries about his personal safety. If I were you, I wouldn't say so much nonsense now. Zhou Hao turned his head, and the cold, murderous intent made his whole body tremble. He felt that when Zhou Hao was speaking, there was a wave of letting in his body. The power of human trembling. At this moment, He has a feeling in his heart. That is, if he speaks more, the consequences will become very serious. Now you have another choice, and that is to hand over the antidote immediately. In this case, I can make your death a little more comfortable. Otherwise, I have hundreds of ways to make you survive or die. Zhou Hao was like that. A faint light flashed deep in the wolf-like eyes. You bluff me? I can give you the antidote, but you must let me go before that. If this premise is not guaranteed, then I can't give you the antidote at all. Now, in his opinion, Zhou Hao didn't dare to treat himself. You have no discussion when you say that. Zhou Hao continued. Yes, as long as the premise I put forward is not met, there is absolutely no possibility of negotiation. Feisterda took a look at Zhou Hao at this time. Although there was a little wrong in his heart, his words were still very blunt. Zhou Hao nodded, did not continue to bargain with him, but took a brick look at his mother and said, Father, now cut my wrist. I see. Zhou Liren had known before that Zhou Hao's physique was different from ordinary people, so when he heard Zhou Hao's request at this time, he was not surprised, but directly cut Qin Feng's wrist with Jinqi. Small mouth. The small bowl that had been prepared a long time ago will catch all the blood gushing from Zhou Hao's body. After feeling almost finished, Zhou Hao used his true energy to stop the blood again. Are you crazy? If the blood can save her, what is the use of this poison? At this time, seeing Zhou Hao gently bring the bowl of blood in his hand to Yin Tong, Feisterda, he quickly sneered. When they were studying this poison before, they had tried too many methods, but none of them could neutralize the poison, including human blood. So when they saw Zhou Hao intends to use blood for detoxification, his unceremonious sarcasm, Zhou Hao did not pay attention to him anymore. After tapping his acupuncture points, he kicked him directly to the corner of the wall like a dead dog. Trying to struggle to stand up, he found that his whole body did not have any strength. Looked at Zhou Hao bitterly. He stopped talking. He just sneered at Yin Tong now. 2 hours ago, in order to prevent any accidents, he took poison to Yin Tong. The incubation period of this poison is 3 hours. During these 3 hours, although the poison will also occur, 90% of the effect is suppressed. But after 3 hours, after the incubation period of this poison, it will erupt instantly. That kind of terrifying outbreak will make all suppressions nonsense. There are still dozens of minutes before the incubation period has passed, so he is now watching with cold eyes. Once these dozens of minutes have passed, he will definitely beg for himself, because by that time, if she still doesn't take the antidote, she will only die. Is this blood really effective? Although he knew that Zhou Hao's body was different from ordinary people, Zhou Liren still inevitably showed a look of worry at this time. After all, it was his wife who was poisoned lying on the sofa at this time. The person who owes the most money in his life. So even though he is very confident in Zhou Hao, he still has some drumming in his heart. After all, at this time, there can be no mistakes at all, otherwise he will regret for life. Don't worry. Zhou Hao is very confident in his own blood. After all, he has eaten ambergris, which is not poisonous, and now he has the power of not to invade, and his blood is naturally the same. At this time, they both stared closely at Yin Tong, who was lying on the sofa. Her face was still a little blue at this time, but gradually, the complexion on her face began to change. Oh my God, it really works. At this time, the Tang sect people looked in shock. To be honest, at first, they didn't believe it at all. After all, this blood can detoxify and make them feel very fresh. At this time, Zhou Hao's mouth showed a slight smile, and Zhou Liren's tight face relaxed. Feisterda, who was waiting to see the joke, turned very ugly at this time. He struggled to stand up and took a look. At this time, Yin Tong, whose complexion was getting better, slumped directly on the ground again. Impossible. It is impossible to exist at all. Impossible. Feisterda didn't believe everything he saw at this moment, but all this really happened, which made him think it is very difficult to believe it or not. At this moment, he recalled the poison he had deployed before. This poison was not created by him, but owned by CIA's 6th Bureau, and in CIA's 6th Bureau, it was also the most toxic. After most people took it, it has not after the incubation period. He is dead. Is my mother's injury really getting better? At this time, Zhou Hao looked at the people in Tang's sect. After all, they were the real experts in toxicology, so although he was very confident in his blood, he still can't help but ask, after all, It is his mother who is lying on the sofa and enduring the toxin erosion at this time. Yes, the toxins that were difficult to control in the body have gradually collapsed, and her body is really getting better quickly. The Tang sect people came to such a conclusion after carefully checking it several times. At this time, when these Tang sect people were talking, the eyes staring at Zhou Hao began to shine. Now they really want to push Zhou Hao down and check Zhou Hao's body, especially in Zhou Hao's body. Blood. Seeing their gazes, Zhou Hao certainly knew what they were going to do. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he shook his head slightly. From my point of view, the toxins in Yin Tong's body are almost consumed. I believe it won't take long for her to wake up. At this time, the last Tang sect person, after careful inspection, made the same reply. Hearing the expert's words, Zhou Hao turned and walked towards the corner. At this moment, Feisterda, who still couldn't believe everything in front of him, still showed a sense of error in his eyes. After looking at him, Zhou Hao said coldly, "It should have been said that giving an antidote is your last chance. Unfortunately, you did not cherish the last chance, so now your miserable days have begun. What do you want?" Now he is really panicked, because his body can't provide any strength at all, and the most important thing is that now his key to victory has disappeared. So he really started to worry that Zhou Hao would be disadvantageous to him. Up. What do I want? You will know soon. Zhou Hao took out the phone indifferently at this time, and first called Lu Zhenwu. After explaining the situation, Zhou Hao asked Lu Zhenwu for a military vehicle because it was at Zhou Hao's request. Lu Zhenwu didn't hesitate much. 10 minutes later, a black military vehicle appeared in front of the villa. After Zhou Hao handed over the care of Yin Tong to Zhou Liren, he threw the unconscious Arab and Feisterda into the car and drove into the distance. There are many secret bases in Hong Kong. Their only role is to imprison prisoners, and they are still the kind of prisoners who are not seen, just like these two intelligence spies at this time. Because of Lu Zhenwu's orders, the car was not received anyway. The blockade appeared in Detention Center Number 3. This Detention Center Number 3 is an air raid shelter that has been abandoned for many years. Of course, although it is abandoned, it has all the necessities for life in it and is isolated from the world. All the prisoners who enter here have no chance to leave. Okay, let's go down first. In the innermost part of the air raid shelter, after letting everyone leave first, Zhou Hao looked at Feisterda in front of him. As for the Arab, because he was not the mastermind, Zhou Hao he has been treated a lot lighter, and after several inhuman tortures, he has been relieved. It shouldn't be necessary to pretend now. Zhou Hao glanced at him. In fact, when he was on the road, Zhou Hao knew he was pretending because he was not unconscious at all from the beginning to the end. Zhou Hao, I beg you, let me go. After I return to the UK, I will never trouble you, and all my savings in the Swiss bank can be given to me. I beg you to let me go, is it? I saw Zhou Hao's treatment of the Arab before, and he was scared, even if he had been tortured since childhood. Do you think this is realistic? Zhou Hao glanced at him. His words were full of sarcasm. I promise that after returning to China, I will not bring up this matter. I have billions in the Swiss bank, and I can provide you with all the information you want to know about the CIA's 6th Bureau. In this case, you can let me go. At this moment, he saw the indifference on Zhou Hao's face and said again, Shut up. From now on, I will ask one sentence, and you will answer one sentence. If one sentence cannot be answered, I believe you should be very clear about the result. Zhou Hao's empty and clear voice was in his, but the sound in the ears is like a devil from hell. I know, you can ask whatever you want. At this time, where is Feisterda dare to talk nonsense? Where did you get the news about life extension pandan? Zhou Hao asked softly without looking at him. This news was passed to me by one of my intelligence officers. He was in charge of collecting intelligence in China before. Feisterda thought for a moment and said quickly. After seeing Zhou Hao's methods, he no longer dared to have the slightest concealment. About life extension pandan. Tell me all the information you know. Zhou Hao asked again calmly. The message he gave me is that life extension pandan is very important. As for its specific function, I really don't know. You have to believe me, I really don't know. At the end, he saw Zhou Hao's eyes narrowed slightly before he quickly spoke and assured him. Apart from you, who else knows about life extension pandan? Zhou Hao asked again when his eyes returned to their original state. No, this intelligence officer had a good relationship with me before, So he first provided the news to me this time. I didn't report the news because I wanted to do meritorious service. Fisterda quickly explained. At this time, Fisterda's words made Zhou relieved. He actually had such a guess before. If the 6th Bureau of CIA knew the full effect of life extension pandan, it was absolutely impossible to just send such a little guy. Tell me about the relationship between you and He Hongsun. Don't tell me that you are just ordinary friends. Zhou gave him a cold look and said again, He Hongsun, I always thought that my confidentiality work was very good, but I didn't expect all this to be just a joke. You even know He Hongsun. When Zhou mentioned He Hongsun's name, his eyes flashed again. After a bit of astonishment, he thought he and He Hongsun had done a very good deal and meeting. In fact, to be honest, their confidential work is indeed very good, but it is very unfortunate that Zhou met them tonight. So it can only be said that Fisterda is really out of luck. Macau is about to return. He is worried that his dominance in Macau will be threatened after the return of Macau. Therefore, he wants to immigrate to the United Kingdom. In order to be recognized by the Immigration Bureau, he once donated $1 billion was used for charity, for which he received a Medal of Honor from Her Excellency the Queen. Earlier today, he had come to me, and the purpose was naturally to emigrate. Knowing that there is nothing to hide now, it worked. So it was like pour beans from a bamboo tube. He said everything he knew. As an intelligence officer of the CIA's 6th Bureau, you should know that He Hongsun is willing to choose to settle in the UK for a reason. Zhou was a little surprised when he heard that He Hongsun wanted to move to the UK. Macau is a Portuguese colony, so according to the truth, the relationship between He Hongsun and the Portuguese government should be better, but he chose to emigrate to the United Kingdom. However, Zhou understood this after a little thought. What is the reason for? Of course, I know that He Hongsun relied on the gambling industry to make his fortune in Macau, so after he settled in the UK, he should continue to develop in the gambling industry. The British fascination is naturally the huge gambling game behind the Premier League. Fisterda spoke now. Since you know, why don't you dissuade you? Zhou frowned. To be honest, he also used his brain for the Premier League, but he doesn't have much preference for football, and he also knows that the gambling game behind the Premier League is very watery. Deep. Even if you are already a big economic crocodile, you can't simply retreat after you go to the Premier League. After all, everything you control doesn't have much effect in the Premier League. So although you know there are enough people crazy capital flow, but never dared to get involved. Why should I stop? He went to the Premier League. Whether he is alive or dead has nothing to do with me. Fisterda said naturally. There should be your intelligence personnel in Hong Kong. Let's tell all their contact information now. For these CIA 6th Bureau people, this time Zhou intends to catch them all. What I said, there is only a dead end to go back. His heart trembled slightly, and he said, Then you mean you don't plan to cooperate with me? Zhou's indifferent words made his whole body tremble. He took a deep, trembling breath, thinking of the torture that the Arab had suffered before, and quickly said, No, I say. He still clearly remembers the way the Arab was begging for mercy. Before, he agreed that his mind had reached a level where he could not be shaken. However, after seeing Zhou's horror against the enemy, he realized that he had suffered. It's not called torture at all. The Arab can be considered a tough guy, but under Zhou's hands, he didn't hold on for 10 minutes, and finally reached a state of begging for death. You had better think it over and answer. Zhou said after taking a deep look at Fisterda. This is the contact information for all of them. As an intelligence officer, Fisterda has the most basic memorable skills, so at this time, when he talked about these contact methods, it didn't cost much time. Now I have told you everything I know. You should be able to let me go. Looking at Zhou imploringly, Fisterda said in horror, Did I say that I would let you go? Zhou gave him a cold look. To tell the truth, his fate had already been decided since he first took Yintong away. Zhou just wanted to take more things out of his mouth. Your words are not counted. You clearly said before that you would let me go. Seeing the mocking look on Zhou's face at this time, his whole person was terrified, because he knew if Zhou would not let him go, then I really only have a dead end. Do you still use the useless scum like you? Zhou sneered at him, wound the wire around him from one side, and connected a 20-watt incandescent lamp to the other end of the wire. After doing this, Zhou closed the switch lightly, and instantly the incandescent lamp glowed because of the stimulation of the electric current. And as the incandescent lamp glowed, his body began to tremble because of the stimulation of the electric current. I won't let you die so easily. The current will stop after 3 hours. You will get a short rest and time to eat. Of course, you will continue to enjoy this after the meal. Kind of stimulation. Looking at him indifferently, Zhou Hao thinks that he will not be too much of anything. After all, if it hadn't been because of taking ambergris before, then his mother would probably will die. At this time, I wanted to continue speaking, but Zhou Hao had already turned on the switch, and his only faint sound turned into a terrible scream that made people feel trembling. Brother Liu, everything on my side has been basically settled. In addition, I got all the spies' identities and information from him. You should be able to leave the rest to you. Zhou Hao contacted Lu Zhenwu. On the phone, I briefly told what happened here. Just leave the rest to me. Now you go back and take a good look at your mother, Lu Zhenwu said after taking all the information down. And Zhou Hao was also very concerned about his mother's safety at this time, so he didn't get too polite at this time. And after hanging up the phone, he went straight to the hospital. I said, I'm okay. I really don't need to take a drip like this. Just outside the hospital ward specially arranged for Yin Tong, Zhou Hao heard his mother's voice, and the last worry in his heart was also thorough. Disappeared. Mom, just listen to the doctor. Zhou Hao shook his head and walked into the ward. At this time, Yin Tong, wearing a white medical gown, was sitting on the bed, and beside the bed, the little nurse was holding a bottle of 4 drips on the one hand. Yin Qingqing and Zhou Liren both laughed and said nothing. Zhou Hao, you are here. I am so worried. Seeing Zhou Hao at this time, Yin Tong couldn't help showing a concerned look. At this time, she had forgotten that she was the patient. I'm fine. Why is it okay? I heard your dad say that your wrist is cut. Let me see now. Without Zhou Hao's permission, she grabbed Zhou Hao's arm and saw the foot on the arm after a finger-length wound. The corners of her eyes became moist. Stupid boy, why are you so stupid? Yin Tong made Zhou Hao smile with a crying voice. At this time, Zhou Hao shook his head gently and said, Mom, what are you talking about? You gave me all my life. Now I donate some blood to you, can it? The child is right. Okay, let's eat an apple. Zhou Liren handed over the peeled apple. Yin Tong, who originally wanted to continue to say something, was embarrassed to talk now. She took the apple and stared. Zhou Liren glanced at him and said, You know that you are facing your son. Of course, this is my own son. Zhou Liren's tone was also full of pride at this time. After the father and son went to battle before, the relationship between the two of them has improved a lot again. This is what Zhou Liren dares to do. The reason for the opening. Sitting on the side, Yanqing watched Zhou Hao and his father happily getting along, and was very happy. She still clearly remembered the scene where he ran to the mountain to sulking when she just learned that Zhou Liren was her father. To be honest, although Zhou Hao did a good job in many aspects, he always seemed very immature in dealing with his own feelings. But this is exactly what Yanqing likes and appreciates Zhou Hao very much, because for feelings, Zhou Hao will not say one thing or another like other men. For example, although he has more than one woman, he will give the same love to everyone. This is also the main reason why he can be favored by so many women. The reason? What's the matter? Zhou Hao's gentle question made Yin Qingqing wake up from the memory. With a smile on her mouth, she gently shook her head. I'm okay. I just recalled some things in the past and felt a little emotional. The previous thing? When Zhou Hao spoke, he also recalled what happened at that time. In his simplicity, he never thought that things would develop like this now. At that time, he had a very simple dream of finding a woman who loved him and spending his life together. Yes, what happened in the past? What happened when you drove me to the side of the road while riding a bike? Yin Qingqing saw Zhou Hao also start to remember and smiled unconsciously. Zhou Hao, take it downstairs to eat something. She hasn't eaten yet. Yin Tong's words reached Zhou Hao. No, I'm not hungry. Yin shook his head lightly and then said, You are inconvenient now. I am here with you. You're not hungry. I'm hungry. Can you go downstairs and buy me something to eat? Yin Tong shook his head and said helplessly, Gentle is a very virtuous girl, but sometimes she is too obedient. Okay then. Yin hesitated slightly and agreed. Zhou Hao smiled and walked out of the ward with her. After walking out of the hospital, the cold wind blowing from the east was blowing, but Yin Qingxi, who was wearing thin clothes, gently hugged her shoulders. If it's cold, just tell me. Zhou Hao took off his white coat and gently put on her. I'm not cold, it's just that I'm not used to it. She tightened the coat Zhou Hao put on herself. She continued her stubbornness. Zhou Hao nodded indifferently and did not continue to waste time on such things. By the way, what do you want to eat? Standing in front of the hospital, Zhou Hao looked around. There were no good places to eat nearby. I don't care. By the way, I know that there is a very good restaurant in front of this street. Let's go in and get some food for Auntie. Little fool, my mother meant to let us out for dinner. If she said, don't worry, the hospital has a special set meal designed for her. Zhou Hao looked at Yin Qingqing at this time and put the whole Mrs. Zhou's restaurant. She is well managed and she is not very smart in terms of feelings. She can't see how obvious it is to create opportunities for herself. Why can't I see it? I'm worried you can't see it. Yin Qingqing exchanged glances with Zhou Hao, and then Zhou Hao drove her towards the store she was talking about. Luck today is very good. When I came, there was no parking space. I was lucky today. Looking at the only parking space in front of the restaurant, Yin Qing seemed very excited. Zhou Hao smiled noncommittently and glanced up at the name of the shop. The decoration is antique, and even the signboard is in the antique font Yuan's high. This name made Zhou Hao feel something new. As he turned around, Zhou Hao said, "Does the food here taste good?" Yes, the founder of this shop was an imperial chef in the Qing dynasty. He has his own absolute secret recipe for many dishes. Although it has been passed down for generations, this secret recipe has always been there. It tastes great. Yin nodded gently. Obviously, she is very familiar with it. Don't look at me like that. Our Mrs. Zhou restaurant used to cooperate with them before, so we know each other, which is why I am more familiar with it. Seeing the surprise in Zhou Hao's eyes, Yin Qing said again, "Then I will really taste it later." Zhou Hao nodded like this and said, "Then Yin Qing was about to continue to say something. Suddenly, there was a soft voice from her mouth. At the same time, with a harsh braking sound, the car suddenly stopped. Gently, "Are you all right?" Zhou Hao asked quickly. "I'm fine. What happened just now?" Yin Qing said with a sigh of relief. Zhou Hao was really relieved to see that his cousin was really okay. If it weren't for the slow speed, now his cousin would definitely be hurt. Thinking of this, he frowned and looked in front of him. To be honest, he just did this. The fast braking was entirely because a red car suddenly appeared in front of his car, and he made this choice if he responded in time. At this time, when Zhou Hao braked, the red car in front had been steadily parked in the parking space. At this time, Zhou Hao saw that the car was a Ferrari. At this time, he walked from the car with the door opened. A gentleman came down. As if he didn't know what happened before, gently pressed his fingers on his clothes. He walked to the passenger seat with a full smile. As the passenger's door opened, a white arm stretched out from the car, and then a woman in a black suspender evening dress walked out of the car. The crystal sandals measuring more than 10 centimeters exuded a dazzling light. The captivating smile also added a mysterious charm to her whole person. But after seeing her looks, Zhou Hao frowned. Sometimes it was really the enemy Lu Zhao, because this person was the Pan Manhwa who had just been humiliated severely by himself before. To be honest, every time when I saw Pan Manhwa, Zhou Hao would unconsciously think of Chao Ying in his mind. They both love vanity in the same way. And in order to achieve their goals, they usually don't care about the consequences at all. This kind of person is what Zhou Hao hates most. But for Pan Manhwa, Zhou Hao is still tolerant, because he feels that he is not worthy of being angry with this person. It turned out to be him. At this time, when Zhou Hao was still thinking, Yin next to him gently spoke. Zhou Hao frowned in surprise and asked, "Why? Do you know this man? He can drive. From Ferrari, it should not be too low." "Of course I know. His father is Zhou Jihu, the current police chief in Xiangqing City, and his name is Zhou Wei. He is an out-and-out princeling, but because of his father's relationship, it is very easy to eat in Xiangqing City." Yin Qingchun spoke nonchalantly. Zhou Wei had wanted to pursue Yin Qingqing before, but was rejected by Yin Qingqing. At first, he didn't know Yin Qingqing's background and wanted to use his identity to oppress Yin Qingwen and let her agree, but then he gave up because he knew that Yin Qing was not something he could offend. Since then, he has never harassed Yin Qingqing again, and he has not harassed the river. Zhou Hao nodded. Before, Situ Li had talked to Zhou Hao about the Shanqing Public Security Bureau, but Zhou Hao hadn't paid much attention to it. But now it seems that he should get to know this Zhou Jihu. This parking space is mine. Zhou Hao opened the car door at this time and said, looking at Zhou Wei, who was holding Pan Manhwa in front of him. Zhou Hao. Pan Manhwa recognized Zhou Hao's identity at this time and was slightly surprised. He even wanted to take his hand out of Zhou Wei's hand. However, Zhou Wei did not agree. Zhou Wei wrinkled his brow and grasped hard. After a moment of hesitation, Pan Manhwa was not moving, so he let him hold his hand. You know, why don't you introduce it to me? Zhou Wei is not a fool. Just from the actions of Pan Manhwa just now, he knows that Zhou Hao's relationship with her is not simple. This makes Zhou Wei feel very upset. Although Pan Manhwa is not his own woman, he still feels very upset. In his opinion, even if it is just a plaything, he must treat himself wholeheartedly. He is not a tyrant. Don't like cuckold either. Don't get me wrong. He is just an ordinary friend of mine. Hearing the anger in Zhou Wei's words, Pan Manhwa said quickly, "This is not important. I just said, this parking space is mine." Zhou Hao directly ignored Pan Manhwa, saying in a cold voice, "Yours? You count as AP. This is 100 yuan. Let me get off now." Although he saw that Zhou Hao was driving a Mercedes-Benz, he still didn't care very much and took out 100 yuan from his wallet. He threw it to Zhou Hao. At this moment, Pan Manhwa, who was on the side, saw this scene and felt very relieved in her heart. She had not directly identified Zhou Hao before, but wanted to use Zhou Wei's hand to deal with Zhou Hao. Today she deliberately put on the best clothes, but even so, Zhou Hao's eyes still didn't stay on her for a second. To be honest, it made her feel that kind of unbearable. No matter where she is, she will always be the focus of attention. She is used to being the focus, and she simply cannot accept being ignored by people like she is now, especially Zhou Hao's ignorance. "You have a good temper." Yin Qing, who was originally sitting in the car, couldn't help but walked out of the car at this time. Frowning, she spoke like this. "Yin Qingqing." At this time, Zhou Wei, who was originally very angry, saw Yin Qingqing, and his temper disappeared a lot. After all, he knew that even his father would not be offended by Yin Qingqing because he supported Yin Qingchun behind his back. Gently is the leader of Shanqing City, that is, Situ Li. "It's me, what did you think before?" "Misunderstanding, this should be." Pan Manhwa interrupted Zhou Wei before he finished speaking. "What's the misunderstanding? This parking space is ours. We have parked the car now, what else can you do?" Pan Manhwa's anger instantly began to boil when he saw Yin Qing and Zhou Hao together. Driven by the boiling jealousy, she has now completely forgotten her identity. "You?" Zhou Wei was shocked at this time. But before he could speak, Pan Manhwa continued, "Don't you want me? As long as what you do today satisfies me, I will satisfy all you have. Request, you can do whatever you want." This condition made Zhou Wei's heart moved. Although Pan Manhwa's appearance is not a disaster for the country and the people, he is definitely a disaster for the country and the people. In the past, although Zhou Wei had the sweetness, he has never been very real. "Progress. What's the matter? You won't be so wasteful. Didn't you say that your father is the chief of the Shanqing Public Security Bureau? Are you so persuaded?" Seeing Zhou Wei still hesitating, Pan Manhwa continued to stimulate. "What are you talking about?" "Okay, I promised you." After a few hesitations, Zhou Wei, who was on the brain of the worm, finally gritted his teeth and agreed. He knew that Pan Manhwa was agitating him, but she was right. "My father is the chief of public security in Shanqing. What are you afraid of?" Although Yin Qing had a backer behind him, he was not unmanned. He believed that because of this little incident, Situ Li would not completely turn his face with his father. "I'm sorry, this parking space is ours. There is an underground parking space 600 meters opposite. There should be enough space in it. Of course, it is charged. Our friend will pay for one. I will pay the fee for you." While talking, he stooped to pick up the $100 and handed it over again. "Zhou Wei, you are playing with fire. Do you think it is really worth it for such a woman?" Zhou Hao did not accept the money, but said with a pity on his face, "Don't talk nonsense. You don't need to care about my affairs. Just take care of your own affairs. You can accept the money and buy yourself Viagra. It is not easy to be a cowboy." At this time, he coldly lost after saying this. He turned and walked into Jiwan's high first. "Cowboy, Zhou Hao touched his nose. It was not the first time that he was regarded as this. Zhou Hao, you won't be angry anymore. At this moment, Yin Gentle saw the bitter smile on Zhou Hao's face and quickly asked, Get angry with this kind of person? Is it okay? Zhou Hao waved his hand indifferently and said again, Now get in the car. Let's go to the park first. He will regret it one day. Uncle Situ, I shouldn't disturb you. Holding hands, and Yin gently walked out of the parking lot. Zhou Hao dialed the private number Situ Li had left for him. Xiao Hao, what am I polite with your uncle? Just tell me something. Situ Li understood very well that Zhou Hao called himself so late, and it was absolutely impossible to just ask him. The director of Xiangqing City Public Security Bureau should have just been transferred. Zhou Hao said, You mean Zhou Jihu? Yes, he was transferred a few months ago. He has a good record. The old director who replaced me retired some time ago, so he came to replace me. Situ Li mentioned this Zhou Jihu. Some of his words are not salty or indifferent, and obviously the relationship with him is not very good. Why did you mention him all of a sudden? Is it because he offended you? Situ Li knew that as Zhou Hao, it was impossible to be interested in such a small person, so at this time he mentioned it because he did something very excessive. Not exactly. I just want to get to know him a little bit. I just met his son Zhou Wei. Zhou Hao didn't understand the narrative, but simply said a few words casually. He knew that he was chatting with Situ Li. No need to explain it completely. Just do what you should do with confidence. He has just taken office, and there is no foundation on it. It is very simple to make him cover up with your strength. Situ Li knew that there should be some contradictions between Zhou Hao and Zhou Wei. He doesn't care about contradictions, because many things don't need to know. In this case, I'm relieved. Zhou Hao finished talking and continued to talk with Situ Li about buying land for a while before hanging up the phone. Zhou Hao, are you really going to deal with him? Yanqing asked when Zhou Hao put down the phone. If you have done something, you have to bear the result of this thing. This is normal. The so-called evil is still possible, and you cannot live by yourself. Zhou Hao said indifferently. To this kind of person's softness is the biggest mistake. At this time, Zhou Wei and Pan Manhwa were sitting in a well-decorated single room in Jiyuan's High. At this time, Zhou Wei glanced at Pan Manhwa, who was sitting next to him, and what he was thinking about was still his hero saving the beauty. At this moment, he was sitting here. He was very excited when he thought of the appearance of Yin Qingtian deflated, and thinking that he could get Pan Manhwa's body tonight. The excitement in his heart was even more uncontrollable. You must know that he likes Pan Manhwa. 1 day or 2 days. At this time, like him, Pan Manhwa also had her own calculations in her mind. To be honest, the reason she approached Zhou Wei in the first place was to use his identity to make Zhou Hao pay more attention to herself, but unexpectedly, Zhou Hao simply ignored her. She could not stand this situation, who had always valued her position very seriously, so she deliberately wanted Zhou Hao to make a fool of herself, but at this time she regretted it, especially thinking about herself before. Whatever promised Zhou Wei, she felt even more regretful. Just when they both had their own plans, Zhou Wei's mobile phone rang, and Zhou Wei frowned. In order to avoid being disturbed, he had already informed most of them in the afternoon and told them not to go as much as possible. Bother yourself. Father. Seeing the number, he was stunned for a moment, because his father usually uses a private phone when he contacts him, but now this number is his office phone, which is a bit puzzled, but he's still connected. Where are you now? As soon as the call was connected, Zhou Jihu's angry voice was heard. What's the matter? I'm eating with friends now. His father's anger made him very depressed. At this time, he quickly thought about it. Although he often caused troubles, he did not provoke any right or wrong lately. So he was very I wonder why my father made such a big fire. Eating? Do you still have the mind to eat? I ask you, did you offend Zhou Hao today? Zhou Jihu's flame was even stronger at this time, and he even shouted directly. Yes. What's wrong? Is it because his girlfriend, Yin, went to complain? It's really a waste who knows to eat soft rice. At first he heard Zhou Hao's name, but he was still a little confused, but he thought of the dispute that just happened. He thought of who Zhou Hao is. But even if he thought about it, he didn't care. In his opinion, Zhou Hao was a little white face who was eating soft rice. Although Yin Qing was backed by someone, he was not afraid. After all, his father was not. If you are a vegetarian, once things go wrong, it will be no good to anyone. To be honest, from the beginning to the present, He didn't know the identity of Zhou Hao at all. Otherwise, maybe he would not be so indifferent and careless. Eat soft rice. Waste. Hearing his son's words, Zhou Jihu was almost mad. He was so angry that he even laughed back a little. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Just outside, he was a fart in front of me and didn't dare to let it go. This kind of person is not worth paying attention to. As for Yanqing's side, although Situ Li is difficult, he believes in his father. I shouldn't be afraid of him, and I believe that because of this little thing, he dare not tear his face with you. So I really don't know what's so angry about you. Turning the red wine glass in front of him lightly, he still doesn't know himself. A catastrophe is imminent. Idiot, you are such an idiot. Why do I have such an idiot son like you? At this moment, Zhou Jihu sighed when he heard what his son said. Now he doesn't know what to say. Idiot? No matter how idiot I am also your son. Okay, if there is nothing to do, just hang up. At this time, for his father, he felt so annoying for the first time. He clearly didn't do anything wrong. After being scolded, anyone who trusts will feel depressed. Idiot, do you know the exact identity of Zhou Hao? Zhou Jihu on the other end of the phone couldn't help it anymore. He shouted, "What a SHD, just a little white face." He once again showed a puzzled look at his father's anger, because Zhou Hao was just an ordinary little white face no matter how he looked at it. Little white face? His mother is the chairman of Mrs. Zhou's restaurant. At this time, Zhou Jihu's words made him a little dazed. Mrs. Zhou's restaurant. He has definitely heard of it. After all, Mrs. Zhou's restaurant is not only in Xiangqing. The whole of China is an absolute leader in the catering industry. It faces the average working class. The dishes are delicious and affordable, and it is loved by many students and workers. It is now completely spread in China's first-tier and second-tier cities, and the annual income can be amazing. Xiangqing's current development cannot do without the support of Mrs. Zhou's restaurant. So although he is a rich second who only knows how to play, I also know the existence of this terrifying dining kingdom. What? Impossible. Mrs. Zhou's restaurant is obviously Yanqing. Is Yanqing his mother? At this time, his head was shaking like a rattle. Obviously, he didn't believe his father's words. Idiot. Yan Qingqing is his woman. Zhou Hao has always given it to Yan Qingqing to take care of it. And this is only part of Zhou Hao's industry. Zhou Hao also has his own investment company in Hong Kong. And you should remember the Hong Kong financial crisis. That time he led the Hong Kong trader to drive Soros and other economic predators out of Hong Kong. He sighed and said again, Hong Kong stock god. Too much time has passed since that blocking battle, so he has completely forgotten about that time. Thinking about it again at this time, his whole body trembled, and he knew that he really seemed to be in trouble this time. And this is not the key. You should know that Situ Li belongs to the Zhao family. Do you know why he has been helping Zhou Hao? When referring to the Zhao family, his tone became a lot more serious. After all, the Zhao family is in China. The political world is absolutely unshakable existence of the emperor level. Why? Of course, it is impossible for the head of a rich kid to think of too many things. So at this time he shouted out the question in his heart again. Because Zhou Hao pulled it up with one hand. Zhou Hao is Zhao Rixin's godson. He is good brothers with General Zhao Dingzhou from Guangzhou military region and General Lu Zhenwu from Hong Kong. You said you offended him. You are not a fool or an idiot. You what is it? At this time, his father's words seemed to be thundered in his ears one after another, because each of these people is the kind of famous person, compared with those behind. Situ Li, the city party secretary of Xiangqing, it's not worth mentioning. You must know that although Zhao Rixin has retreated from the highest position, his energy is still there. After all, more than 80% of the generals in the military were once his old men, so now as long as he is willing, he does not even need to speak. I would go straight on the street, and no one cares. As for Zhao Dingzhou of the Guangzhou military region in the back, that is the current mainstay of the Zhao family. He is the son of Zhao Rixin himself. Therefore, whether politically or in the military, he is absolute terrorism against the sky, and dealing with himself is only a matter of minutes. Like Zhao Dingzhou, Lu Zhenwu of Hong Kong, as the commander-in-chief of the Hong Kong garrison, has the same status and rights as Zhao Dingzhou. So once they know what they are dealing with Zhou Hao, their fate can be imagined. Father, are you joking right now? You are lying to me, right? He questioned his father so loudly at this time. How he now hopes that all this is just a joke. but his father sighed. His father is also completely helpless. After all, this time the entire Zhao family is offended, let alone Zhou Wei. Even if he is an old man, he can't eat it. Now there is only one way to save us. Thinking that he had offended the entire Zhao family at once, he knew that his future had been completely ruined. But at this moment, his eyes brightened because he thought of the way to save myself and my son. What is the solution? Hurry up. Zhou Wei, who had already felt his way to a dead end, suddenly heard that his father had a solution and asked excitedly. Now go to Zhou Hao. As long as he forgive you, we will be saved. After all, he was the originator of this matter. Once he forgave you, then he can't use the power behind him to deal with you. Yes, I'll go right away. He nodded at this moment, and he said quickly. He also knew that this might be his last chance now. I'm telling you, I can't do anything about the matter this time. If you can't solve it, then you will really have to spend your next life in prison. Zhou Wei's father said this and did not continue to speak. What? Just hang up the phone like this. Hearing the beeping busy tone coming from the other end of the phone, Zhou Wei sighed again in his heart. At this moment, he put down the phone in his hand and turned his head to look at Pan Manhwa, who was sitting at the table. His heart was very angry. Why didn't you tell me Zhou Hao's identity before? Damn, you must have known his identity, right? Before, I didn't know what his identity was. For this reason, Pan Manhwa naturally did not dare to tell the truth, because she knew that now that she was telling the truth, an angry Zhou Wei might kill her directly. Damn, I will ask you to settle the account later. Zhou Wei is not a fool. He knows it is not the time to pursue this. After looking at Pan Manhwa indifferently, he turned and left the single room like this. Young Master Zhou, how did you go? Did the dishes taste bad? If this is the case, you give me an order and I will replace them all for you immediately. The manager in the lobby saw Zhou Wei walking quickly from the single room. Walking out, he quickly asked, after all, Zhou Wei's identity, he knew very well. He knew he could not offend him at all. Humph. At this time, Zhou Wei had no interest in talking nonsense with him, and strode out of Jiyuan Pavilion. At this moment, he happened to see Zhou Hao and Yin Qingqing coming from the parking lot in the distance. Zhou Hao. As if seeing his own father, he ran up with a smile on his face. It turned out to be Master Zhou. Just thank you for the parking fee. Otherwise, I really can't help it. Hearing Zhou Hao's words at this time, his cheeks twitched, as if being slapped twice. But even with the burning pain in his heart, he did not dare to show it. Continue. He was full of smiles, and he said, Young Master Zhou, if you say this, you are shameful of me. How am I a young man in front of you? Really? But you didn't seem to say that just now. The previous things are all misunderstandings. If you don't remember the villain, this matter has never happened. With a slight jump at the corner of his mouth, he spoke again. To be honest, thinking of what he said before, he also felt very excessive, but at the time it was because he didn't know Zhou Hao's identity. If it were now, even if he gave him some courage, he would not dare to say such a thing. Misunderstanding? I don't know if you have ever heard of the phrase that covering water is hard to harvest? Zhou Hao smiled coldly, and Zhou Hao's tone changed extremely cold. Because of the gradual improvement of his strength, Zhou Hao's domineering gradually appeared. Even now, Zhou Wei prayed. It is impossible to get any forgiveness. No, there is still a way to take it back now. With a dry laugh, he made the final attempt. Is there a way? Is it possible to take back a pot of dirty water? Zhou Hao finished sarcastically, took a look at him, and said, You have to pay a price to do something. After saying this, Zhou Hao did not continue to look at him whose face was as gray as death, so he led Yin Qing to pass by him. How's the matter? The heartbroken Zhou Wei received a call from his father. Although it was the police chief of Shanqing City, Zhou Jihu at this time did not have the calmness of the past, because he knew that tonight's affairs determined himself, the future and destiny of. You are talking. Opening his mouth, Zhou Wei swallowed a bitter spit, but could not speak. This made Zhou Jihu on the other end of the phone anxiously angry and even shouted directly. He didn't mean to forgive me. With a bitter smile, he finally said what was in his heart. It's over, everything is over. With a sigh, Zhou Jihu slumped directly on the soft seat, his eyes lost, and at this time, he couldn't see the slightest appearance of the police chief. Father, why did we give up? Did you forget that my uncle is in the province? This time, As long as he is willing to protect us with all his strength, we will be able to survive the storm. Zhou Wei's eyes lit up, and suddenly it seemed as if he had caught the last one. A trace of life-saving straw excitedly spoke. Your uncle? He just called me. Zhou Jihu was obviously not as optimistic as Zhou Wei. At this time, he sighed, and the whole person seemed to be a lot older in an instant. What did he say? Zhou Wei, who originally thought he had caught the straw, suddenly felt a sense of extreme anxiety from deep in his heart. He intends to sever all ties with us. As for this matter, he doesn't even intend to bother about it. His meaning is very clear: let us fend for ourselves. Speaking of him, Zhou Jihu was very sad, but he also knew that he had done something. This choice is also very normal. After all, what he offended this time was the Zhao family, who was in full swing. There was no suspense in this kind of match, so he naturally refused to jump into the fire. There are too many things to consider in his position, so now he chooses to be alone is the very correct way. How can he be like this? You are brothers. At this time, the last glimmer of hope in Zhou Wei's heart was completely wiped out, and he was so shocked that he said dully, everyone has their own difficulties. To be honest, even if he chooses to help us, we can't do anything. He sighed. Zhou Jihu was actually very open. Then we have nothing to do now? Asking his father in this way, Zhou Wei hoped that he could think of a way to overcome the current difficulties. No more. I know. Zhou Wei hung up the phone at this time, looking at the red Ferrari parked in the parking space, regretting to the extreme. Now if he can go back an hour ago, he will know what to do. But time does not turn back, and there is no way to regret selling medicine in this world. Zhou Jihu's affairs are all done. I see. Zhou Hao hung up the call from Situ Li and stood on the balcony. Zhou Hao looked at Zhou Wei, who was standing downstairs with dull eyes. Zhou Hao had no mercy in his heart at this time, because of this kind of person. It's really not worthy of pity. Zhou Hao, is this really not too much? Yan Qing said softly, while looking at Zhou Wei, who was standing downstairs, as if he had lost his soul. Cousin Qing, sometimes you are too kind. People like Zhou Wei usually think that they are higher than others, and there are no 1,000 people who have been hurt by him, but 800 people. So this kind of person is simply, it's not worthy of sympathy. Zhou Hao gently hugged Yan into his arms and said with indifferent eyes, just last month, Zhou Wei raped a high school girl. Because she couldn't bear the humiliation, the girl jumped from the school building. Although she did not die, she could never leave the wheelchair in this life. And the perpetrator of this incident, that is, Zhou Wei, was not sanctioned at all because of his identity, and even the most basic statement was not recorded. Zhou Hao understands that as long as he flips through his files, such things are definitely too numerous to list. So for such a person, it is not worthy of sympathy at all. In his previous life, Zhou Hao had seen too many reports on the rich second generation, but all of them were negative news, and even the term rich second generation became that kind of absolute derogatory term. Of course, Zhou Hao wouldn't say anything about what Zhou Wei did. Zhou Hao patted her on the shoulder and said, okay, don't think about these unhappy things. Let's eat together. I remember you said before that the food here tastes good, and now my index finger has moved a lot. Okay, we too eat. Do you need so much? Zhou Hao was a little speechless, because just now, she ordered dozens of dishes at once. It doesn't matter. I know their manager, so this meal will not charge any money at all. Since we don't charge any money, we naturally don't have to be too polite. Yan Qing said softly after the waiter walked out of the room. At this time, Zhou Hao's eyes turned slightly. If the manager heard these words here, I wonder if it would be very speechless. Okay, there is actually no need to worry about this kind of little thing. Just wait for you to taste the dishes here. 3 minutes later, more than a dozen dishes were served, let alone the taste. The speed of serving is pretty good. Taste it. Although the dishes here don't look much different from the outside world, they really differ in taste. With a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, Yan Qing said to Zhou Hao, picking up the chopsticks. Zhou Hao was actually very curious about the dishes here. After all, Yan Qingming had recommended it to herself more than a dozen times from before to now. This is the secret braised pork, one of the signature dishes here. How do you taste it? Yan gently spooned a piece of braised pork onto the plate in front of Zhou Hao and said, then I really want to taste it. Zhou Hao did not hypocritically and put the braised pork into his mouth. To be honest, there are not many substantive opinions on the taste of Zhou Hao, but when eating it like this, Zhou does feel that the taste is very good. For this dish of braised pork, the most difficult thing is to combine it squeeze all the oil. Because this is a heat problem, if the heat is low, the oil will naturally remain in it. In this case, it will make people feel particularly greasy when eating, and if the heat is too high, the braised pork will start to zoom, and eventually the taste in the mouth will become bitter, which will naturally affect its taste. However, after taking a bite at this time, Zhou didn't feel a bit greasy or burnt. Obviously, the chef's control of the heat has reached a level of proficiency. It tastes really good. Zhou's compliment at this time didn't have any moisture. It was a kind of true feeling from the heart. I'll say it tastes good. Yanqing wasn't surprised at the surprise on Zhou's face at this time, because she had known Zhou would say that. Come on, try this. Half an hour later, the two of them walked out of the restaurant. At this time, because of eating too much, Zhou felt that he seemed to be a little sagging stomach. After slapped Yin lightly, he said depressedly, I blame you for letting me eat so much. What should I do now? You still want to eat it yourself. Yanqing gave Zhou a white look, and then the two of them walked hand in hand toward the underground parking lot like this. I went out for a walk at night. The two have a very good relationship. It took a lot of time to eat, so now it's more than 10 o'clock in the evening. This kind of thing is when the gangsters start to appear, otherwise they would not be like this. The back happened to meet these hooligans. Does it have anything to do with you? Go away quickly. Yanqing was a little depressed. Originally, it was a very romantic thing for him and Zhou to walk together after dinner, but these fools had to jump out and take it all away. Engage in pornography. Oh, I didn't expect it to be a little pepper. I like little pepper. How about it? Don't want this little white face. Follow me later, little girl. He stepped forward as he spoke, intending to take the opportunity to be thin. Little white face? Am I very white? He indifferently grabbed the pig paws he had stretched out, and then touched his cheek with a bitter smile like this. But at this time his murmur is hard to hear clearly. After all, when he grabbed the man's arm, he began to make that kind of penetrating scream, which once overwhelmed all the surroundings. The sound of, damn, let go of boss. FCK, tired of being crooked? Hurry up and let me go. At this moment, hearing his screaming screams, his subordinates hurriedly withdrew the fruit knives from their arms and behind them. Obviously, they planned to let Zhou release him quickly. Since you say that, then you go away. Zhou gently grabbed his arm and threw him in the air as he spoke. When he lost his balance, Zhou kicked him. On your belly. Puff. He who almost vomited his breakfast just put it on his group of younger brothers like this. For a moment, it was like playing bowling, and everyone fell to the ground like this. Next time you want to find something, it's best to figure out the identity of the other party. Zhou left this, and did not pay attention to them anymore, and left here with a smile with Yanqing. Cousin Gentle, I just moved my body a while ago, and now I feel better. If there is another opportunity like this, it would be great. Zhou, who had already walked away at this time, sighed, which made these people lying on the ground, feeling a lot of pressure. At this moment they really want to say something. If you are less bullying and bullying more, what kind of ability is this? Where are you going? After arriving at the entrance of the parking lot, Zhou looked at his cousin Qing with a little depressed, while she was still walking forward with her head dull. Have you arrived? Yanqing was very surprised. To be honest, she really enjoyed the feeling of two people walking together, so she hopes that the road can be longer, so that she can walk for a while. But I didn't expect it to be here. What do you think? You don't want to go straight back to the hospital like this. Zhou looked at Yanqing slightly amused, and said, Okay, let's go. Zhou shook his head slightly, took her hand, and walked into the parking lot together. Zhou, this road doesn't seem to be the way to the hospital, right? Yanqing asked suspiciously after the car had driven for 5 or 6 minutes. Although there are many roads from here to the hospital, there is absolutely no one that Zhou takes now, because this is the opposite direction to the hospital. Who told you that I am going to the hospital now? Zhou asked with a slight curve in his mouth, somewhat puzzled. But it's late now. My mother should have fallen asleep. Even if we go now, we will only disturb her. Zhou shook his head gently and said, Then where are you going now? Yanqing actually knew that it was past 10 o'clock. You'll know it after you wait. As Zhou spoke, the car speeded up again. Although the Big Ben could not be compared with Ferrari in terms of speeding up, it drove relatively smoothly because of the weight. At this time, even the speed soared. 104. The car did not oscillate at all. Okay, get off. After more than 20 minutes of driving, the car stopped on the top of a mountain that was not too high and gently opened the door, Zhou Hao said. And put on Zhou Hao's coat again. After all, there is a slight cool breeze on the top of the mountain at night. Zhou Hao's body is not afraid, but the face is different, so she now puts Zhou Hao's coat on her again. Is the environment good here? Zhou Hao asked, gently stroking the railing that had been specifically set in front. In the past, I wanted to come here to take a good look at the night scene, but I have never had time. Now I am finally satisfied. Looking at the brightly lit city, Zhou Hao said with a slight emotion. In the last life, he seldom returned to Xianqing because of studying at Fudan University. Naturally, he didn't have the opportunity to see the bright night. Of course, to be honest, the night in Shanghai is more magnificent, but it will never be like this. Kindness and sense of belonging. I know I'm busy all day long. Of course I don't have time. Yanqing walked up to Zhou Hao because of the coldness, curled up her whole body in Zhou Hao's arms, and felt the heat from Zhou Hao's body. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he still didn't forget to speak. Zhou Hao smiled whether he arranged it or not. He was really busy, but all of this was to survive better. After all, he had learned enough lessons in the previous life. He needs to survive in this world. There are only 2 points. That is power and money. If there is not enough money and power, even if it is reborn 10,000 times, Zhou Hao will still be an unknown kid. By the way, Zhou Hao, how long are you going to stay in Xianqing this time? Suddenly thinking of this most critical question, she asked slightly nervously. Relax, this time, I won't leave soon. Zhou Hao said. The reason why he won't leave soon is because here, Zhou Hao still has many things to do. The most important of which is the natural thing is to start the construction of the supermarket. That's the best. Yanqing was very happy when she got a satisfactory answer from Zhou Hao. She knew that she could not hold Zhou Hao's heart alone. To be honest, from the very beginning, she never thought to tie him down. The only hope in her heart is to spend more time with Zhou Hao. In this environment, it really makes me happy to be accompanied by a beautiful woman. Zhou Hao nodded and said again, Me too. Tianjing smiled. Yanqing did not continue to retain the attachment to Zhou Hao in his heart at this time. After all, only the 2 of them are here now, so there is absolutely no need to restrain yourself. Gentle starry sky should move you. I'm behind you. Lay out a piece of sky for you. Forbid you to be sad. To settle your loneliness. Dream wait. Leave it all to me. Hold your hand. Follow me. No matter how big the wind is. You have me. Never get lost again. I will accompany you to see the meteor shower falling on this earth. Let your tears fall on my shoulders. I want you to believe my love is only willing to be brave for you. You will see where happiness is. Glancing at the dazzling starry sky, Zhou Hao sang so softly. The deep voice was transmitted at the moment Zhou Hao spoke. With the rippling, the voice was transmitted to Yanqing's ears like a lingering sound. Hearing this voice, her body after a slight shock, she looked at Zhou Hao with brilliant eyes. This song was released by F4 in 2001 in the previous life. At that time, because of the horrible influence of F4, the sales volume was very impressive. In 1 year, several million copies were sold. Of course, this is only the previous life. In this life, the entire F4 was dug up by Zhou Hao. Even the script of Meteor Garden is basically taking the entire script, let alone this song. Like the previous life, this song is still sung by F4. Because the 4 of them have become popular, the sales of this record are very good, and even many places are out of stock. Now let alone Hong Kong. This song is also very popular in the mainland, and it has gradually become the most popular song in KTV. How is it? I sang very well, right? Zhou Hao smiled after the end of the song, tilted his head like this, and asked. Zhou Hao is very confident. Although he sings this song alone, he is very confident in his voice. Therefore, although Zhou Hao has doubts at this time, his words are more confident. And it sounds great. At this time, Yanqing was already moved by tears, and now she doesn't even know what to say. After all, it's like such a romantic thing. She has never experienced it before, so now it can be said that it is completely panic. Then do you want to express it? Zhou Hao smiled, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Seeing this smile, she blushed, and after hesitating a little, She gently lifted herself, the head came up, and the slightly moist lips looked bright. Originally, he was only planning to kiss Zhou Hao's cheek, but Zhou Hao suddenly turned his head. Zhou Hao, who had already calculated the scale for a long time, just happened to use her lips to gently hold her cherry lips, a little flustered. But after all, Yanqing was no longer the kind of girl who didn't understand anything. He hesitated for a moment. She gave up her intention to avoid and gently closed her eyes. At the same time, her hands gently wrapped Zhou Hao's neck, and the slightly squinted eyes showed extremely intoxicating colors. At this time, Yanqing forgot all the existence, and the only thing in her mind now is Zhou Hao. The tongues of the two of them churned arbitrarily, like dry wood colliding with a raging fire. In an instant, the two of them completely spontaneously combusted. At this time, Zhou Hao squinted his eyes slightly. He himself never expected that Yanqing could be so crazy. After all, in his impression, Yanqing was a shy girl, although now he is much more cheerful than before. But let her be so direct, like burning dry wood, it is still a bit difficult. After all, she is still a very traditional girl in her bones. But now that Yanqing was no longer shy, he naturally didn't mean to hesitate. Just like this, the two of them sucked each other's body fluid from each other's mouth, and the unique zzz sound was endless. Okay, do you want to eat me? Zhou Hao gently pushed her away when Yanqing Ming couldn't breathe a little and said with some playfulness, "No." At this time, because of the madness of the two of them, their lips are a little red and swollen, and the soft lips are even more obvious. Fortunately, there are not too many people here, otherwise she will be shy. Can't wait to dig a hole in the ground. I haven't said yet. Look at my lips are a little red and swollen. Zhou Hao shook his head gently and chuckled again. At this time, Zhou Hao's words made Yanqing somewhat speechless. She gave Zhou Hao a shy look, and in the end she just opened her mouth and said a word, not knowing how to continue to defend herself. At this time, Yanqing gradually woke up from the madness. In fact, the reason why she was willing to show the madness before was completely because of Zhou Hao's relationship. Before, Zhou Hao had never sang to her so tenderly. Song. Zhou Hao is Zijun. Before Zhou Hao, why Shuiyun and others played and sang themselves, she naturally knew that. To be honest, she also had envy in her heart, and she also hoped that one day Zhou Hao could do this for herself. People sing, but this is just her thought. She has never spoken to Zhou Hao. She has always buried this thought deeply in her heart. Originally, in her opinion, this might become an everlasting luxury, but she did not expect Zhou Hao to sing softly in her ear today. That kind of deep love satisfied her, and she couldn't restrain the feeling in her heart just now. Madness. Okay, needless to say, I know it. Zhou Hao held her in his arms and began to sing Meteor Shower softly again. This time, Yanqing gently hugged Zhou Hao's waist with his eyes slightly squinting. She concentrated all her attention, listening to Zhou Hao's emotional singing like this. In the past, she used to envy other women very much, because they could always be with their beloved ones. But now she no longer has envy. Even if she can't stay together, what does it matter? It is this kind of beautiful memory tonight, enough for her to keep memories over and over again when Zhou Hao is not around. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go back. Zhou Hao's soft voice came to her mind as always. Zhou Hao's warm embrace made her very dependent, and she didn't even want to leave Zhou Hao's arms at this time. No, hold on for a while. Listening to Zhou Hao's powerful heartbeat, she said a little coquettishly. She knew that there weren't many times like this, so she really wanted to stay with Zhou Hao for a while, even if only one more second. I can't do anything with you, Zhou Hao said, and with a little force, he lifted her from the ground in an exclamation that came from her mouth. At this time, her hands were naturally bent, which encircled Zhou Hao's neck. What are you doing? Idiot. Of course I took you into the car. It's so late. We have to go back to sleep. Zhou Hao gave her a funny look, shook his head slightly, and said, "Oh, maybe she thinks a little bit too much." At this moment her face turned red. There was nothing to say all the way. After returning to the residence, she was extremely exhausted and she had fallen asleep. After gently hugging her into the room and putting her on the bed, Zhou Hao hesitated a little, turned, and left the room. After all, Yanqing Light needs a good rest. If you wake her up now, it will not do her any good. You should know that it is not easy for Yanqing to manage such a huge company alone. So Zhou really doesn't have the heart to wake her up. Standing alone on the windowsill, Zhou's heart is still heavy. Although the threat of the CIA's sixth game has disappeared, his heart is still a little nervous. After all, the importance of the life extension pandan is too important. Its role is revealed by these intelligence organizations, and it will definitely cause an uproar. Although they will not meet each other by then, they will definitely let China share all the information. Father, this time the CIA's sixth bureau did not pay much attention to it, but I still hope that the country can increase the protection. Zhou dialed Zhou Liren's phone, and he spoke directly without turning a corner. This matter is natural. I told the above about it before. They all attached great importance to this matter. The defense system has made more progress than before, so you don't need to do anything about the test fields over there. Worry. Because the environmental requirements of various herbs vary greatly, the experimental fields are scattered in various provinces. Because they understand the importance of these experimental plots, they were strictly protected from the very beginning. It is impossible for ordinary people to get close to them, let alone entering them. And in the 6th CIA after the incident, the level of protection of the test field was raised again. Although the number of people is still the same as before, they are all elites. Now, even if they are the mainstay of the CIA or other intelligence organizations, it is impossible to earn anything from it. Cheap. In that case, I'm relieved. Zhou finished this and talked to his father about the mother's problem again. The toxins in her mother's body have all disappeared, but because the body is still relatively weak, she needs to be in the hospital. After a few days of recuperation, Zhou had no opinion about this. After all, his mother's body was the most important thing. I didn't feel too gloomy last night. When the sun shone on the earth again the next morning, Yanqing's long eyelashes lightly beating, and she opened her eyes just to meet Zhou with a little smile. With profound eyes, he quickly spoke like this. Stopping? Why do you think so? Zhou shook his head slightly, and while talking, gently stretched out his hand to stroke Yanqing's cheek. I don't know. Last night, I don't remember very clearly. I think I did too much. My eyes lightly glanced at Zhou. Although the two are already very close, at this time Zhou's gentle treatment still made her heart a touch of sweetness. No, you just fell asleep. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth again. When Zhou said this, she was relieved and got up from the bed. She looked at Zhou in this way and said in a very solemn tone, Zhou, thank you for what happened last night. It was you who gave me a very unforgettable night. Although he fell asleep, he did not forget all the things that happened last night, and she can guarantee that there will be no forgetting a little bit in this lifetime. Fool, why are you so polite with me? Don't forget that you are mine, now, and in the future, for the rest of your life. Zhou shook his head softly again after pinching his cousin's little nose. You hurt me. She wrinkled her little nose slightly, and she pouted her little mouth like this. It looked so cute. Okay, I apologize. Zhou smiled and withdrew her hand, while Cousin Gentle said reluctantly, No, I won't forgive you so simply and give me a kiss. Can't. Seeing her pouting little mouth like this, Zhou leaned forward without hesitation. Just let you kiss it. 5 minutes later, Yanqing gave Zhou a white eye. The 5-minute hot kiss made her lips become slightly red and swollen. Hey, just a moment. Huh, I won't tell you. I'll wash my face and brush my teeth. Because of what happened last night, my cousin has become extremely cheerful, and now she is really sure that Zhou's feelings for him are no better than others. Few women. After the meal, Yanqing went to deal with the matter early because the company still had things to do. He took a nap here for a while. Zhou called Zhao Yuqing. After talking on the phone for an hour, the two people went to Zhao Yuqing. With some dismay, Zhou hung up the phone. Is this the ordinary car that my cousin said? Zhou came downstairs speechlessly, and after opening the garage, he was speechless. Earlier, my cousin gently drove away that Mercedes-Benz. She was worried that Zhou had no car, so she told Zhou that there was a car parked in the garage downstairs. The cousin's slightly nonchalant expression, so Zhou guessed that this should be an ordinary car, but now he realized that this is not an ordinary car. The black appearance makes it exude a strange attraction. The streamlined design that best fits the wind speed can definitely make its speed soar. Only at first glance, Zhou recognized that this is the latest Bentley. At this time, Zhou was very depressed. He couldn't figure out why there was such a Bentley sports car here at Cousin Qing. He hesitated, knowing that the price of this Bentley is very high. It is impossible for my cousin to choose such a car, so this car should be given to her by someone else. Cousin Qing, what's the matter with the Bentley in the garage? Zhou Hao called his cousin Qing and asked with some confusion. Bentley? Are you talking about that ugly car? Zhou Hao was very speechless. That car was given to me by a company that worked with the company before, but the car is too ugly. I don't like it at all, so it has always been lying in the garage. When Zhou Hao was ashamed, Yin Qing continued to speak Tao. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Hao continued to be ashamed. Too ugly? I don't know if Bentley's designers heard this sentence. Will they just die? And if you let others know that millions of luxury cars have been thrown here all day, they would be jealous and want to jump off the building. For a luxury car, Zhou Hao is not the first time he drove, so he was very proficient. After the car traversed an arc, it quickly rushed out of the community. Although the current Xiangqing city has developed very well, the number of such top luxury cars is still very small, so after driving out of the community, the cars are still very eye-catching. Zhou Hao, who was sitting in the car, was already quite familiar with this. He looked forward indifferently. The next moment, as the speed of the car increased, the car flew out like an off-string arrow. All everyone could see was the incomparable smoke and dust. Brother Zhou Hao, you should inform me before you come. If that's the case, I can pick you up too. Lu Jiaoyang rushed out of the office and looked at Zhou Hao, who was looking around. A friendly smile. People who don't know the inside story will definitely think that they have a very good relationship. It's okay. Compared to his anxiousness, Zhou Hao didn't seem to be anxious. Seeing Zhou Hao's indifferent as always, Lu Jiaoyang's smile was blank. To be honest, he was very afraid of Zhou Hao. I have been in the mall for so many years, but I still can't do it with emotion and anger, but Zhou Hao has done it easily. Now he is looking at Zhou Hao's eyes like before. His eyes, it is still like stagnant water, in which there is really no emotional fluctuation at all. Brother Zhou Hao, let's go in and talk. He glanced at the black Bentley, because he knew the luxury car very well, so he knew the value of this car very well. I want to take a look at the factory building and other facilities first. Zhou Hao shook his head unmovedly and said, Brother Zhou Hao, come with me. Although he is more concerned about the contract now, there is no way, because all the initiative is now in Zhou Hao's hands. This is the previous factory building. This is my newly built dormitory building. However, for some reasons, there was no decoration in the later period, but you can continue to use it in the future. When the two walked to the center of the factory, Lu Jiaoyang gently wiped he spoke the sweat on his forehead and said. Zhou Hao nodded, but in fact he didn't care much. After all the buildings here would be torn down. To be honest, the reason why he plans to come here now is mainly to familiarize himself with the environment in advance. Brother Zhou Hao, this is the whole factory area. Isn't it a problem with the contract now? After turning for more than half an hour, Lu Jiaoyang couldn't help it. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead again, and he said so. Well, I'm very satisfied with this place. Let's sign the contract now. Zhou Hao continued his calmness, but Lu Jiaoyang was relieved by what he said. He is now very worried about Zhou Hao's temporary change, because once if this happens, he will be miserable. After all, he is very close to the deadline given by the bank. Okay, Brother Zhou Hao, come with me. At this time, Zhou Hao looked at Lu Jiaoyang's excitement and shook his head slightly. He actually understood Lu Jiaoyang's thoughts very well. To be honest, he had thought of waiting for the bank to be closed before making the move, but he knew that it is impossible to save much money, and it will consume more time. For Zhou Hao, there is not much difference between 30 million and 50 million. After all, the price of this piece of land is not measurable by money. I have sorted out the contract in duplicate, Brother Zhou Hao. Take a look. In his office, Lu Jiaoyang placed the contract that had been prepared long ago in front of Zhou Hao and said, N. Zhou Hao rummaged through it and said with a smile, Can I still worry about it? Haha, Brother Zhou Hao is happy. At this time, seeing Zhou Hao signing his name on the contract so quickly, Lu Jiaoyang felt very comfortable. In fact, he didn't know that Zhou Hao was already very confident. I read it again. Because of his true energy cultivation, Zhou Hao has an absolute level of unforgettable. For him, he only needs to look at the same thing to completely remember everything. In fact, Zhou Hao wouldn't worry too much even if he didn't have the ability to remember. Lu Jiaoyang was not a fool. Before the transaction, he would definitely investigate his identity and information in advance. In such a short time, he could not investigate very clearly. But he should know that he has a very close relationship with Siduli, so this alone is enough to make him afraid to use his brains. Since the contract has come into effect, everything here no longer belongs to you. As for the 35 million, it should have been credited to your account now. Check it out. Zhou Hao looked calmly and said again. Lu Jiayang glanced at it and said so. Yes, it has already arrived, and today's cooperation is really enjoyable. The arrival of 35 million made him feel very comfortable. Looking at Zhou Hao again, he suddenly felt that Zhou Hao was better than before, pleasing to the eye too much. Don't worry, I will leave here in the afternoon at most. From then on, this place belongs to you. He glanced at Zhou Hao and said again. Well, this is the best. The cooperation is over, so Zhou Hao no longer intends to stay here. At this time, he closed the contract and Zhou Hao stood up and planned to leave. Brother Zhou Hao, I feel very close to you. I don't know if I'm interested in having a casual meal together. Seeing Zhou Hao leaving, Lu Jiayang gave a dry smile and said quickly, If you have anything, just say it straight. There is no need to turn around. Zhou Hao frowned slightly. He knew that now he invited himself to dinner. He definitely has a plan. After all, the transaction has ended. He has no need to waste money. Since Brother Zhou Hao is so straightforward, I would look down on you if I was concealing something. It's like this. I wonder if you can introduce me to the secretary of the municipal party committee, Situli. He rubbed his hands. He was a little bit smirk like this. Said, I can't do anything about this. Zhou Hao frowned. Although he didn't know why he was looking for Uncle Situ, it was absolutely impossible to do anything good. Brother Zhou Hao, it's not very real. When you first came to Xianqing, Situli came to pick you up, don't you know? Zhou Hao's resolute refusal made his face a little bit strange. Good looking. Before he thought that although Zhou Hao was deep, he was not that kind of unkind person, so he would speak, but unexpectedly, Zhou Hao refused directly. I've only been in contact once or twice. I'm not familiar with him. If you want to find him, you can go directly to his office. Zhou Hao's eyes did not change at all. I see. Lu Jiaoyang is not an idiot. He knows that Zhou Hao has no intention of telling him at all, so even what he says is impossible to be useful. In that case, I'm leaving now. After nodding with him, Zhou Hao walked out of this exquisitely decorated office. Damn, I just asked you to do me a favor. You don't help me like that. It's so irritating. At this time in the empty office, Lu Jiaoyang looked terrifying, but after a moment, the hideous expression on his face was replaced by a sneer. Even if it is useful to create deepness, it is still an idiot in the end. It is an idiot to spend 35 million in such a remote place. When he vented his anger here alone, Zhou Hao had already left here by car. Uncle Situ, I have taken the land. I am quite satisfied with this land. After driving Bentley on the road, Zhou Hao dialed Situ Li's phone and briefly talked about the situation. Xiao Hao, I still feel that you are a bit too anxious about this matter. That location is really not a superior location. After learning that Zhou Hao had bought it, Situ Li sighed and said, To be honest, that location is far away from the city center, not in the downtown or commercial area. If you want to open a large shopping mall, you cannot guarantee the flow of people. After all, it is impossible for anyone to be willing to drive to such a remote place to buy daily necessities. Uncle Situ, when do you think I did a loss-making business? A smile appeared on Zhou Hao's mouth. Now, because the news about the exhibition hall has not come out, I think this land is useless. But once the exhibition hall start construction, then the land of this place will turn upwards in a circle. But Situ Li was still uneasy. In fact, he really didn't have much doubts about Zhou Hao's strength. After all, for so long, everything Zhou Hao did was rewarded generously, but Situ Li still inevitably will be very worried. Although this worry has Zhou Hao's ingredients, he is more worried about his future. To be honest, at Situ Li's age, being the top leader of a first-class city is indeed quite remarkable, but Situ Li is still a bit dissatisfied with what he has now. There are so-called officials in the DPRK. The current Situ Li is a member of the Zhao family and has strong support behind him, so he very much hopes to climb to the next level. But after all, China's political arena is not the only one. Even if there is the support of the entire Zhao family behind him, it is impossible to rise up very simply. After all, It is difficult to convince the crowd, so for him now, what he needs is political achievements. Some time ago, he had been crazy and vigorously attracting investment, but Zhou Hao broke the cold water. Afterwards, he thought clearly that what he did at the time was indeed a bit extreme. Uncle Situ, don't worry, I will deal with this matter very appropriately. Zhou Hao felt like a mirror. He understood Situ Li's concerns very well. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhou Hao gave him again a reassurance. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Hao began to think about it. Now that the contract for the entire land has been finalized, the more important thing for Zhou Hao is to break ground. Although Xiangqing City is developing rapidly, the large supermarket is still there is a huge gap, so this allows Zhou Hao to take the lead. When he enters the fast-paced life in the future and the role of the supermarket becomes more and more obvious, Zhou Hao can walk in the forefront. Mom, you look very good today. Zhou Hao walked into the ward carrying fruits and saw that his mother was looking through the TV program boredly. What a good thing. I'm so bored here. Please go and complete the discharge procedure for me. After seeing Zhou Hao, Yin Tong said with bright eyes, You just take a vacation for yourself, can't it? Zhou Hao was not surprised at Yin Tong's thoughts. After all, he was very clear about his mother. Holiday? You also know that if I am idle, my body feels uncomfortable. Yin Tong glared at Zhou Hao and said again, I'm just like this. Instead of letting me lie here, let me leave. In the company there are many more things. Mom, you have been tired for most of your life. Don't you want to take a good rest? Zhou Hao said while sitting on the bedside. What to rest? I feel that this kind of life is very suitable for me. After looking at Zhou Hao again, Yin Tong continued. Zhou Hao looked at his mother quietly. To tell the truth, he knew his mother very well. Although she didn't like Zhou Liren before marrying Zhou Liren, she gradually changed with the appearance of life and herself. In fact, she had accepted her fate. However, in order to conceal her identity, Zhou Liren was very extreme at the time. She had no choice but to work hard. This kind of day and night work made her accustomed to this tight life, so although life is now better than it was so much better before, but she still didn't want to rest. Little fool, what are you looking at? Seeing Zhou Hao staring at him, Yin Tong tapped Zhou Hao's head with his hand. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Hao's mouth. Because of the improvement of living conditions, Yin Tong's body gradually, although she can't compare with those noble ladies now, she is still radiant, and the most important thing is that her body is very healthy now. In the previous life, because of excessive labor, Yin Tong eventually died of cancer. This time made Zhou Hao very regretful and painful. He had thought more than once that if there is a future life, he will treat her well. Zhou Hao was about to say something at this time, suddenly turned his head and narrowed his eyes. At this moment, standing behind him was a slim woman. The slender and straight black hair hangs on her shoulders, and the beautiful face is cold that lasts forever. But at this time Zhou Hao smiled playfully, because in the depth of her deep eyes, he saw a touch excited. Obviously, this cold appearance is just a code of disguise. Shui Han, are you coming to Xiangqing to perform the mission? Zhou Hao stepped forward, took the fruit basket she was holding, and asked. It is indeed a mission. He gave Zhou Hao a bitter look. Just now, Zhou Hao squeezed her little hand while receiving the fruit basket, which made her almost scream. Auntie, are you getting better? Without paying attention to Zhou Hao, Li Shuihan walked quickly and sat directly on the bench beside the bed. I'm fine at all, but Zhou Hao is not at ease, so let me stay here. Yin Tong looked up and down at Li Shuihan while speaking, even if a woman like Li Shuihan was staring at it under such scorching eyes. Feel uncomfortable all over. Is Shuihan? Liren mentioned you to me before, but I have never had a chance to see you. Yin Tong pursed his mouth after seeing Li Shuihan feel uncomfortable, and said, The master once mentioned you, Aunt, before. Sitting on one side, Zhou Hao listened to the two people's courtesy and felt a little boring. The corners of his mouth were slightly flattened. Zhou Hao walked to the corner of one side casually. For Zhou Hao, there are too many things to consider. The previous CIA 6th Bureau has indeed come to an end, and the test plots have already sent additional manpower, so there is really no need to worry too much about this aspect. But on the other hand, Zhou Hao is very concerned about it. He Hongsun, who was in contact with the 6th CIA. Because of He Shuiyun's relationship, Zhou Hao had contacted him too many times. The two of them had been resentful for a long time, but to be honest, Because of He Shuiyun's relationship, Zhou Hao has never been ruthless against him. But what he did this time is really true. It's too much. Transferring all the funds abroad is considered a traitorous behavior anyway. Zhou Hao has never had a lot of favor with the traitors, so now Zhou Hao definitely hates him. However, Zhou Hao knew that he didn't need to do it himself. After all, his father Zhou Liren knew all his thoughts this time. Zhou Liren should report such a big thing. So now the entire central government should have begun to pay attention to He Hongsun's movements. In the face of the terrifying state apparatus, even if He Hongsun is cunning, he will end up miserably. The return of Macau is imminent, so He Hongsun wants to take a gamble. In fact, there is no need to do so. After all, with He Hongsun's wealth, even if Macau returns, he can still keep his position in Macau, even if he cannot dominate Macau's gaming industry. But he wants to continue to dominate Macau without much difficulty. But he chose to leave. It is a bit regretful. This choice is definitely a wrong choice for him. During the previous Hong Kong crisis, he also made a wrong choice. That is, to follow the financial crocodile Soros closely. In the Hong Kong World War, because of Zhou Hao's relationship, he lost a full tens of billions, which caused his assets to shrink seriously. Perhaps this was a fuse for him to choose to leave Macau. What are you thinking about? When Zhou Hao was still thinking about He Hongsun, Li Shuihan in a casual outfit walked over. Although she deliberately maintained her coldness, there was still something in her words. The trembling tone, obviously, in front of Zhou Hao, she has no way to maintain her icy and proud image. It's nothing. Zhou Hao shook his head slightly, then looked at Li Shuihan with a little surprise, and suddenly said, "What's the smell on your body has changed? Did you use perfume?" "I didn't." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Li Shuihan immediately looked like a cat with its tail stepped on. She gave Zhou Hao a dull look, and she whispered in defense. Zhou Hao smiled playfully and continued to stare at her. After Li Shuihan noticed Zhou Hao's gaze, his face became even redder. After a while, she whispered, "Does it smell good?" "Not bad." With Zhou Hao's positive comments, Li Shuihan has a sweet heart. When she was in the First Army, she once asked a few girls and got a way to attract men from them. And that was to use perfume. Although she had never used perfume before, she chose perfume in order to keep Zhou Hao's eyes on her body. For this reason, she also went to several stores deliberately. The perfume alone cost her a lot, 10,000 yuan, but now she feels everything is worth it. "You talked well just now, why don't you continue to talk now?" Zhou Hao glanced at his mother and asked as he spoke. "I am nervous." "Nervous? I heard you right." Zhou Hao looked at Li Shuihan sluggishly at this time. It has not been a day or two to get along with Shuihan, so Zhou Hao is very clear about Li Shuihan. This is actually Zhou Hao at this time. The main reason for the surprise. When she caught Japanese ninjas before, she was extremely strong, and she would even abolish them directly. It was based on this impression before, so when Li Shuihan said that she was nervous, Zhou Hao could not even react for a while. "Come. Of course that's right. And it's all because of your relationship." She said so after giving Zhou Hao a blank look. "My relationship?" "Yes. From when I sat down to when I left, Annie asked only one question. That is, when will I have your child?" Thinking of this question, Li Shuihan felt a burning heat on his face. Since Zhou Hao glanced at his mother in surprise, and then smiled bitterly, because at this time Yin Tong was looking at him, and also gave Zhou Hao a look of, "I like you." "Then how did you answer her?" Zhou Hao was also very curious. "Answer your head. You should be asked about this matter." Li Shuihan glanced at Zhou Hao and said bitterly, "Don't worry. I will definitely work harder." Zhou Hao smiled at this moment, and then said slightly jokingly, "Huh, you know nonsense." Li Shuihan is no longer the little girl who didn't understand anything at the time, so she knows exactly what Zhou Hao's words mean now. "Is this nonsense?" Zhou Hao shook his head indifferently. "Mom, about the supermarket. I have already bought the land today." Zhou Hao walked back to the bed again at this time, and briefly said about the land purchased this morning. "Xiao Hao, is that place a bit remote?" After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Yin Tong frowned. Although the current Xiangqing city is expanding, on the whole, the entire city is expanding to the east, and Zhou Hao bought it. The place, in the northwest corner of Xiangqing city, according to the development strategy formulated by the entire Xiangqing city, within 5 years, there will be no development there. Supermarkets, as the name suggests, sell things, so in such a remote place, it is impossible to sell too many things. For the time being, this place is indeed a bit remote, but it will be better in the future, Zhou Hao explained with a chuckle. As long as you have confidence in it, it's fine, but Zhou Hao, business can't be done in a day. When you have time, stay with the people around you. Yin Tong actually just said something casually. She didn't believe it. My son will not see the disadvantages in position. I see, Mom. You have a good rest. Let's leave first. Zhou Hao saw Yin Tong winking at herself, and he knew what she was thinking. He sighed slightly. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly like this said, well, you young people usually have to be in touch a little bit more. This will only benefit you. There is no harm. Yin Tong saw Li Shuihan following Zhou Hao and continued very satisfied. It seems that the child's affairs are really on the agenda. Your father and my mother have already started to remind them. We can't let them down. In the elevator, because there were only two of them, Zhou Hao took a look. Li Shuihan spoke. Zhou Hao was actually right. When he was in Singapore before, Li Shuihan's father Li Tsongyun had urged, not for the time being. I still need to perform a few tasks for the time being. Although Li Shuihan also wanted to give birth to Zhou Hao, the timing is not good, because Li Shuihan has left the First Army, which greatly weakens the strength of the First Army. Although he is still as strong as ever in terms of intelligence, he lacks a lot in terms of absolute strength. So now Li Shuihan still has a task, which is to train some talented people to join the First Army as soon as possible. Only in this way can we make the most of. The First Army continues to maintain its strongest combat effectiveness. Well, I know this. You can perform the task with confidence. But before performing the task, we should practice well, otherwise the technology will be rusty in the future. Zhou Hao smiled and said this. Although I understand Zhou Hao's meaning, but Li Shuihan did not refute, just lowered his head. Do you think it is necessary to come to such a good place? Li Shuihan frowned at this time and said after taking a glance at the presidential suite in front. What does it matter? There is nothing wrong with enjoying it. To be honest, Zhou Hao should really relax. After all, there were too many things before. What would you like to drink? Zhou Hao asked, who opened the refrigerator. I'll do whatever you want. Li Shuihan sat on the sofa, and the sunlight came in through the curtains, making the whole room warm and comfortable. After handing a bottle of juice to Li Shuihan, Zhou Hao walked to the window and fiddled with the wind chimes a few times. Zhou Hao opened the window a bit, and an instant cool wind blew from outside. Zhou Hao, do you feel something is wrong? Li Shuihan took a sip of juice, frowned, and suddenly asked, what's wrong? Zhou Hao turned his head and asked after closing the window again. I always feel a sense of being followed and peeping. Li Shuihan put the juice on the table in front, stood up, and walked to the bedroom in the suite. After a while, she walked out of the room. At this time, she had more hands. 2 small camcorders came out, and they are still working. It feels very keen. Zhou Hao glanced at Li Shuihan and exclaimed. In fact, when he first entered the room, Zhou Hao felt it. To be honest, this kind of monitoring is still effective for ordinary people, but it is impossible for Zhou Hao to be effective because it is relatively ordinary. As far as ordinary people are concerned, Zhou Hao's observation skills are too much. It seems that someone really has a different idea in their minds. Zhou Hao's eyes gradually turned cold. Whether it was in the past or this life, Zhou Hao didn't have any good feelings for this kind of person. However, Zhou Hao was also very puzzled because he did not know who did it. Although he did have a good reputation, not many people knew about his return to Xiangqing, and these people could not be so coincidental. Knows he will live here. Well, now that there is no problem, I will take a shower first. Compared to Zhou Hao, Li Shuihan seemed too calm. After all, she was in contact with intelligence work, and this kind of sneak shot equipment was not in her eyes at all. Well, go in and wait for me, and I'll go in and take a bath later. Zhou Hao smiled as he looked at Li Shuihan's swaying figure as he walked. Humph, I'm afraid you dare not come in. Li Shuihan and Zhou Hao are already too familiar, so they are not afraid of Zhou Hao at all. It is precisely because of this that after hearing Zhou Hao's words, he retorted like this. After Li Shuihan walked into the bathroom, Zhou Hao picked up the 2 camcorders on the table. After a few glances, Zhou Hao's brows wrinkled slightly. Because the 2 camcorders in front of me at this time are not ordinary stalls, but top digital products. In 1999, digital products are still very expensive. Because at this time, China does not master the core technology, and most of the digital products rely on imports. These two models are the latest Japanese camcorders, and the price of each is as high as 10,000 yuan. This kind of price is simply not affordable for ordinary people. So Zhou Hao, who holds these two camcorders, knows that there must be something tricky. Brother, this time the figure of the woman is really nothing to say. At this time, when Zhou Hao weighed them in his hands, in another presidential suite, a man was holding the phone in his hand excitedly. This man has only a bunch of hairs on his head, and he is dyed golden yellow. The whole person looks a bit nondescript. Body? Your mother, monkey, last time you told me that the girl was in good shape, but she was in an airport. At this time, the person on the phone seemed to think about what the monkey said. What happened before? The whole person immediately became a firecracker that was ignited. Brother, what happened last time was purely my mistake, but I can assure you that this time this woman is absolutely perfect. After being reprimanded by the eldest brother, the man named Monkey was a little unhappy, but he didn't dare to explain more. Well, if you mess up the matter for me this time, then you really don't have a future. Hearing such a real guarantee from the monkey, the big brother on the phone seemed very satisfied. By the way, the camcorder shouldn't be discovered. The elder brother frowned slightly and suddenly asked again, Brother, don't you worry about my monkey doing things? There is absolutely no problem. Those two places are dead ends. Other than me, no one else can find it even if they observe carefully, so you can rest assured. At this time, hearing the doubts about himself, the man named Monkey hurriedly opened his mouth and made a ticket. At this time, it didn't even know that the two cameras that it zoomed had been found by Zhou Hao. In this case, then I can rest assured, as long as you provide me with the best things, I will never let you suffer. Then in the monkey's repeated thanks, his elder brother hung up the phone. Damn, shouting to me all day long. If it's not good, who would give you this work? Hearing the beep on the other end of the phone, the monkey cursed mockingly. The man called the big brother by the monkey is called Wei Jianmin, a typical rich second generation. His father is called Wei Tianhao, and he has two huge iron ore under his hands. The profits that can be brought to him every year are very lucrative. As Wei Tianhao's son, Wei Jianmin was born with a golden key, but at the age of 18, he nearly died in a car accident. Although he finally woke up after being in a coma for 4 days, he has since lost the ability to become a man. In fact, it is clear that he stopped because of a car accident. Gradually, his psychology began to be distorted, and eventually he became more and more perverted. Because of the relationship with only one son, Wei Tianhao spoiled him very much. Although he knew what he was doing was wrong, he never said anything. Just open one eye and close one eye. I don't know when, he was very interested in this kind of sneaked video, and he could feel that when watching this kind of video, his body would react slightly. Although it was only slight, it was enough to make him happy. Mad. So from then on, he began to want to collect such videos crazily. At the beginning, the effect was really good, but gradually, he found that his requirements for videos have become much higher. It is really difficult for a woman with a normal appearance to make his body react again. At this time, the monkey appeared in front of him and gave him a trick. Let him go to the luxury hotel to take a sneak photo. Because the people who enter and leave the hotel are people with identities. The women around this kind of people are either hot or shocked. No matter which one, they are very in line with Wei Jianmin's requirements. So the two of them, it can be said to be a hit. This Wei Jianmin provides equipment and money, and this monkey is responsible for taking pictures. Is it the front desk service center? I'm VIP room 305. Find me 2 massage ladies. I want to relax. After cursing for a while, he dialed the inside line, and soon the 2 women who were barely dressed after appearing in front of him, with an undisguised, flashing in his eyes, he jumped directly on it. The 2 women didn't panic at the moment, but they still pretended to be shy and avoided. I really can't do it anymore. My body is going to fall apart. Zhou Hao's room was full of spring. After experiencing Zhou Hao's repeated shocks, Li Shuian finally raised the white flag, and now the last trace of strength in her body is also it was completely disintegrated in Zhou Hao's just desperate impact. Oh, didn't you just say that you would not surrender? Zhou Hao's mouth had a playful smile, and he joked softly as he looked at her with a red face. Huh. Li Shuihan's face turned red again. Before the initial start, Li Shuihan had indeed said that, but now it seems that she is still defeated. I don't know if you are a human being. You can toss for so long every time. Li Shuihan frowned at this time. From the first time, Zhou Hao's staying power was amazing, although it has something to do with internal strength. But it can't be all. She had asked many girls before. Although their men behaved very well in bed, they would be much worse than Zhou Hao. No way, I'm so talented. Zhou Hao smiled, and when he spoke, he used his waist lightly, and a soft cry came from the somewhat lazy Li Shuihan's mouth. Lifting her head, she looked at Zhou Hao, with an incredible look in her eyes, because Zhou Hao was now in a fighting state again. No, I really can't hold on anymore. Li Shuihan begged for mercy again. She knew that if this continued, her body might really fall apart. So although she didn't want to beg for mercy, she still had to speak up. Hey, Zhou Hao smiled like this and ignored Li Shuihan's begging for mercy. Instead, he started to be crazy again. At first, Li Shuihan still had a little resistance, but gradually, the look in her eyes that had just regained clarity became hopeful and radiant again, gently biting her own. Her lower lip, her powerful thighs also gently clamped Zhou Hao's waist. In this way, a new round of Panchong warfare begins again. Remember it for me. After I recover, I will definitely let you know how good I am. Even though the power to move her eyes has been exhausted at this time, she still looked at Zhou Hao bitterly. Zhou Hao smiled indifferently. After 10 minutes, Zhou Hao said, "Wait for you to leave first. I will stay here. I will catch the person who installed the camcorder." And, after 10 minutes of rest, Li Shuihan's body recovered a lot. At this time, she put her head on Zhou Hao's shoulder and made a slight nasal sound. It should be over now. The monkey in the other room turned his neck at this time. Instead of going in a hurry, he called the front desk. After confirming that room 306 had been checked out, the corner of his mouth showed a trace. Smile. Then while whistling, he opened the door with the spare room card that he had prepared long ago. Without rushing to take out his equipment, he calmly walked around the room, smelling the fragrance in the room. He couldn't help but angrily said, "Damn, it turns out that the good cabbage has made the pigs arch." After saying this, he walked directly to the bedroom, and from the calm expression and skillful movements, it was not the first time he did this. It's very tossing. After taking a look at the messy sheets, the monkey flattened his mouth casually, and while looking around, he came to the place where he put the camcorder. And, putting his hand in, he didn't touch the camcorder, frowned slightly, and touched it again, but he still didn't touch it. An unpleasant feeling rushed to his heart in an instant. I don't know if you were looking for this thing. When he tried again, he suddenly heard a joking voice from behind. This sudden sound made his whole body tremble, and even his face became much paler. "Who are you?" Turning around, he saw Zhou Hao sitting on the sofa with a look of abusive expression. At this moment, he was holding 2 video cameras, one black and one white, in his hand. "It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is why are you here?" Zhou Hao put away the playful smile on his face, glanced at him indifferently. A trace of coldness radiated from his body. I live in room 305, and I just walked to the wrong room now." Under the influence of the cold air on Zhou Hao, all the excuses he had prepared didn't know how to speak. "Do you think I would believe it?" Zhou Hao glanced at him and said coldly, "I don't care if you believe it. That's what happened anyway." At this time, the monkey's expression recovered a lot. After all, he knew that someone behind him was supporting him, so there was no need to worry too much. "Since you don't want to talk to me, then talk to the police." Zhou Hao clapped his hands gently while talking, and then the apartment door opened and 5 police officers in uniform walked in. Policemen. The face of the originally calm monkey became ugly at this time. After all, his identity is just a small gangster. He has never seen such a scene many times. At this time, he has not fainted. "It is already very good. Please come back with us." The policeman in the lead gave Zhou Hao a respectful look. After getting Zhou Hao's consent, he walked up and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing? I didn't break the law. Why should I go back with you?" The monkey stepped back and said with a serious face, "It looks like you don't see the coffin without weeping." The policeman in the lead glanced at the monkey and spoke again. Seeing the mocking look in the policeman's eyes, the monkey's heart was still indifferent, and his heart suddenly poured out. An ominous premonition. "Bring in." At this moment, a young man with a drooping head was brought in. After seeing who he was, the monkey's face suddenly changed. Because the room card for this room was bought from this young man. You can take a good look at it. This is your last chance to redeem your sins. If you don't take it well, then you have to go in and squat for a few years. At this time, the policeman glanced at the man with such a cold voice. Tao, I know. At this time, the man hurriedly nodded like this. He raised his head and glanced at the monkey, then hurriedly said, Yes, he bought the house card for me, and he gave me 3,000 bucks. I don't know what else you have to say now. The policeman glanced at the monkey and sneered mockingly. Don't believe him. He is bloody. I don't even know him. The monkey wanted to make a final excuse for himself. If you don't know what you can do you really think that you are foolproof? The process of your transaction was captured by the hotel surveillance. Do you have to wait until we call out the surveillance to give up? I want to call my lawyer. The monkey panicked at this time, and after hesitating for a few times, he spoke like this. Wait to the police station. We will give you a chance. After saying this, they took the monkey away directly. Although I don't know who you are, but you are dead. I swear, you will die ugly. He glanced at Zhou Hao bitterly. Even at this time, he still didn't stop much. Don't worry, I must live longer than you. The corners of his mouth were curved. After greeting these policemen, Zhou Hao strode away. Brother Zhou, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. I'm really sorry. At this time, in a huge round room on the top floor of the hotel, a spirited old man kept apologizing to Zhou Hao. Boss Rin is really too polite. This kind of thing is unpredictable. I don't have such a small belly, so I won't mind too much. Zhou Hao, who was sitting on the sofa, shook his head. His face didn't mind. I'm relieved with the words of Brother Zhou. This person laughed, and his whole face became squinted again. Zhou Hao nodded in agreement. The boss in front of him is the boss of this 5-star hotel. His name is Rindawe. People familiar with him in the industry call him the Smiling Tiger. He has this kind of spring-like smile on his face for 24 hours, but he must not be easy to get along with because of this smile, because Rindawe is notoriously difficult, and it can even be said to be cannibalistic. Brother Zhou, is this your girlfriend? Rindawe seemed to indifferently glance at Li Shuihan, who was sitting on the side, and asked. Not bad. Zhou Hao did not pretend, and directly admitted that Li Shuihan still didn't have much expression when he heard this. But if you observe carefully, you can still see a trace of joy in the depths of her eyes. Obviously, Zhou Hao this kind of recognition still made her feel very happy. You are really lucky to find such a beautiful girlfriend. Rindawe smiled and said again, Boss Rin is too polite. Everyone likes to listen to good things, and Li Shuihan is no exception. At this time, when Li Shuihan opened his mouth, a slight arc was drawn across his mouth. Sitting on the side, Zhou Hao looked at Rindawe and had to say that he has a very good approach in handling interpersonal relationships. By the way, it's getting late. We still have things to do, so we left first. Feeling that there is no point in staying like this, Zhou Hao got up and said goodbye. I originally planned to stay with you for a meal. Since you still have things to do, then only next time. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Rindawe said, There must be a chance in the future. Zhou Hao was also slightly apologetic in his words. Father, do you need to do this to them? After sending Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan into the elevator, Rindawe returned to the room again. In your opinion? Rindawe glanced at his son and said with a smile, It's not necessary at all. Just find a secretary to send them away. After all, communicating with them is a waste of time. He moved his head and said, after speaking, he continued, But this is called Zhou Hao. The person from is really lucky to find such a good girlfriend. Wasting time? You are really too young. Rindawe said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Young? What do you mean by this? Rindawe's son, Rinkuan, asked. You see that things are not comprehensive enough. Don't you understand what I am like? If there is no benefit, do you think I will really waste time? Rindawe once again looked at his son Rinkuan and said, To be honest, he is very satisfied with his son. Rindawe has been instilling a lot of knowledge into him since he was young. Although he is only 20 years old, he already knows all the operating procedures of the entire hotel. Indeed, so this is where I am puzzled. This is the first time I have heard of the name Zhou Hao. There should not be such a talent in Xianqing. Rinkuan said again. The reason you haven't heard of it is because he rarely appears in Xianqing, but this does not mean that he is not famous. You will gradually know about him in the future. Rendawei at this time, there is some complexity in the discourse. His 20-year-old son is already competent for any position in the hotel, and even manages the hotel in an orderly manner. This can definitely be regarded as a business genius. But if he compares him with Zhou Hao, the difference is definitely not a star and a half. Ren Kuan frowned. Since his father did not intend to continue speaking, he did not continue to ask, but he still remembered the name firmly in his heart. It seems that you are not much different from ordinary girls now. In the elevator, Zhou Hao glanced at Li Shuihan and said jokingly, "You mean I didn't look like a woman before?" Xiao eyebrows stood up. Although Li Shuihan deliberately pretended to be cold, there was not much threat. "Do you say it yourself?" Zhou Hao thought of seeing Li Shuihan for the first time. At that time, her whole body was wrapped in cold, and she didn't have any femininity at all. But now, the ice on her body has been melted by herself. Humph! Li Shui snorted coldly. He originally planned to continue arguing with Zhou Hao, but suddenly frowned. After leaving the elevator, her face was a little ugly. After looking at Zhou Hao, she said in a deep voice, "I'm going now. Take care of something." "What's the matter?" Zhou Hao knew that what happened was not simple after touching her gaze. Several of our information exchange points were raided. Although they did not cause many casualties, they destroyed a lot of confidential documents. "Do you know who did it?" Zhou Hao frowned when he heard it. Even though they deliberately concealed their identities, they were still seen through. "They are all from the UK's 6th CIA. Li Shuihan said again. "People from the 6th CIA? It seems that they are planning to start a counterattack." A smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Hao's mouth. It was obvious that all the strongholds belonging to the 6th CIA in Xiangqing were hollowed out last time. Annoyed them, and now they are retaliating. It should be. This time they dispatched a lot of people because they did a good job of keeping secrets in advance, so we are temporarily at a disadvantage. Now I must go back to stabilize the situation. Well, if you can't handle it, tell me. Zhou Hao nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry, if I really can't handle it, I will definitely tell you." After a few more polite words, she casually stopped a rental car and left here. "Boss, it's him." Watching Li Shuihan go away like this, Zhou Hao moved his neck and turned to leave. After all, for Zhou Hao, there are still many things to deal with. Zhou Hao actually didn't worry too much about the CIA's 6th Bureau counterattack. After all, the First Army had fought against the CIA's 6th Bureau many times before, although it cannot be said that every time it was a big win. Victory, but the record is more victories than losses. Mutual knowledge knows the bottom line, so there will be some jealousy in their hearts. In this case, they will not have a large-scale battle. This time, on the surface, although the 6th inning of the CIA had the upper hand, it was due to the unexpected effect. Once under the leadership of Li Shuihan, the First Army formed a counter-offensive trend. Then the advantage of the 6th inning of the CIA would soon it will be exhausted. By then it will be evenly matched again, and gradually, it will disappear into the invisible. It was not easy for Zhou Hao to leave at this time, because after turning around, he heard this noisy sound. After turning around, Zhou Hao saw an acquaintance who was just recently caught by the police. The monkey taken away. Glancing his gaze from his body, Zhou Hao frowned. It seemed that the messenger behind him did have some energy, otherwise it would be impossible to get the monkey out of it so easily. "Boy, it's you who disturbed me." The monkey's boss, Wei Jianmin, stepped forward at this time, his eyes full of anger. Zhou Hao didn't speak, but a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For this Wei Jianmin, Zhou Hao had heard of it in the previous generation. At that time, Wei Jianmin was a very arrogant rich second generation in Xiangqing City. His father Wei Tianhao had a huge iron ore under his hands. In addition, he was also involved in the underworld and raised hundreds of younger brothers in Xiangqing City. In terms of being like a two-emperor. But even so, Wei Tianhao ended up miserably in the end. The reason for this was because of his son and Wei Jianmin. Because there is a native emperor, Wei Jianmin acted unscrupulously and had no scruples at all. That time, he caught a very beautiful woman on the street. He originally thought that it would be the same as usual. After a good time, it would be finished. Thought of puncturing the honeycomb. The girl's father is a key member of the Central Committee. Because his daughter has been humiliated, the key member was so angry that he vented all his anger without any mercy. In the face of such absolute strength, Even if Wei Tianhao had some energy, he did not have the opportunity to show it. So in the end, a scene of family destruction. In the previous life, this matter was very troublesome, so Zhou Hao can still remember it very clearly. In this life, because of the butterfly effect caused by his own rebirth, many things have changed. Otherwise, in this summer, their family should be completely miserable. Damn, are you deaf? My elder brother asks you something. Looking at Zhou Hao, a cold color flashed in the monkey's eyes. To be honest, the monkey was very angry at Zhou Hao, who sent himself to the police station. Get out of me if you don't want to die. After knowing his identity, Zhou Hao had no interest in wasting time with him, so he ignored the two of them at this time and went straight ahead and walked forward. Boy, it's a bit noisy here. If you fall on the ground, it's ugly, so I hope you better cooperate. 5 sturdy bodyguards dedicated to protecting Wei Jianmin stood beside Zhou Hao, faintly forming a kind of encirclement. Momentum. Obviously, once Zhou Hao makes a move, all 5 of them will react immediately. A lot of things I don't like to say it a second time. Even if surrounded by these 5 people, Zhou Hao was still very calm. Seeing this scene, Wei Jianmin snorted and said, "Boy, since you don't see the coffin, don't you? Cry. Then I will let you know what is awesome. Go to the 5 of you, don't kill me. I still have to play with him." A psychopath like Wei Jianmin can't accept other people's disrespectful look towards him. Zhou Hao, he can be said to have hated to the extreme. We know. After the 5 people agreed, they started directly, and all of them did not take Zhou Hao's words to heart. Looking for death. Seeing the 5 of them stretch out their arms and plan to hold him, Zhou Hao sneered, fingers like electricity, beating quickly. Just like that, the 5 of them screamed and grabbed their arms. At this moment, even grabbing it won't work, because Inhong's blood still seeps from the tips of his fingers, and the bright red blood is like a stream of water, which can't be stopped at all. Looking at Zhou Hao in shock, the eyes of the 5 security guards showed incredible colors. They are not the same as those little punks or horses. They are all true masters who have passed many tests and selected. But even so, none of the 5 people held a round in Zhou Hao's hands, and even now they still don't know how Zhou Hao did it. I said you'd better not do it. Zhou Hao took out the tissue indifferently and wiped off the blood from his fingers. Zhou Hao stepped forward again. This time the monkey and Wei Jianmin didn't dare to move at all, because Zhou Hao just did it. One hand has completely shocked all of them. Trash, you are all trash. My dad gives you so much money every year. You are at this level? Damn. 5 people fail to beat 1. What else can I do for you? You wait for me. When I go back, I will tell everything about this time as it is. You just wait to be fired. Thinking of Zhou Hao's indifferent appearance just now, his anger stopped. Zhou Hao, this is the first round. I offended me in Xiangqing. Do you still want to live a peaceful life? Looking at Zhou Hao's leaving back, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Monkey, come here for me. Just hit me in the face. Wei Jianmin ordered the monkey to his side. Big brother, what are you talking about? The monkey couldn't react for a while, and gave Wei Jianmin a suspicious look. Could it be that he burned his brain out of anger? Damn, I said let you hit me a few times. Only in this way can I talk to my father and kill him properly. Wei Jianmin explained with a cold flash in his eyes. Big brother deserves to be big brother. This method can be imagined. The monkey's eyes lit up, and he quickly slapped his horse. Damn, don't talk nonsense here, just hit me quickly, Wei Jianmin said with a deep expression on his face. Got it. The monkey's face changed, and he quickly agreed. 5 minutes later, after wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Wei Jianmin sneered like this. Now everything is ready, Zhou Hao. I hope you don't die soon. It's best to have a good time with me. At this time, when his heart was full of resentment, Zhou Hao had already left. 10 minutes later, Zhou Hao's car came out of the city government again, because he still needed to settle with Situ Li on some things about the supermarket construction. Talk about it. To be honest, although he wants to build a future supermarket empire, he is just getting started, so he is not willing to waste too much time on it. It is for this reason that Zhou Hao planned to do everything in the very beginning. Leave it to Situ Li. First of all, Situ Li is the top leader of Xiangqing City. He is enough to deter everyone. In this way, a lot of unnecessary troubles can be reduced during the construction phase. And for Situ Li, Zhou Hao is very relieved. After all, he is his prospective father-in-law. Uncle Situ, I'm coming up now. Don't you know if you have time? After putting the car away, Zhou Hao dialed Situ Li's phone. Haha, Xiao Hao, of course I have time. I am waiting for you in the office now. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Hao walked into the elevator and arrived at Situ Li's office. Before Zhou Hao could push the door, a woman in uniform ran out of the room first. Although her clothes were no longer unusual, but that the crimson cheeks can still make people think. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Hao knew what his Uncle Situ was doing just now. Uncle Situ, can I come in? Zhou Hao knocked on the door. Come in. Zhou Hao walked into the room and saw Situ Li leaning on the seat and closing his eyes to rest up his mind. Although the curtains in the room were opened, Zhou Hao could still smell the faint perfume smell, and this smell was entering before the room. Zhou Hao had also smelled that woman. Uncle Situ, are you tired? Knowingly asked. Situ Li didn't seem too embarrassed. Haha, I will pick a good time next time. Zhou Hao smiled jokingly. To be honest, Zhou Hao admires Situ Li very much. He is like himself, although there are many women, but she loves every woman. Meaning, just like the woman just now, she was Situ Li's secretary. She was actually a woman of Situ Li before. In order to get along more convenient, Situ Li arranged her by her side very early. Okay, don't talk about these nonsense. I should have something to come to see this time. Situ Li stared at Zhou Hao and said, Yes, I'm here this time to discuss with you about the land I just bought. Zhou Hao is straight to the point. After all, the relationship between the two of them does not need to go back and forth like that. Meaningful, polite. How did you plan? Will it be developed into a large supermarket? Situ Li frowned. In fact, until now, when talking about the land again, he still sighed slightly. After all, the land is really a bit, but yes, this supermarket will be the base camp in the future. Once it is opened, I will quickly let it open. Talking about the future prospects of the supermarket, Zhou Hao was very confident in his heart. He knew that his supermarket would only need enough injection. The funds must be able to develop quickly. Since you have already decided, then I have nothing to say, but my previous promises are completely valid. Within my reach, I will give you enough discounts. Situ Li sighed. It seems that Zhou Hao is going to have some trouble this time. After all, in such a sparsely populated place, large supermarkets simply cannot gain a foothold. Well, I thank Uncle Situ first. In addition, regarding the demolition and reconstruction, I hope you can help me. After all, you know, I can't stay here for too long. This is no problem. I will give you a tender. I believe that with me pressed, the construction party will not ask for prices and dare not mess around. So you can rest assured. Situ Li nodded. This matter is not difficult for him, so he did not think too much. I agreed. And, by the way, if someone plans to buy the land nearby, you must not agree to it. Zhou Hao suddenly thought of something at this time, so he quickly reminded. He remembers that in the previous life, someone hoarded land before the world-class large-scale exhibition hall was built, and finally made crazy profits. Of course, maybe he was just lucky, or maybe he had heard the wind before, but no matter what it was, Zhou Hao didn't want this kind of thing to happen again in his life. So now he reminds Stewart a little bit like this. Otherwise, if that happens, he may be passive. Why? Situ Li was a little confused. The land there was temporarily out of the planning scope, so it can be said that the entire city government has always wanted to package them for sale. I can't say the reason now, but I hope you can believe me once. Zhou Hao frowned and had to say so. After all, the news about the International Convention and Exhibition Exchange Center has not been released yet, so even if Zhou Hao speaks out the reasons, he may not believe it. To tell the truth, Zhou Hao has no interest in real estate. Otherwise, he could completely buy and sell all the land in his own hands. As long as he gets it in his own hands, Zhou Hao can earn dozens of times, even if he buys land alone. However, Zhou Hao gave up on such huge profits. The reason for this is because he has his own principles. He is reborn and can use his control of financial information to make money, but he will never use his knowledge of real estate to search for the hard-earned money of the people. In the previous life, he was just an ordinary office worker. He knew the hardship of buying a house, so he will never get involved in real estate. This is a vow he has given himself from rebirth to the present, and it is a vow that he does not intend to break in his life. And I will pay attention to this matter. Situ Li nodded, although he doesn't know why Zhou Hao said this, but in his impression, Zhou Hao is definitely not the kind of person with a target, so since he said so, it is definitely not a simple groundless come. And now the entire Shanxing city is developing very rapidly. With the reform and opening up, I believe that more foreign companies or other facilities will be built, so now the land management should be slightly strengthened. He hesitated a little, Zhou Hao still reminded like this. And, indeed, I will discuss this matter with the people from the Land Bureau. In fact, I noticed it before. When talking about this, Situ Li's eyes lit up. The land management in Shanxing City is not rigorous. He has always been aware of this, but he has always kept one eye closed. But now that Zhou Hao reminded him, he is also going to beat it a bit. Well, since the matter has been negotiated, then I will leave temporarily. Zhou Hao nodded and said like this. Don't, it's about noon. Let's have a meal together. He glanced at the time. He said, Uncle Situ, there is no need to be so polite. Is it polite? You come back once. Why should I treat you to dinner too? And later I have to talk to Wei Tianhao about something. And you can help me with a little advice when that time comes. Situ Li smiled. Said, Wei Tianhao. When Zhou Hao heard this name, he immediately thought of Wei Jianmin, who had just yelled in front of him that he was Wei Tianhao's son. Yes, it is Wei Tianhao. His iron mine recently collapsed. Several miners were trapped in it. Yesterday, all the miners were rescued without death. So he hoped that I could intervene a little bit. He doesn't want things to be too much trouble, Situ Li said when Zhou Hao knew him. So it is. Zhou Hao nodded. Obviously, Wei Tianhao knew that once public opinion was exposed, it would have a bad influence on his iron ore. Therefore, in order to avoid such a situation, he would be willing to ask Situ Li. Eating. After all, as long as Situ Li is willing, only one sentence can suppress this matter. Well, let's go with me later. Okay. After thinking about it, Zhou Hao finally agreed. The reason why he was willing to agree was because Zhou Hao was very interested in Wei Tianhao. Well, if that's the case, I'll prepare a little bit. Half an hour later, the car steadily stopped in front of a quiet farmyard and walked out of the car. There was a strange light in Zhou Hao's eyes. He didn't expect the car to come here. In his opinion, this kind of meeting usually goes to a 5-star hotel, because only this is a good grade. Xiao Hao, are you surprised? Situ Li asked softly when he saw the surprise flashes in Zhou Hao's eyes. All right, actually, it is easy to understand. Actually, you also know that our identities are more sensitive. If we often enter and exit such 5-star hotels, the impact will not be good. Situ Li took a few steps forward gently, and Zhou Hao paid attention only. Then there is a huge grape rack in front. Although there are not many grapes, but it can let people enjoy the cool inside. Although this is not a 5-star hotel, the chefs here are not bad at all. You will definitely be worthy of your trip later, and the environment here is quiet and very suitable for talking about things. Situ Li is obviously not the first time here. In such a place, after a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, he spoke again. In this case, I will have to taste it later. Nodding, Zhou Hao also began to become interested. In fact, Zhou Hao understood very well that Uncle Situ was not too nervous about doing this. You must know that there were more than one people salivating about Situ Li's position, so they all stared at Situ Li eagerly. As long as he showed a little mistake, these people could if things go wrong. Even if it is the Zhao family, it is impossible to protect him. So it can be said that Situ Li is so careful because of helplessness. 2 people, this is the tea we prepared for you. Please drink it. While they were sitting under the grape racks and chatting, a beautiful woman came over with a fruit plate, and after some introduction, the 2 of them poured a full cup of tea, and then left calmly. From beginning to end, her eyes were calm, without any timidity at all, which made Zhou Hao's eyes flashed with surprise, secretly complimenting this woman's extraordinary psychological quality. Xiao Hao, taste the tea here. Although it's not a famous tea, it doesn't have a special flavor. Every time I come, I'm willing to drink a cup. Gently picked up the teacup in front of him, and Situ Li gave it to Zhou Hao. Introduced. Oh, if that's the case, then I really have to taste it. Zhou Hao smiled at the corner of his mouth, and gently lifted the teacup, which is made of clay, so it feels rough to the touch. The tea in the cup is golden in color, so it smells like an endless fragrance. The smell smelled like that kind of jasmine, but it was not the real jasmine. After thinking a little bit puzzled and unable to get the answer, he took a sip, and he realized that the taste was really good. Although it can't be compared with the Dahong Po I've drunk before, this taste is very special. so it can be said that it has a different flavor when it is tasted. How? I shouldn't lie to you. Seeing Zhou Hao's face with a look of surprise, Situ Li laughed and said, "You didn't lie to me. This smell really makes your lips and teeth linger, and the aftertaste is endless." Zhou Hao said with a smile on the corner of his mouth without having to drink again. Haha, good point. The two of them drank tea and chatted like this. Just like this, half an hour passed quickly. Before you know it, the pot of tea in front of them has been consumed by both of them. The two looked at each other. Haha laughed, and at this moment, with the sound of the horn, a black car appeared in Zhou Hao's sight, put down the teacup in front of him, and Situ Li said, "It should be him." Hearing Situ Li's words, Zhou Hao looked at it with interest and frowned slightly, because this was just the most common Audi car. According to previous reports, Wei Tianhao often drove a Land Rover. The Audi car clearly shows that he does not want to be discovered. "Brother Situ, I am a bit late this time. I hope you can forgive me." After getting off the bus, Wei Tianhao's hearty voice came out of his mouth. "Doing so kindly, enjoying a moment of tranquility here makes me feel very comfortable." Situ Li shook his head and said, "By the way, let me introduce to you. This is a nephew of mine. Come with me this time to get to know." When Situ Li introduced Zhou Hao, he was a little vague. Zhou Hao didn't care about it. "Oh, it's a kind of talent. When I came this time, I didn't prepare any gifts. Let's do it. There is some money in this card. If you buy something, it will be my gift to you." He looked at Zhou Hao carefully. Wei Tianhao smiled and took out a gold card from his mouth. "Why is this so embarrassing?" Zhou Hao glanced at the gold card. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he said, "Haha, I'm also your uncle. A little gift, accept it." Wei Tianhao smiled and said again, "Since it was your uncle's intention, you can accept it." Situ Li knew that Zhou Hao didn't like this little money, but at this time he also said so. "Since you all say that, then I'm disrespectful." Zhou Hao took the card and put it in his pocket casually. Wei Tianhao, who was carefully observing Zhou Hao, had a look of surprise in his eyes. Although the gold card quota he gave was not very high, it still had a quota of hundreds of thousands, but Zhou Hao didn't seem to care much. Let him know that this person is definitely not an ordinary rich second generation. "Okay, let's enter the house and talk." He narrowed the surprise in his eyes, but before that, he glanced at Zhou Hao again, not knowing why. He always felt as if he had seen it from somewhere. And, after Situ Li glanced at Zhou Hao, he nodded calmly. Seeing the two of them walking in front, Zhou Hao followed behind with a faint smile. From the very beginning, Zhou Hao has been observing Wei Tianhao. Unlike ordinary mine owners, he doesn't have a big body. On the contrary, it gives people the feeling of a scholar. Of course, if you despise him because of this, it will be miserable. Wei Tianhao is an absolute cruel person. Because of the conflagration between the iron ore and the site, more than a dozen people died directly and indirectly in his hands. In the previous life, several of his subordinates could not stand the temptation and betrayed him. After he finally learned about it, he got these people into the depths of the mine, and after breaking their bodies' tendons and hamstrings, they threw them away. In the mine branch, let his subordinates give them water and food every day, so they are kept in captivity like dogs. Of course, because he was too cruel, he was executed in the end. Of course, it was a previous life. In this life, because of the butterfly effect caused by Zhou Hao's rebirth, his destiny may change. Of course, he will follow the old path. After all, people like them who come out and mix in. The general ending will be such a miserable. Zhou Hao, right? You have to taste it later. Although the environment here is unremarkable, the chefs here are of very high standards, so wait for you to be polite and taste their craftsmanship. After the person sat down according to the position, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Wei Tianhao spoke like this. "Well, I'll taste it later." Nodding flatly, Zhou Hao is still unhappy and sad, which makes Wei Tianhao more and more aware that Zhou Hao's identity is not simple. But if you think about it, you don't know. Who is he? After Zhou Hao spoke, the three of them fell into a delicate balance like this. They didn't seem to want to break the delicate balance, so none of them spoke. After 10 minutes, there was a burst of high heels touching the ground. Click sound. A group of people came from outside. There are a total of 8 people, all tall and beautiful women, wearing a maroon cheongsam, and their high curled hair makes them feel noble. Looking at them, Even Zhou Hao was a little admired. In terms of beauty, they are all absolute beauties, so standing in a row like this makes people feel beautiful and moving. Now let me introduce these dishes to you. While speaking, Wei Tianhao gave a wink, and one of the 8 Cheongsam beauties who stood still came forward with a plate, and his slender legs followed the Cheongsam. Even Zhou Hao's swing was looming, and he didn't think he would look at it more. This is boiled cabbage. I believe you have eaten Sichuan cuisine. You should know that boiled cabbage represents the highest skill of Sichuan cuisine. The Sichuan chef here has been immersed in Sichuan cuisine for more than 40 years and is definitely a master. So when you wait, you must taste the delicious boiled cabbage he personally cooks. After gently opening the lid on the plate, he spoke indifferently. After his introduction, the Cheongsam woman bowed slightly and gently placed the boiled cabbage in her hand in the middle of the table. After that, she held the tray with both hands like this and returned to the previously standing position again. The remaining 7 dishes are representative of other cuisines. Although they may not be the ultimate, they are all very hard. I hope you can be satisfied. This time, following his words, the other 7 the Cheongsam women walked up together slowly, and only after they put their dishes on the table, they bowed back. Well, if you want to appreciate the beauties, there will be opportunities later. But now let's taste these dishes, otherwise the taste will change. With a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, Wei Tianhao said half-jokingly. The following things became relatively simple. In a relatively active atmosphere, the 3 of them ended this lunch. Zhou Hao was very satisfied with the 8 dishes. This even gave rise to the idea in his mind, that is to hire a good chef for himself, because in this way, he can eat such delicious dishes anytime. I don't know if you two are satisfied with the meal. Because Zhou Hao has long felt that Zhou Hao is not an ordinary person, when Wei Tianhao spoke, he did not ignore Zhou Hao. The taste is really good. To be honest, if it is not allowed, I really want to have a few such chefs. Situ Li said after a little aftertaste. Haha, if Brother Situ is willing, then I will pack them all for you. Wei Tianhao heard Situ Li's words. His eyes lit up. He quickly smiled openly and said, "That's not good." There was a slight movement in his eyes, but Situ Li still did not directly agree. What's wrong? This is a little bit of my mind. If my brother doesn't accept it, then he looks down on me a little bit. Wei Tianhao smiled, and when he talked about it, a gloomy look appeared on his face. It does look a little angry. If that's the case, then okay. Although Stuart was still a little bit reluctant, he finally agreed. Sitting on the side, listening to the unnutritious conversation between the 2 of them, Zhou Hao felt a little boring. This is the case in Chinese officialdom. Things that can be said in a few words, they have to be polite. Brother Tianhao, this time about iron ore is not trivial. Situ Li took a sip of the tea in front of him and said again, I know this naturally, but I have been actively treating. Now the emotions of the injured and their families have settled down. Under such circumstances, if we report again, it will be a greater blow to the families. Wei Tianhao picked up the teapot, filled his cup with water, and said, Indeed, the emotions of the patient's family are indeed unstable now. If it is stimulated, it is not good for them. I will say hello to the TV station, but I hope you can handle this matter properly. After making eye contact with Wei Tianhao, Situ Li said solemnly, Brother Situ, I will definitely handle this matter properly. After receiving a very satisfactory answer from Situ Li, a smile appeared on his face. At least today's time has not been wasted. And I'm waiting for your good news. But if you let me know that you used improper means, then I won't be so easy to talk. Situ Li reminded like this after taking another sip of water. In fact, he knows that Wei Tianhao has horses under his hands. In fact, every mine owner has horses in his hands, because only in this way can he better protect them. When fighting for territory, these horses will fight, sometimes, even sometimes. There will be deaths, but as long as they don't have too much disputes, the general government is unlikely to get involved. At this time, Situ Li had only one purpose for speaking like this, and that was to beat him a little bit so that he would not do too much. After all, because of the accident in the mine, many TV stations are staring at it. Once there is too much, even Situ Li can't cover up the flaws, and Situ Li will be affected by that time. This is a scene that Situ Li never wants to see. Don't you worry about me when I do things. Of course, Wei Tianhao understood the meaning of Situ Li's words, A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he said solemnly, speaking of the relationship between Wei Tianhao and Situ Li, in fact, it can be traced back a long time ago. When Situ Li was the chief of public security, they were already involved. So when he heard Wei Tianhao's solemn words, Situ Li nodded with satisfaction. If I don't worry about you, I won't be sitting here today. Situ Li glanced at Wei Tianhao and spoke again. Indeed, our cooperation. When I said this, there was a yell from outside, frowning, and his face was sullen. He had ordered before, and now no one sees. But now there are still people coming in. Is this? Do people not open their eyes? Father? Are you here? Just when he was hesitating to go out to see what was going on, he suddenly saw someone stumbled in. Are you? Wei Tianhao was taken aback, staring at the young man who was holding on to the wall like this. Although his voice and body shape are very similar to those of his son, his face swelled up, which made his image and his own. Son is so different, so he can't even recognize who he is. Father, don't you even know me? I am Jianmin. Wei Jianmin smiled bitterly while holding on to the wall at this time. At this time, while speaking with such a bitter smile, he cursed the monkey in his heart. In order to make his father pay more attention to him, and to deal with Zhou Hao better, he asked the monkey to beat himself a few symbolically, but he didn't know why. The monkey went crazy suddenly, and when he was held, it had become like this. God, what's the matter with you? The original grievances in his heart turned into anger in an instant. After all, Wei Jianmin was his only son. At this time, he became like this, and he couldn't accept it at all. I was beaten by someone. Seeing that his father was really angry, Wei Jianmin smiled in his heart and quickly spoke again. I was beaten? What the is going on? Tell me clearly, where are your bodyguards? Are they all dead? Wei Tianhao touched his son's swollen cheek and said sullenly. Wei Tianhao knew that because of his control of the iron ore, he made a lot of enemies in Xiangqing, so he was very concerned about the safety of himself and his son. For example, when he went out, he never took a high-end car. For Wei Jianmin, he was even more attached. At a very early time, he specially hired a few mercenaries for his son. These people paid high wages every day and were responsible for protecting Wei Jianmin's personal protection 24 hours a day. Safety. They are all rubbish, basically of no use. When mentioning those people, Wei Jianmin showed a satirical look on his face. After such a sneer, he spoke. I see. From now on, all of them have been fired. Now I want to ask, who made you like this? Not only me this time. Your uncle Situ is here, and he will also. It's up to you. Taking a deep breath, Wei Tianhao completely suppressed the monstrous madness in his heart before he spoke. Yes, what the is going on with you? Tell me, I will call the shots for you. Situ Li actually didn't like Wei Jianmin very much, because Wei Jianmin usually relied on his father, and he was innocent, but Wei Tianhao had already spoken. Although he didn't want to, he still got a little bit interesting. Thank you, uncle. He bowed gratefully, but in the blink of an eye, his body began to tremble, because at this moment, he saw Zhou Hao sitting aside eating. What's wrong with you? Wei Tianhao asked with a frown when he noticed the changes in his son. It's him. It was he who beat me before. Wei Jianmin trembled as he pointed at Zhou Hao with his finger. Following his words, the eyes of all three of them focused on Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao calmly chewed the food in his mouth gently, and Zhou Hao said, You can eat anything, but you can't talk nonsense. That's right. Let's talk about it after you see it clearly. A hesitation flashed in Wei Tianhao's eyes, frowning at his son like this. How could I be mistaken? I didn't expect. Zhou Hao, you turn out to be a tortoise with a shrunken head. He licked his lips, he smiled, and said again. At this time, his unabashed irony made Situ Li's face look unsightly. Wei Tianhao was good at observing words and expressions, so when he saw Situ Li's face change, he quickly said, Nizi, what are you talking about here? Give me. Get out. Father, I said, I didn't talk nonsense. He beat me like this before, and those bodyguards can testify. Wei Jianmin looked at his father in disbelief. He didn't expect that his father would not avenge himself, but also intends to drive myself out. You don't listen to what I said? Seeing that Wei Jianmin had not left, Wei Tianhao frowned, and his entire face became gloomy. Okay, I'll leave right away. Wei Jianmin gave Zhou Hao a gloomy look. Obviously, even when he was planning to leave, He didn't intend to end this matter. Zhou Hao, I'm sorry, my son is a bit ignorant. I hope you don't know him. After his son left, Wei Tianhao smiled and apologized to Zhou Hao. It's okay. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Hao's eyes. Wei Tianhao's achievements today are definitely not accidental. His calm personality is really suitable for being a hero. In this world, scheming is always the most important thing. And this Wei Tianhao is a very scheming person. He knows forbearance. This kind of person usually forbears without full assurance. But once he has full assurance, he will kill you mercilessly and replace it. Well, I believe that because of Jianmen's affairs, you can't be in the mood to talk about anything else. We will leave now. Situ Li stood up and said solemnly. Well, I originally planned to relive the old together, but now it seems that only another day. Wei Tianhao did not deliberately keep it. Only a little regretful expression in his words. There will be opportunities in the future. Situ Li nodded faintly, and after exchanging a glance with Zhou Hao, the two left here in strides. Boss, what should I do now? After Situ Li's special car left the small courtyard, a black-clothed man walked up and spoke respectfully. I need all the information about Zhou Hao. Before tomorrow, put all these information in front of me, otherwise you won't use it. Because Zhou Hao and Situ Li had left, the perfunctory smile on his face was already complete. Disappear? Well, I'll investigate right away. This person didn't dare to hesitate a bit. After saying this, his body quickly withdrew. Is it just my illusion just now? When he only left him standing in place, his eyes showed a thoughtful color. Before Zhou Hao and Situ Li made eye contact, he caught a trace of unusual place. That is, Situ Li has always played the role of inquiry. Shock was surging in his heart at the time, because it was impossible to happen. After all, Situ Li was the leader of Xiangqing City. Although he was not a big man in Xiangqing City, he was still a powerful person. Zhou Hao, a young man, had never heard of him before, so after he was shocked, he thought it was just his own illusion. But just now, when they left, they made a vague eye contact again. This time, because of the close distance, he saw it really, and it was after Zhou Hao's nod that Situ Li dared to speak. Taking a deep breath, the shock in my heart abated slightly. To be honest, no matter what, Qin Feng's identity is definitely not simple at all. Get Jianmen. Wei Tianhao sat back in his previous position, filled himself with a glass of water, and said calmly. Now he wants to ask Jianmen well, hoping to get more information from him. Zhou Hao's information. Yes. The Chongsam woman who had been standing in front of him a long time ago bowed slightly, turned and left with the fragrance of her body, but what made him a little regretful was that Wei Jianmen had already left. What's the matter? I don't seem to be in a good mood. Didn't the matter have been resolved this time? A slightly lazy voice came. After hearing it, Wei Tianhao said, although the matter is resolved this time, there are other things. Things make me very headache. Wei Tianhao, who had a headache originally, heard a little lazy voice. A hint of joy and brilliance flashed in his eyes, and he said this quickly. Oh, what's the matter? Tell me. There was a look of interest in his eyes. The speaker sat opposite Wei Tianhao, his slender fingers stretched out, and he lifted the water glass in front of Wei Tianhao without hesitation. Take a sip. Wei Tianhao didn't care at all. The person who spoke was called Zhuge Qingqing, a mistress of Wei Tianhao. To be honest, Zhuge Qingqing is not the kind of beauty who is all over the country, but compared to those who are like vases. A woman, she has her own strengths, that is cooking and resourcefulness. Compared with other women who are not wise, her mind is too deep. Although Zhuge Qingqing is young, her knowledge in Lu cuisine and Huainan cuisine is very deep, and her greatest strength is wisdom. It can be said that Wei Tianhao can have today's success, and most of the credit should be credited to Zhuge Qingqing. In fact, because from the beginning to the present, Zhuge Qingqing made many plans. A few days ago, there was a small-scale collapse in the iron mine. I have already talked about this before. Today, my goal is to solve this problem satisfactorily, so I invited Situ Li over. Wei Tianhao looked at Zhuge Qingqing at a glance, start explaining. In this era, the pressure of public opinion is not very great, but once things become big, it will not be easy to clean up, so in order to control the direction of public opinion, he must let Situ stand out. Yes, didn't Situ Li agree? Zhuge Qingqing nodded and asked in a slightly surprised way. She had helped out this idea before, and she knew Situ Li well. In her opinion, Siduli could not, may not agree. After all, this is just a matter of effort for him. The matter was settled successfully, but today he brought a young man named Zhou Hao. Wei Tianhao said the previous thing exactly. Are you sure you didn't read it wrong? They really had that kind of eye contact. When Zhuge Qingqing spoke at this time, his eyes became more serious, because he knew that if Wei Tianhao hadn't been joking, then Zhou Hao's identity would definitely not. It will be simple. How could I be joking about this kind of thing? Wei Tianhao said with a bitter smile, shaking his head slightly. Let me think about it. Zhuge Qingqing said Zhou Hao's name silently several times. To be honest, she also felt familiar with Zhou Hao's name. After thinking about it for a long time, a look of shock suddenly appeared on her face. For a long time, she said with a wry smile, "Do you remember the Hong Kong financial crisis?" "Remember, but I am not very clear about the specific situation," Wei Tianhao said after thinking about it. He was just a pony during the Hong Kong financial crisis, so he didn't pay much attention to the financial crisis at all. Because it was in horror, it is impossible to directly affect him. No wonder. What's the matter? I have almost guessed his identity now. When I was in Hong Kong, there was a man who let the financial giant headed by Soros come home. This man is Zhou Hao, Zhuge Qingqing said in a single pause. What does this show? Although he felt something from Zhuge Qingqing's tone, Wei Tianhao still didn't quite understand it. If this Zhou Hao is really that Zhou Hao, then we can't afford to provoke. According to my rough estimate, all the wealth in his hands is estimated to exceed 100 billion, and it is still US dollars. Zhuge Qingqing sighed. If early knowing his true identity, how to say it should also be a little bit good. Are you kidding me? Wei Tianhao said in amazement. Hundreds of billions? Or USD? How is this possible? How old is he? I have 2 iron ore mines under my hands, but I am worth only 1 billion yuan. Why am I still in the mood to joke with you now? Taking a solemn look at him, Zhuge Qingqing had a serious face. No kidding? What you said is serious. Of course, everything is serious, and this is not everything he has. When you know everything about him, it is estimated that even the power to tremble is gone. Zhuge Qingqing sighed secretly, although he is considered a good rich man. But before the absolute rich like Zhou Hao, this amount of money is not worth mentioning. I don't believe how old he is. Even if he has been in business since he was young, it is impossible to accumulate so much wealth in such a simple way. His face became extremely ugly, but he still didn't believe Zhou Hao could accumulate so much wealth. Do you know why Siduli respects him? He sighed. In fact, Zhuge Qingqing knew that he would not accept it, but even if he could not accept it, he had to tell everything he knew. Otherwise, if he continued to provoke Zhou Hao, that will become unimaginable. Because of wealth? No, because of your identity. Even if you are ignorant, you should have heard of the Zhao family. Naturally, I have heard of this. No one can tell how much influence the Zhao family has in China, because it is definitely a horrible existence at the top of the pyramid. Zhao Rixin, the leader of the Zhao family, retired, which made the Zhao family. The strength of is slightly affected, but after all, the Zhao family has a deep root system, and it is difficult to shake it with general changes. Not to mention anything else, let's talk about the powerful figures in the army. More than 2/3 of them are Zhao Rixin's old subordinates. So as long as Zhao Rixin is still there, it is impossible for the Zhao family's terrorist influence to drop too much. And now Lu Zhenwu and Zhao Dingzhou are growing rapidly. As long as they can grow up, they will surely become the leaders of the new generation of the Zhao family. And the Zhao family will definitely be able to radiate terrifying power again. Zhou Hao is Zhao Rixin's godson, so he holds a terrifying position in the Zhao family. That's why Situ Li, who is a member of the Zhao family, can indulge Zhou Hao in this way. It can be said that Situ Li can rise up so quickly, more than half all the credit goes to Zhou Hao. Zhuge Qingqing saw things thoroughly, but in fact she didn't make any mistakes. Zhao Rixin's godson. With a wry smile, he now understands Zhou Hao's horror. In China, only with a strong enough background can he have the strength to eat. Obviously, Zhou Hao has it. Persuade Jianmin well, let him hold back this incident, otherwise not only will he suffer, but we will also die together. I see. After completely clearing Zhou Hao's identity, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew that if Zhou Hao wanted to embarrass himself, he just had to say anything. Well, hurry up. Zhuge Qingqing sighed, got up first, and walked out of the room. Boss, all the information you need has been found. Just when Wei Tianhao was still in a daze, a man in black quietly appeared in front of him, holding a bulging leather bag in his hand. Obviously, inside it is all Zhou Hao's information. In the past, his subordinates collected Zhou Hao's information so quickly, he should feel happy, but now, he doesn't feel it anymore. He glanced numbly and said, "Let it be there for now." This person saw that the boss was in a bad mood and was very acquainted. He didn't continue to talk nonsense. After putting it down, he turned and left here. After hesitating for a little bit, he picked up the cowhide bag in front of him, and after reading all the introduction about Zhou Hao inside, he sighed again. The whole person gave a very decadent feeling. Zhuge Qingqing didn't make a joke before, and Zhou Hao's identity this time is really terrifying. "Get me a car." After hesitating for a while, he ordered to go down again, and 3 minutes later, he left the courtyard in a car. "I know you are inside. Open the door now," Wei Tianhao said solemnly outside a luxuriously decorated villa. "Father, you are here. You promised to help me deal with Zhou Hao now." Opening the door, Wei Jianmin looked at his father with gleaming eyes. In his opinion, his father would definitely agree to his request. After all, he was him, the only child. "About Zhou Hao, you should choose to let go." Although hesitated, Wei Tianhao spoke decisively. "Let go? What do you mean?" Wei Jianmin was taken aback and asked like this. "He is not something we can provoke." Wei Tianhao was also very distressed when he saw the wound on his son's face, but it was useless because they were not Zhou Hao's opponents at all. "What?" Wei Jianmin looked at his father in disbelief. He looked at his father so dully. After a long while, he said, "Father, you are kidding. He is just an ordinary person. How could we not be able to provoke?" Seeing Wei Jianmin's doubts on his face, Wei Tianhao sighed. Just now he had such a surprised expression. He is Zhao Rixin's godson, and Guangzhou Military Region Commander Zhao Dingzhou is his eldest brother-in-law. "Do you think he is an ordinary person?" Wei Tianhao continued with a sigh. Wei Jianmin's face changed drastically. Although he usually behaves, he still has the name of Zhao Dingzhou. "Take a lesson this time." Seeing the surprise on his son's face, he smiled decadently and said, "It's too late. It's too late for you to tell me this." Wei Jianmin smiled miserably. His eyes were dull at this time, and his whole figure seemed to have lost his soul. "What do you mean?" Wei Tianhao suddenly felt that his heart was suddenly grabbed, and that kind of ominous omen instantly enveloped him. "I called Xiaowei just now, and now he probably has done it." After Wei Jianmin was scolded by Wei Tianhao, the anger in his heart burned to the limit. So after returning, he dialed directly, without hesitation, Xiaowei's call. Xiaowei is a well-known figure in Xiangqing, and he is very popular in the underworld. Because of the iron or relationship, Xiaowei and Wei Tianhao gradually became acquainted with each other, and eventually they developed directly into partners. Wei Tianhao gave 20% of the total iron or revenue to Xiaowei, and as a price, Xiaowei was responsible for dealing with the things under the light. "You're just a nonsense." Wei Tianhao was trembling with anger at this time. After screaming like this, he slapped Wei Jianmin in the face without hesitation. He has been following his son very much since he was a child, but this time, he really did too much. "Damn, what are you doing here? Call him quickly and let him stop." Seeing his son who was slapped by himself standing in front of him stupidly, he was extremely angry again with a roar. He didn't worry about inequality anymore, so he exploded directly. "I see." His head buzzed, but he couldn't take care of it anymore. He ran directly to the phone, picked up the phone, and dialed Xiaowei's number, but after a minute, he was sad. He said, "I tried it 3 times, but I couldn't get through. It's over, it's over, it's all over this time." With a sigh, he slumped directly on the ground a little weakly. It seemed extremely sad. After all, he knew that once Zhou Hao irritated him, he would be completely over. After all, he couldn't bear the anger that erupted from him. Seeing his father limp on the ground, Wei Jianmin didn't know what to say. Reluctantly, he grabbed the phone and wanted to try again, but as before, the phone still couldn't be connected. "Uncle Situ, it seems that we are leaving like this. Someone is not very happy." Zhou Hao looked behind him casually and said with a light smile. From the intersection, just now, he felt that the car behind him had been tight. "Follow closely." "Yes, but I'm very curious. Who is so courageous that dare to follow me?" Situ Lee was the chief of public security before, so although he is a bit older, his observation skills are still quite sharp. I have noticed that the car behind me seems to be following me all the time. It's just some shrimp soldiers and crabs. It's not enough to be afraid. Zhou Hao waved his hand indifferently. Although he didn't know who was following him, he knew that this must have nothing to do with Wei Jianmin. For Wei Jianmin, Qin Feng's patience has almost been consumed. Before that, Qin Feng had never taken him seriously, so he never planned to treat him. But now, he actually intends to push his nose on the face, which makes him Qin Feng's heart was filled with anger. Take them around now. I have notified them that it won't take long before they will pay the price. As the former chief of public security, Situ Lee was very decisive. Understand. The driver in front had a calm tone and didn't worry at all. After all, he had been a member of the special forces before that. He was used to seeing too many scenes, and he could easily feel like stopping water. Boss, their route has changed. Could they have spotted us? In the seemingly ordinary van behind, a red-haired kid looked sharply at the front car's turn signal. It shouldn't be possible. Our goal is not obvious at all. Maybe they have something to do temporarily. Each of them has a lot of women. Maybe it's time to find one of them. Xiao Wei frowned slightly. Said this way, damn, if we have the chance, can we cool off? The red-haired boy suddenly said with interest and a flash in his eyes. It's okay not to delay business matters, but if you delay business matters because of this, then you know the consequences. He spoke a little carelessly, and while speaking, he gently touched the white jade ring in his hand. Of course we know, boss, you can rest assured. The other people also started to help. They all know Xiao Wei very well. This person is happy and angry, but they all know that once he touches the hand, the white jade ring means that he is very upset in his heart. At this time, if you don't follow him, the consequences will be miserable. And Xiao Wei closed his eyes lightly. At this moment, everyone else was silent, and the only thing that could be heard in the entire car for a while was the roar of the motor. Boss, it seems something is wrong. 10 minutes later, the car with Zhou Hao in front drove into a relatively secluded highway. Because it was already far away from Xiangqing, there was very little traffic here, which made this red hair very upset. What's the matter? Xiao Wei, who closed his eyes, opened his eyes and asked, Boss, the location here is becoming more and more secluded. It doesn't seem to be a good thing. Xiao Wei did not speak, but turned his head and glanced around. Suddenly his face changed slightly, and he said solemnly, Speed up, catch me up. I see, boss. Hearing this, the driver slammed on the accelerator and the car shot out instantly, but it was too late because the car in front had already started to slow down. Return to me immediately. Na Xiaowei glanced at the row of police cars in front of him. His mouth twitched, and he quickly planned to retreat. But obviously, it's too late now, and the road behind is blocked before they can turn the front of the car. Damn, didn't you just mean ordinary people? How can you mobilize so many police officers so quickly? Xiao Wei's mouth fluttered, and now he cursed Wei Jianmin with blood. Before Wei Jianmin asked him to help, he originally wanted to refuse, but Wei Jianmin promised several times that the other party was just a small person, and thought that he would need to cooperate with Wei Tianhao in the future, so he agreed. Now it seems that he is purely lying to himself. If only a small person, how could it be possible to mobilize so many police forces so quickly? Captain Hao, what's the situation this time? Why did you even get out of the car? Xiao Wei looked at these policemen with live ammunition and felt a little trembling, because they were all carrying guns. So the atmosphere here is full of that kind of murderous atmosphere. As a local snake, he often greets the police. Now the Captain Hao who is standing in front of him, he also knows, and even the two of them have drunk several times together. Stop talking nonsense. Catch all these people for me now. Captain Hao, who would have been sitting and drinking with him, now seemed to not know him at all, opening such a stylized opening. Grab? Who? Xiao Wei looked at the police approaching him in amazement. At first he wanted to resist, but when they heard the sound of the bullet being loaded, their bodies trembled and they became extremely honest in an instant. Of course it is to catch you. You are so bold. Captain Hao glanced at them indifferently and said again, Now you'd better be honest with me. Otherwise, I promise you will soon become one. Corpse, what did we do? You need a reason to arrest people. With a jump of his eyelids, Xiao Wei quickly argued for himself. Although he was indeed behind other people's cars, he did not do anything. Wanting to grab yourself back like this seems to be a little untenable. Reason? You turn your head and take a look now, and you know why we are arresting you. Captain Hao said coldly after taking a pity at Xiao Wei. Turning his head, he saw that a middle-aged man and a young man were walking under the protection of several people. He didn't know the young man, but the middle-aged man, he is very clear. Secretary Situ? He blinked vigorously. His words were full of incredible madness, and now he finally knows why these people are standing here with guns and live ammunition. Misunderstanding. All this is a misunderstanding. We just happened to be passing by here. Xiao Wei had seen some big scenes, so he was the quickest to wake up from this shock and let out a dry laugh. He said quickly, "Misunderstanding? Just passing by? Don't you think this excuse is a bit too bad?" Situ Li snorted coldly, and their incomparably majestic voice shocked their hearts. The red hair that was still arrogant before was even scared to the ground. "I don't have much time to talk nonsense with you now. Tell me, is it to make you?" Situ Li turned his head and glanced at Zhou Hao. After getting Zhou Hao's acquiescence, he spoke. "I just said that this is just a misunderstanding. We just happened to be here." Xiao Wei hesitated for a moment and said so bitterly. At this time, although Wei Jianmin had been scolded with blood in his heart, he was still so stiff because he knew that the matter had reached this point. Even if he confessed them, the end would be very miserable. Instead of this, it is better to take everything. All of them will be carried down. In this case, it will not take long before they will go to prison to fish out themselves. It seems that you don't plan to cooperate with us. Situ Li sneered and said again, "What did you ask me to recruit? There was no behind-the-scenes instructions at all. We just happened to be here. Anyway, we are the meat on the exhibition board. If you want to add crime, you can say whatever you want." Xiao Wei sighed and made a very innocent look. "Do you think that if you resist everything, they will wait until the wind and waves are calm and go to prison to fish you?" Zhou Hao, who had not spoken, suddenly spoke slightly mockingly. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." After hearing Zhou Hao's words, the original innocent face flashed in his eyes, but then he restored the innocent expression he had before. "Really? I tell you, you'd better not have any hope for them. This time I promise that as long as you go in, even Wei Tianhao will definitely not be able to use it. At that time, you will definitely regret not being with us today. Cooperate." After Zhou Hao shrugged, the indifferent words came from his mouth again. "What are you doing so wordy? I have said it several times, there is no behind-the-scenes instructions, and you just mentioned Wei Tianhao. Who he is, I don't even know him." Xiao Wei still had illusions in his heart at this time. In his opinion, he has Wei Tianhao's handle in his hands, so as long as he enters the prison, he will be very anxious to get himself out. "Since you are so uncooperative, then I have nothing to do. Don't blame me for not reminding you in the future." Zhou Hao exchanged glances with Situ Li again. At this time, Situ Li nodded slightly and said, "Take them all. Someone escorted me back and guarded it." "Xiao Hao, do you think Wei Tianhao really did this time?" Situ Li asked after returning to the car again. "No, I never said that Wei Tianhao was behind the scenes." "Then you said that just now?" "Actually, the main ambassador this time is Wei Tianhao's son, that is, Wei Jianmin. He suffered a loss in my hands before, so it is normal to want to get back with revenge." A wise light flashed in his eyes. Zhou Hao said, "This will analyze everything very thoroughly. This doesn't make sense. Wei Tianhao knows my identity very well. He shouldn't agree with Wei Jianmin to deal with us." "What if he doesn't know?" Zhou Hao said with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "I don't know. It is indeed possible." Situ Li nodded at this moment, a little surprised. With his understanding of Wei Jianmin, he was indeed capable of doing such a thing. If this is really the case, I will beat him well to let him know what he can't do. Situ Li nodded and said, "Boss, what do we do now?" At this time, they were handcuffed by Xiao Wei in another car, and one of them asked uncomfortably, "Don't worry for now. As long as you go to the police station, someone will come out to protect us. Now you can rest assured." Xiao Wei comforted his men. He now puts all his hopes on Wei Tianhao. In fact, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, Wei Tianhao still eats well in Xiangqing, and he has a very good relationship with Situ Li, so he believes that he will be fine soon. "Well, I said that there is a boss. We will be fine." They were all stunned when they heard Xiao Wei's words, and they were energetic again. "Okay, you guys keep your voice down. It's really, Bad this time. When I'm fine in the future, I have to deal with Wei Jianmin's sour account. Xiao Wei frowned when he saw the little brother so excited. Tao. It's true, SHD. Wei Jianmin said on the phone that it was just a small role, but the secretary of the municipal party committee was dispatched. Did he kick the donkey in his head? At this time, everyone pointed the finger at Wei Jianmin. After all, also, if it weren't for Wei Jianmin, they would definitely not be as embarrassed as they are now. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the police station, and their group was temporarily detained in the detention room. After Xiao Wei sat in the detention room for a while, under the leadership of the police, he borrowed a phone call. Father, it sounds like the phone is ringing. Wei Jianmin, who had been waiting at home to die, glanced at his father who was sitting on the sofa and had no vision, and said, I'll answer. Wei Tianhao struggled to prop up his body, walked to the phone, and put the phone to his ear. Brother Wei, it's me. Xiao Wei's voice came on the other end of the phone, which made Wei Tianhao's whole body tremble. He hurriedly asked, Where are you now? We are at the police station. You quickly find a way to keep us out. Xiao Wei glanced around and hurriedly whispered, Police station? Yes, it's like this. Xiao Wei didn't dare to conceal all the things before. You mean you haven't started yet? Wei Tianhao's eyes gradually showed a glimmer of light again. Yes, we planned to follow him before. And when he got off the car, we got off the car and hacked him to death. But who thought that what happened just now? Xiao Wei smiled bitterly, although he was full of heart at this time. He complained, but he dared not express it, because now he was waiting for Wei Tianhao to release himself on bail. That's great. Great. The heart that had originally chosen to be in midair settled slightly. Wei Tianhao sat down on the sofa directly, and until now did he dare to take such a long breath. Great? What do you mean? The expression on the other end of the phone was a little gloomy. Isn't it worthy of being so happy to be held fast by the police station? Is he planning to cross the river and demolish the bridge? No, I didn't mean that. In short, it would be great if you didn't do it. Wei Tianhao didn't know what he should say now. Let's not talk about this. You can come and bail us out. Although Xiao Wei still felt a little unhappy, he did not show them. It's not that simple this time. After hesitating, Wei Tianhao spoke as softly as possible. Not easy? What do you mean? Are you really planning to cross the river and demolish the bridge? If you are like this, we will shoot and break. I will tell you. I am anxious. Everyone don't think about it. Wei Tianhao did not agree properly. Let Xiao the suppressed flame in Wei's heart rose instantly. Listen to me first. Now even I can't save you. Wei Tianhao said bitterly with a sigh. Damn. I don't want to listen to excuses. I just plan to tell you. If I can't get out before dark, then I can do anything. After the hate said, he hung up unceremoniously. Call. I believe that before. I should have told you that he has no ability to save you out. As soon as he turned around, Xiao Wei trembled with fright, because he saw the young man he had met before. When did you show up? Do you think this is important? Zhou Hao asked with a casual smile. Humph. With a cold snort, he walked directly past Zhou Hao. Now is your last chance to tell the people behind the scenes. Otherwise, you really can only stay here for the rest of your life. Zhou Hao did not turn around, and said calmly again, Why should I believe you? You have no choice. Okay, I am willing to cooperate with you. Hesitation flashed in his eyes, and finally Xiao Wei compromised. He knew that it was impossible to rely on Wei Tianhao, so this was his only choice. I believe you will not regret today's decision. Zhou Hao turned his head this time and said softly. 20 minutes later, Xiao Wei and everyone walked out of the police station. At this time, Xiao Wei was a little relaxed. At least he did not need to continue to suffer from prison. But as a price, Wei Jianmin was over. I believe you should have guessed that there will be this moment. When Zhou Hao came to the door, Wei Tianhao was not too surprised. Zhou Hao knew that he should have guessed that there would be today. Zhou Hao, these are all the formalities and management rights of my 2 iron mines. As long as you nod your head, they are all yours. And I will leave here with my son and never enter Xianqing again. I don't know. Is it okay? Looking at Zhou Hao expectantly, this was his last bargaining chip. Do you think it's possible? Zhou Hao sneered. While talking, he turned his head to look at Wei Jianmin sitting on the sofa. After 2 steps, Zhou Hao said, In fact, we don't have much hatred, but you shouldn't fight. My woman's idea. I hope you will have a long memory in the future. Zhou Hao finished saying this. ignoring the begging look on his face, and said, "Take him away for me. Zhou Hao, you will have retribution if you do this." Looking at Zhou Hao bitterly, Zhou Hao smiled indifferently. Wei Jianmin did too many bad things, so he should be dealt with, and he would be very much say, "It's a blessing. The son doesn't teach it, the father's fault. I hope you can understand it well in the future." Zhou Hao sneered as he looked at Wei Tianhao, who was also limp on the sofa. But now Wei Tianhao couldn't listen to these words anymore. His eyes were dull, and he looked up sadly at the diamond chandelier on the roof that was still shining. Wei Jianmin is Wei Tianhao's only son. For him, Wei Tianhao has devoted all his efforts to him. After his son did not raise him, Wei Tianhao began to indulge him more. Therefore, it can be said that Wei Jianmin has come to this point, and he must bear it. The main responsibility. Seeing that his eyes were absent and the whole person lost all consciousness, Zhou Hao stopped talking. After shaking his head casually like this, he turned and left. "Come here." The silence came to an end after 10 minutes. At this time, Wei Tianhao's eyes regained a bit of expression. After looking around indifferently, he spoke in such a gloomy tone. "Boss, what's your order?" After he spoke, the bodyguard who had been waiting outside quickly walked to him. "Go, get me the horse named Monkey. I want him to pay a heavy price for this matter." The coldness in his eyes flashed, and he said arrogantly, "My son likes excitement." So he established a connection with the monkey and asked the monkey to take charge of the sneak shots. He knew the whole process of this matter very well. So now he is angry with the monkeys, and even blames all things on the monkeys. Got it. Those who have been with Wei Tianhao all the year round know that Wei Tianhao is completely annoyed now. So they didn't dare to say a word of nonsense, and went straight to the task. "Why are you?" At this moment, when he was extremely annoyed at the order, Zhuge Qingqing, dressed in a plain suit, walked from the outside. Although Zhuge Qingqing is not an absolute beauty, her figure is very enchanting. At this time, under deliberately dressing up, the charm that radiates will definitely make many people's eyes intent. "Why? I'm just such a son." Wei Tianhao's eyes began to congestion, and his whole body exuded that unparalleled hostility. Now things are like this. Even if you are venting, Wei Jianmin will not be able to come out grandiosely from the inside. So you should accept the reality. Zhuge Qingqing sighed. She knew very well that it was a defeat this time, and yes, the defeat was very thorough, and it can even be said that there is no suspense. But I just can't swallow this breath, and there is Xiao Wei. This time, after I have dealt with the monkey, I will definitely make him pay a heavy price. Speaking of Xiao Wei, the crazy in his eyes, the mind suddenly broke out. "You have been taken away by this resentment now," Zhuge Qingqing said with some pity. She knew that Wei Tianhao could no longer be calm, so it could be said that he was over. "Don't care about this. What should I do? I know it in my own mind." He opened his eyes bitterly, and he finished speaking indifferently. He closed his eyes and didn't say a word to Zhuge Qingqing. They don't talk about dog bites like this. On the other side, Zhou Hao has solved everything and walked out of the police station. Walking on the street, the phone rang suddenly. He glanced at the phone number, smiled playfully, and said, "Xun, do you miss me? I know nonsense. I have a business to call you this time." He gave a light spit, but to be honest, she did miss Zhou Hao a little bit. Although she had just separated not long ago, He Shuiyun was full of expectations for him. "Hope and miss. It's about Morgan Stanley." When Zhou Hao heard about the business, he actually had guesses in his mind, and now he just said softly, "Yes, now the government's monitoring of the Hong Kong stock market has dropped a lot. So these fish that slipped past the net feel like they have an opportunity to take advantage of. So they have been making small moves recently." He Shuiyun smiled sweetly, and Zhou Hao directly guessed it, did not surprise her. After the financial crisis broke out, Zhou Hao once said that some companies headed by Morgan Stanley would have the idea of making trouble in the stock market. Originally, I thought they were afraid to make a move, but I didn't expect that they finally couldn't help it. When Zhou Hao was in Hong Kong before, he originally wanted to attack them, but at that time, they hadn't revealed the clues yet. So although I have intention to get rid of them, it is not easy to start, but it is different now. "Zhou Hao, what should I do now?" He Shuiyun asked softly. I said, "You still have to take a good rest now. As for dealing with them this time, leave it to Song Jiahao. With its current level, dealing with them should be very simple." Zhou Hao's words meant a little blame. After all, now Shuiyun is already pregnant. So if you can take a good rest, don't worry too much. Of course, to be honest, Zhou Hao also knew that he had made some fuss. The effect of ambergris was very powerful. Therefore, the bodies of women who had enjoyed themselves with Zhou Hao have been transformed. Now Shuiyun is naturally no longer what he used to be. It's so weak. I already know this, so don't worry. Although Shuiyun was blamed by Zhou Hao, her heart was sweet, because she knew very well that Zhou Hao blamed herself because she cared about her relationship. It's better. Zhou Hao talked to her for a while before hanging up the phone. In fact, regarding Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs Group, he did not take it to heart, because as early as the Hong Kong financial crisis broke out, he had already formulated detailed plans, which also included plans to deal with them. And in the previous call with Zhao Rixin, Zhou Hao once said this matter vaguely. He believed that although his godfather is no longer regent, he still has enough right to speak, so he believes that it is already early for the central government. I knew this. Under this circumstance, Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, once they acted, they would suffer a terrible blow. After thinking about it for a while, Zhou Hao dialed Song Jiahao's phone. As soon as the call was connected, Song Jiahao's commanding trader's voice came over. Jiahao, you are finally in the water now. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Hao's mouth. For Song Jiahao, he still likes it very much. After all, he is very serious and has a head. Boss, don't say that. I'm just taking care of Sister He temporarily. Song Jiahao looked very humble. After all, he and Willyworth and Shuiyun are getting along very well. Hee, I'm calling you, not talking nonsense with you. Find a quiet place. And I see. Song Jiahao waved his hand slightly, signaled a timeout, turned, and walked into his own office. Because the soundproofing effect is very good, even if it is noisy outside, he still can't hear the sound. I believe you already know what Morgan Stanley is doing this time. Zhou Hao directly asked the point of the question. Well, I already know. Boss, I'm really confused now. Are you a god? Why did you know the future economic trend a few years ago? After Song Jiahao nodded, he threw out his mind. This doubt has been held in his heart for a long time. He still remembers that when the financial crisis just broke out, Zhou Hao asked them to pay attention to Morgan Stanley. Boy, you are still early. It is naturally impossible for Zhou Hao to say that he has the memory of the next few years. After all, even if this matter is said, it is impossible for anyone to believe it. So at this time, Zhou Hao, after saying this turning around suddenly, he said, how much Morgan Stanley intends to invest in the stock market this time? Do you know this? I have followed your instructions a few years ago and put my own eyeliner in Morgan Stanley and several other companies. In a few years, they have grown a lot, and many people have begun to enter the management. So we were able to get news so quickly this time. According to the information they sent back, they basically put all their fortune into it this time. In the past, Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs had lobbied many companies, but the effect was not very good. But there were also many people who couldn't stand the temptation and got on the thief ship. So now they can mobilize funds. It should be more than 10 billion US dollars. Now, Song Jiahao knows Morgan Stanley well, so he barely thought about it at this time. So he said everything. Only tens of billions. Zhou Hao was a little disappointed. Originally, under his estimation, there should be at least 30 to 50 billion, but now, obviously, he has overestimated Morgan Stanley's influence. If it were just after the financial turmoil, this tens of billions of dollars invested in the stock market would make the stock market turbulent and even trigger a chain reaction again. But now, this seems too little. After all, under the support of the central government, the economy of Hong Kong has begun to rebound rapidly, and the momentum of that rebound is very significant. Under the background of such a solid foundation, 10 billion yuan of funds cannot really be fundamentally fundamental. Shake this kind of firm Dinghai Shenzhen. Boss, do you think everyone can mobilize large sums of money like you? $10 billion is basically all of them. Song Jiahao said with a soft sigh, a little speechless. In fact, their financial resources should have been able to have more funds and influence, but that was in their heyday, and now they are dragged down by the financial crisis. Coupled with losses in other sectors, they can flow in their hands. Funds are running out. Now that financial control is stricter, it is very difficult for them to get loans from banks. Because of this, even if they do their best, They can only collect so much startup capital. That's right. Zhou Hao touched his nose. 10 billion US dollars. Even on Wall Street can be a little arrogant. But now as Zhou Hao's assets soared, he has become less and less attractive. By the way, we won't discuss these digressions for the time being. The reason why I called you this time is to inform you that things should be treated well this time. Zhou Hao said seriously. Boss, don't worry. Willie Worth and I will take this matter seriously. Song Jiahao's heart trembled. He knew that this might be the test Zhou Hao had set for himself. Live ass can't satisfy Zhou Hao, so maybe they won't be reused in the future. As for your abilities, I am naturally 100% assured. But when you do things, you must not do things completely. The central government should pay attention to this matter, and the central government may also take action when the time comes, so you must pay attention to the limit. Zhou Hao reminded. I understand. Song Jiahao trembled in his heart and quickly nodded in agreement. He knew that there was only one important foreign policy, and that was trade-offs. The central government will not let any party dominate, so Song Jiahao understands that if he does too much, it will definitely make the central government dissatisfied. This will not have any benefit for future development. Since you understand the stakes, it's good. This time, no matter what, you have to handle it well. Hearing the seriousness in Song Jiahao's words, Zhou Hao knew that he really understood it. Interesting. So after a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, he hung up the phone with satisfaction. To be honest, although he has left Hong Kong, Zhou Hao has been uneasy about this matter. Zhou Hao has never been merciful to a moth like Morgan Stanley, because this kind of moth does not die, and it will affect the entire Hong Kong stock market. It's a hidden danger. Merchant Lee takes the lead. This is understandable. After all, businessmen want to make more money, but they also need to be worthy of their conscience. For example, they are not worthy of being a businessman who only knows to harm their own people. Uncle Situ, is there something to do? Zhou Hao, who was walking alone in the shade of the trees and enjoying the scenery, glanced at the phone number and said, Zhou Hao, do you have time now? Your uncle wants to talk to you. Zhou Lichang. Zhou Hao's image jumped out of his mind. Of course, more images were about Zhou Lichang's wife, his aunt Su Yongwei. Yes, it's him. Does he have anything to do with me? He has no feelings for this Uncle Zhou Hao. After all, what he did before was really too much. He wants to discuss with you about cooperation? Cooperation. Zhou Hao's eyelids twitched, and he said solemnly, Uncle Situ, I don't know what benefits you have gotten from him. I just want to tell you, don't mention him in front of me in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me, turn your face. Zhou Hao knew that the cooperation that Situ Li was talking about at this time was naturally about building a supermarket by himself. Zhou Lichang's business was in the steel business. Obviously, he wanted to take on this project as a living supplier. If Zhou Lichang really regarded himself as a relative, and he made such a request, Zhou Hao would agree without hesitation. But from the beginning until now, he has never regarded himself as a relative. He just regarded himself as a stepping stone to make a fortune. 2 years ago, Zhou Hao had already severed his relationship with him. Zhou Hao couldn't think of it. He still came to the door so shamelessly now. And even making such a request, really don't think of yourself as an outsider. Xiao Hao, listen to me clearly. Your uncle has just been diagnosed with advanced liver cancer. The cancer has spread. Now there is not much time to live, so he hopes to make a little contribution to the family in the last time. Situ Li was prepared for Zhou Hao's such violent anger. He sighed before he spoke. In fact, Situ Li didn't want to accept this hot potato. After all, he knew how stiff their relationship was, but there was no way. After all, for a dying person, Situ Li really didn't know how to refuse, and he believed that blood was thicker than that. Shui, even if Zhou Hao's relationship with him is stalemate, he wouldn't be too exaggerated at this time. What you said is true. Zhou Hao suppressed the anger in his heart when he heard the advanced stage of liver cancer. Zhou Hao frowned and asked, Yes, I just read the diagnosis. It is indeed advanced liver cancer. Where is he now? Zhou Hao hesitated and said calmly, Although he doesn't have any good feelings for Zhou Lichang, at this time, it is no longer the time to care. He was transferred from the city hospital yesterday, so he should be at home now. Situ Li sighed again. He was transferred from the hospital, which means that the hospital is out of surgery. Well, I see. Thank you for telling me this. I was in a bad mood just now. Zhou Hao hung up after apologizing. Watching the breeze floating in front of him, Zhou Hao's heart was complicated. When he was young, he had the most in his heart. His impression is not about his father and mother, but about Su Yongwei. He can still clearly remember the haughty expression Su Yongwei put on when his mother Yin Tong went to borrow money. When his mother Yin Tong was at a loss, the uncle never said anything. This was for the young Zhou. For Hao, it will always be a knot that cannot be solved. But in any case, he is always his uncle. This is a fact that can never be changed. Now he is in the terminal stage of cancer, so it is reasonable that Zhou Hao does not need to continue to pursue it like this. Because of the changes in Xiangqing City, the originally dilapidated Zhujiakan suddenly rejuvenated. The tiled houses that were the main building have now basically disappeared. Instead, rows of neatly arranged two-story small buildings have been built. There will always be a nice car parked outside. The former richest man in Zhoujia village, Zhou Lichang, now seems to be a lot more miserable. The three-story Western-style building that was originally the only one in the village seems a little run down, and the Guangzhou Honda that often stopped outside has also disappeared. In the past, Zhou Lichang was the richest man in Zhou's village, and because of Zhou Hao's relationship, he was very easy to eat in Xiangqing, so he gradually became famous in the nearby hardware city, and most people would sell him face. Many projects in the city, even Yudu, it was directly assigned to him. And with such conditions, he quickly accumulated enough wealth, but later, everything was taken away by Zhou Hao again. Knowing that he has nothing to do with Zhou Hao, those who had called him brothers and sisters before suddenly changed their faces. Only then did Zhou Lichang completely regretted his intestines, but it was not too late now, and it was completely finished. Hey, standing in place, looking at the slightly faded wall in front of him, Zhou Hao sighed again. Although he hadn't entered yet, Zhou Hao knew that his uncle was no longer as good as before. Zhou Hao is here. Come in. Zhou Hao knocked on the door lightly. It was Zhou Lichang's wife, who was also her aunt Su Yongwei, who opened the door, but her attitude towards herself has changed drastically now. Don't be so polite. Zhou Hao gently shook his head and looked at his aunt Su Yongwei as she spoke. Now she is a lot more haggard than before, and the arrogant look in her eyes is also thorough. Dissipate. Come in. Su Yongwei hurriedly stepped aside. After Zhou Hao nodded, she walked into the living room. The luxuriously decorated living room in Zhou Hao's eyes is now completely covered in dust. Only a few oil paintings on the wall tell this. The room was once bustling. Come, what else to buy? At first glance, Zhou Hao was only carrying a fruit basket, but his attitude towards Zhou Hao had changed directly. Xin, Ji Hao, come over and say hello to your brother. After carefully putting down the fruit basket, she greeted her son and daughter quickly. They walked over and said together, Brother. And Zhou Hao nodded and turned to look at the two of them. Whether it is Zhou Xin or Zhou Ji Hao, they are a lot longer than the last time they met. Maybe they have been corrected before, or maybe they are real now. Growing up, anyway, the arrogance and carelessness in their eyes have disappeared. Where is my uncle? Zhou Hao asked calmly after looking around. He was upstairs, just took medicine, said that his mouth was bitter, and wanted me to pour him a glass of water. I didn't expect you to come when I got down. Looking at Zhou Hao, Su Yongwei's eyes showed endless sadness. Folding his brows, he took a closer look at Su Yongwei. In the end, Zhou Hao didn't show too much expression, but said in a deep voice, In this case, I will go and see my uncle first. While talking, Zhou Hao walked past Zhou Ji Hao and Zhou Xin. At this time, the two of them lowered their heads and their expressions were very sad. However, Zhou Hao also had an illusion and a faint guess in his heart. But Zhou Hao did not what did you say, but walked past them calmly like this, stepping on the red carpet. Zhou Hao quickly entered the second floor. Mom, do you think? Zhou Xin saw Zhou Hao disappearing at the corner of the stairs and said, Don't talk. Su Yongwei glared at Zhou Xin fiercely. Zhou Xin, who had originally wanted to continue speaking, swallowed everything again. Zhou Hao stopped slightly at the corner, frowned slightly, and proceeded calmly. After stepping over a dozen steps again, Zhou Hao stood on the second floor steadily and glanced at the closed door in front of him. With a little effort, the room opened. At the moment when the heavy door opened, the smell of medicine came from the room. At this moment, Zhou Hao had the illusion of being in the medicine warehouse. Ingwei, why is it so troublesome to carry a glass of water? At this point, he suddenly saw that the person at the door was not his wife. After carefully identifying it, he opened his mouth in surprise. Zhou Hao. Uncle. Zhou Hao nodded calmly, looked at Zhou Lichang who was lying on the bed, and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up, please sit down." Zhou Lichang, who was originally pale, became a little, because of Zhou Hao's appearance, and even became full of breath when he spoke. "Uncle, what is going on with your body?" "The advanced stage of liver cancer. I always felt a little pain in the liver before. At first, I thought it was because of drinking too much alcohol, so I didn't care too much. I started by taking some painkillers, and it was all right, but gradually the painkiller lost its effect. When I went to the hospital for an examination, I found out that it was cancer, and it was in the advanced stage." Zhou Lichang had obviously looked away at this time, with a slight smile on his mouth, so calm. "Tao, haven't any treatment been taken?" Zhou Hao asked. "The doctor originally planned to perform chemotherapy, but I don't know why. My cancer cells spread very quickly. This spread speed exceeded the doctor's expectations, so the originally prepared treatment methods were ultimately ineffective." "Exceeded expectations? After you found out the symptoms, have you taken medicine?" Zhou Hao frowned and said. At the same time, Zhou Hao actually found the answer by himself. People feel the pungent smell of Chinese medicine. "Yes, after finding out the symptoms, your aunt used to find me some Chinese medicine doctors, and now the most important thing I take is prescribed by him, and the effect is pretty good." Zhou Lichang smiled and said, "Where is the prescription? Let me take a look." A gloom flashed in his eyes, and Zhou Hao said in a deep voice, "Well, right on the side of my bed. This medicine doesn't taste bad, but after drinking it, I feel like I really want to drink water." He handed a piece of paper that was already slightly yellowed to Zhou Hao's. In the hand, he said again. Zhou Hao didn't speak, but looked at the prescription in his hand carefully. After a while, Zhou Hao put down the prescription in his hand. After putting down the prescription, a faint, gloomy color flashed in Zhou Hao's eyes. "What's the matter?" Zhou Lichang asked with a little doubt, seeing Zhou Hao's expression not very good. Zhou Hao's face was sullen. When he was thinking about what to say, Zhou Lichang continued to speak. "Although the medical conditions are pretty good now, there is not much hope of cure for patients with advanced cancer like mine. So actually, it's already very convincing. I know that this Chinese medicine will not have much effect on me, but at least it can reduce my pain. This is enough. How long have you been taking this medicine? During the hospitalization, have you been taking it?" Zhou Hao suddenly raised his head and asked. "Yes, I have been taking it for nearly a month since the beginning, and taking this medicine has made my spirits much better." Zhou Lichang nodded and said again, "You brought up the matter of becoming the main supplier this time?" Zhou Hao put the yellowed paper in his hand aside and asked softly. "No, I have been here to recuperate during this period of time. To be honest, I don't even know about your return to Xianqing. This is when Yongwei told me yesterday morning. I don't have much time to live, so I hope to leave something for their orphans and widows. To tell the truth, I am very sorry for the previous events, but I hope you can agree to my last request for the sake of my short-lived death." When starting to supply steel, to be honest, Zhou Lichang also felt embarrassed. Once the richest man in Zhujiakan, their status in Zhujiakan was unshakable, but because of offending Zhou Hao's relationship, of course, all of them were gone. The people who were rushing to send orders have never appeared since then. This made Zhou Lichang very distressed. He personally pulled down his face to beg them, but it still had no effect. In this way, under the vicious circle, Zhou Lichang is now the halo is no longer. "Well, I can promise you this matter. By the way, uncle, I know a good Chinese medicine doctor. I will call him and let him come and show you, okay?" Zhou Hao smiled and nodded, then he said Tao. Of course, Zhou Lichang is actually indifferent. He is very open now. After all, he knows what cancer means. But even so, he did not reject Zhou Hao. In his opinion, this is Zhou Hao after all. Kindness. I'll go out and make a call." Zhou Hao smiled and walked out of the room. After walking to the end of the corridor, Zhou Hao pretended to look back and dialed the phone. "Boss." As soon as the call was connected, a respectful voice reached Zhou Hao's ears. "Mouse, I need you to help me investigate some things." Zhou Hao looked around again and began to give orders. The mouse on the other end of the phone listened very respectfully, without saying a word from beginning to end. "Boss, don't worry, as long as there is such a thing, I can investigate it immediately. Hearing the rat's guarantee, Zhou Hao's mouth smiled. As a commercial spy, Zhou Hao's level of rat is very at ease, so in general, Zhou Hao is willing to leave things to him. Putting down the phone, Zhou Hao dialed Jiming's number. When he was in Hong Kong some time ago, Zhou Hao talked to him on the phone. He said that he would be returning to Xiangqing in the near future, so Zhou Hao called to ask. Let's ask if he has come back. Although Zhou Hao has already seen the clue, Zhou Hao feels that it's better to confirm it. Jiming, where are you now? Zhou Hao heard the faint roar from the other end of the phone, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew he should be at the airport now. I just got off the plane, and I'm about to go home now. Uncle, what's the matter? Ji Ming said softly. Well, don't go home now. Come to Zhujiakan. You should know this location. Zhou Hao glanced at the clear sky outside and said, I've been with my father once before, so Uncle Master will wait for me for a while. I'll be there soon. Without too much nonsense, Zhou Hao hung up the phone directly after the decision was made. Zhou Hao was very satisfied with Jiming. Can you eat fruit? At this moment, there was a shout from the end of the corridor. Zhou Hao turned his head, and Su Yongwei was walking over with the fruit plate. Thank you, Auntie, but I am not very interested now. In this case, forget it, you just called again? Looking at Zhou Hao, Su Yongwei asked with a smile on her mouth, seemingly unconscious. Yeah, I have a Chinese medicine friend who happens to be here on vacation now. I want him to help look at his uncle. Now he is on the road. Zhou Hao was talking, looking directly at Su Yongwei's gaze. Although Su Yongwei tried to conceal it, Zhou Hao still saw a hint of panic in her eyes. Seeing this panic, Zhou Hao sighed. He now understands that all his previous guesses should be correct. Traditional Chinese medicine? Is there any effect of looking for a Chinese medicine doctor now? The doctor has already given your uncle the ultimatum. Let's make him happy for the last part of his life. It's okay, the uncle has agreed. Does the aunt have other thoughts in her heart? Zhou Hao asked with a smile on the corner of his mouth, pretending to be unconscious. What are your thoughts? What are you talking about? I used to ask him the best Chinese medicine doctor before, and now I spent a lot of money on the prescription she was taking, but it didn't have much effect, so I don't have much good impression of Chinese medicine now. She sighed, and she moved forward with retreat, but Zhou Hao just chuckled and was not moved. Everyone has a different understanding of medical skills. He is almost there, let him try it. Zhou Hao smiled, and then turned around and left first. Behind him, Su Yongwei's eyes sparkled, and no one knew what she was thinking about now. It's been a long time since I've been here. The change is so big. I almost didn't find it. 10 minutes later, on the roadside outside, Zhou Hao and Jiming smiled at each other. Of course, I was a little surprised when I just came here. Zhou Hao nodded, then raised his head to look at Jiming. Compared with the last time he met, he is mature and has a special aura. Zhou Hao knows that now Jiming is really growing up. Uncle Master, I haven't seen you for a long time. You still look the same. The corner of Zhou Hao's mouth curled up, and he whispered, I've become more skilled. Dare to make fun of me. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Go in with me first. Zhou Hao walked ahead, and Jiming suddenly asked in confusion. Uncle Master, although life extension pandan is still in the experimental stage, it can already be application and clinical practice. I understand what you mean, but this time there are other things, and you will understand later. Zhou Hao understands that Jiming meant to let Zhou Hao give Zhou Lichang the medicine made by life extension pandan. In this case, even if he has entered the third period, he will soon be cured. And I know. Jiming didn't ask too much, but he followed Zhou Hao indifferently and walked into the 3-story building in front. Auntie, this is what I introduced to you. You can call her Jiming. In the living room, Zhou Hao pointed to Jiming and introduced. In this way, under Zhou Hao's needlework, they quickly got to know each other. Jiming, right? I just washed a few fruits. I don't know what type of fruit you like, so you will just taste it. Su Yongwei smiled and said, Don't be so polite. I just ate on the plane, so I don't have much appetite. Jiming gently shook his head, and after refusing, he said, By the way, I'll go see the patient first. Well, too, come upstairs with me. Su Yongwei put down the fruit plate in her hand and spoke calmly. Now she is no longer uneasy. Although she is not a doctor, she knows that the most important thing for a doctor is age and qualifications. This person named Jiming is obviously only in her 20s. People of this age are basically it is impossible to have sufficient qualifications, so it can be said that the worries in his heart are completely redundant. After a sneer flashed in the eyes of Zhou Hao, who was walking at the end, he calmly followed up. My name is Jimming, and I am Zhou Hao's friend. I originally wanted to say that Zhou Hao was his uncle, but after thinking about it, I changed my mind. After all, this is more acceptable. Well, I am Zhou Lichang, Zhou Hao's uncle. Zhou Lichang reluctantly squeezed out a smile. When he saw Jimming at such a young age, he was not too disappointed, because he knew that even if he was standing here as a senior, a profound old Chinese doctor, the result must be impossible to change. After all, he is suffering from an incurable disease. Have you used Chinese medicine before? Jimming asked, smelling the smell of this medicine floating in the air. Well, it's still the same up to now. Zhou nodded as expected. Where is the prescription? Let me take a look. After Jimming and Zhou Hao exchanged glances, they spoke again. The cancer cells have spread all over the body? Jimming asked when he held the yellowed paper in his hand. Yes. After Jimming nodded and looked at the prescription in his hand, Jimming, who was expressionless at first, frowned quickly. A minute later, he put the prescription in his hand aside and asked, This prescription, you are from where did you get it? It's the prescription my wife got from an old Chinese doctor. Is there any problem? Zhou Lichang asked when he was puzzled. This recipe has a serious problem. This is simply an antidote, but a poison. At this time, as Jimming's voice fell, the expressions of the three people present changed. The first thing that changed was Zhou Hao. Hearing what Jimming said at this time, he confirmed the previous guess in his mind. Unlike Zhou Hao, the other two of them looked very ugly. Especially Su Yongwei's face was extremely gloomy. I don't understand, what do you mean? Zhou Lichang said in a deep voice after looking at Jimming with some confusion. Mrs. Zhou, which Chinese medicine doctor did you get this prescription from? Jimming turned his head and looked at Su Yongwei, who was not very pretty, and asked, It's an old Chinese doctor, but he told me not to reveal his name. Her face recovered a little, and she said with a dry smile, You are fooled. This is simply a kind of poison. Anyone who knows a little bit of medical science knows that these drugs will not do any good when combined together. After drinking this medicine, it will directly destroy the body's immune system. For people suffering from cancer, the consequences can be imagined. Jimming's face was gloomy. Although he did not clearly explain the stakes, anyone who is not a fool can understand the harm caused by this medicine. How is this possible? At this time, Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei were both stunned, not knowing what to say for a while. Are you talking nonsense? How old are you? What do you know? This is the secret recipe from the ancestors of the old Chinese doctor. This kind of profound pharmacology is not something you can understand now. Su Yongwei was a little bit astonished and said coldly, Tao, yes, are you wrong? I took this Chinese medicine and my body obviously felt a lot easier. Zhou Lichang hesitated a little and said so. The main function of this medicine is to defeat the immune system in the human body. In this process, it will generate excess calories, so the user will naturally feel the body relaxed. But such relaxation is not a good thing. When he got here, he continued, Do you know why your body deteriorates faster than the average person? Is it because of this medicine? Zhou Lichang asked with a twitch of his eyes. Yes, it is because it disrupts your body's immune system and doubles the toxins spread by cancer cells. Jimming nodded and said solemnly. Hearing this, Zhou Lichang fell silent, and Su Yongwei, who was sitting on the side, felt that it was time for her to say something, and the corner of her mouth jumped. She said, I don't know. The old Chinese doctor said that the prescription was very effective. Okay, it's okay. I didn't blame you. You are for my good after all. Zhou Lichang said with a smile, shaking his head gently. I really didn't know how things would be like this. He lowered his head slightly, and no one noticed the sneer in her eyes. I'll answer the call. At this time, the phone rang. Zhou Hao glanced at the number, and after inadvertently glanced at Su Yongwei, he answered the call. Boss, I have found out all the things you asked me to investigate. The moment the phone was connected, the rat's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, you are very efficient in doing things. Don't talk about it now. After I turn on the hands-free, you can tell everything one by one. Zhou Hao was a little surprised. The speed is indeed very fast. Everyone, I believe you will be interested in this news. As Zhou Hao was talking, he gently pressed the hands-free button of the phone. After doing this, he said, Okay, Let's get started. Su Yongwei, female, 33 years old, only child, married to Zhou Lichang 14 years ago, and now has 2 children. Under Zhou Hao's order, a series of information about Su Yongwei came over the phone. Zhou Hao, what do you mean? Su Yongwei's face was gloomy, and the whole person looked a little mad. Behind her, Zhou Lichang's brows were also frowned. Obviously, he was not very happy about Zhou Hao's investigation of his woman. Don't worry. Just listen quietly. Zhou Hao had expected her to show such irritable behavior, so after shaking her head slightly, he spoke very calmly. A year ago, Su Yongwei came into contact with Yin Shuwei, who is also engaged in the hardware and building materials business. The convenience of the business gave them a chance to be together, so it didn't take long for them to have something that shouldn't happen. From then on, as long as there is time, Su Yongwei would always contact Yin Shuwei, and her customers who originally belonged to Zhou Lichang were also introduced to Yin Shuwei. Ingwei, are these things true? Although the mouse was still going on, Zhou Lichang couldn't hear it anymore. He raised his head slightly in pain, and an incredible expression flashed in his eyes. How is it possible? Don't listen to his nonsense. Su Yongwei's pupils flashed with a panic, and she explained again and again. Impossible. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Zhou Lichang's mouth. To be honest, he actually had a little guess before, but he had never been willing to believe it. After all, he still loved Su Yongwei very much. Yes, these are all fake. Su Yongwei said again and again. Fake. Zhou Hao showed a mocking smile, and immediately he said again. If you still don't plan to admit it, I will invite Yin Shuwei here and let you face it. You? Yes, I did find another one, but am I wrong? It has been 14 years since I got married to you. I have given my youth during these 14 years, and even gave birth to you twice. A child, I think I have done a lot. Su Yongwei knew that there was no need to cover up now, so she said with a cold face, extremely cold. I just want to know why. Zhou Lichang looked very calm at this time. His pupils shrank slightly in his slightly hollow eyes. He asked, naturally, it was all because of you. I asked you to rely on Zhou Hao to make money, but I didn't expect you to get worse and worse in the end. Since I can only endure hardship with you, why should I continue to be with you? After the window paper was punctured, all the disguise on Su Yongwei's body was also removed. Do you think that my uncle would be in your way? So I gave him such a pair of Chinese medicine? Zhou Hao sighed and asked indifferently. Yes, when he was diagnosed with the disease before, he had not reached the advanced stage, so if he was undergoing chemotherapy, he could continue to linger, and my patience has gradually been exhausted. In order to get happiness as soon as possible, I naturally have to use this method. That's it. Su Yongwei showed a face of sway when she spoke, as if this matter was nothing to her. A couple of 14 years, I really didn't expect that in the end, you would treat me like this. After Zhou Lichang heard this, he lay helplessly on the bed. He didn't expect that it was what made him go to a dead end. My pillow. This can only blame you, a waste person. I originally wanted to take advantage of your relationship to take over the business of supplying steel, but now it seems that this is impossible, but it does not matter. After all, Yin Shuwei is not short of this money. Because she had already started, she still did not show any guilt in the narrative that continued at this time. Okay, since I've torn my skin, I'm not interested in staying here anymore. We will have a period later. Gently raised her hand, and after waving her hand carelessly, she directly lifted her LV bag and walked out. Room. It is totally unexpected that there are such people. Jimming frowned, and his whole body showed an incredible expression. Don't worry, she will soon regret what she has done. Zhou Hao chuckled lightly. A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, her face full of carelessness. Uncle, because this kind of woman is angry, it is really worthless. Zhou Hao gave a chuckle and turned his head to look at Zhou Lichang. I'm fine, the only thing I worry about now is the 2 children. As for her, since she said that just now, I've been heartbroken to her. Zhou Lichang is not the kind of mother-in-law, and has already lived happily. For 40 years, he has a state of mind that can bear anything, so he hasn't been too negative at this time. Leave the child's affairs to me, and I promise you that I will return them to you in their entirety. Zhou Hao, can I ask you something at the last minute? If you want to talk about children, then you don't need to speak up. They must be taken care of by you. Only in this way can I really feel relieved. Because I have already seen Zhou Lichang's thoughts. Zhou Hao's such an indifferent opening. Of course I want to take care of them, but the doctor has already said that with my physical condition, the best case is that I can live for another half a year. Originally, he thought Su Yongwei would take good care of the children, so he looked after life and death. Very thorough, but now that after clearing Su Yongwei's mind, he can no longer trust his child to her. So now he has a desire to survive again. But this does not have much effect, after all. His death is now doomed. Half a year? That was before I appeared. Zhou Hao nodded slightly to Jiming as he spoke. Jiming opened the bag in his hand and took out 3 capsules from it. There was no packaging on these 3 capsules, and there is no explanation. So Zhou Lichang didn't know what it was. This is a new drug developed by my company. Although it hasn't come out yet, it's considered the nemesis of cancer. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Zhou Hao gently placed the 3 capsules in his palm. A hint of incredible color appeared on Zhou Lichang's face, and immediately he looked down at the 3 capsules like this, but no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see the difference between them and ordinary pills. Is this a joke? Zhou Lichang looked at it carefully, raised his eyes, and said, "Aren't you kidding? You'll know if you try it." Zhou Hao knew that there were too many explanations now and it didn't make much sense, so he didn't continue to explain, but made a nuisance and motioned him to try it himself. With a frown between his eyebrows, Zhou Lichang hesitated a little, then picked up the pill in Zhou Hao's palm. After a few careful glances, he swallowed it directly into his mouth. Ming Jiang handed over the water cup lightly. "Is this all right?" After swallowing the capsule, he didn't feel any strangeness at all. He glanced at Zhou Hao like this, and he asked with some confusion, "It's okay. There are 3 capsules in total here. You take 1 capsule every 6 hours. After all 3 capsules are taken, although it is impossible to cure, it can initially control your condition." Zhou Hao nodded and said. After placing the 2 capsules on the bedside table in front of him, he exclaimed, "You didn't lie to me. Is it really effective?" To tell the truth, Zhou Lichang is still a little dubious until now. After all, what Zhou Hao said is too evil. Why should I lie to you? And if there is any effect, you will know tomorrow. Zhou Hao smiled like this and continued. "Well, no matter what, I have to thank you. The previous thing, my uncle, I really did too much." He glanced at Zhou Hao with some embarrassment and said in such a deep voice, "Let all the past events pass away with the wind. There is no need to continue talking." Zhou Hao shook his head slightly and said solemnly, "Yep." They looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, all the estrangements in their hearts have been solved. Although they are not too affectionate, they will not think that they were like passers-by in the past. At this time, on the other side, Su Yongwei, who had left with her 2 children, stood under the stop sign on the side of the road ahead and dialed Yin Shuwei's phone. "Shu Wei, I have completely broken with Zhou Lichang now. You come to pick me up now." After the call was connected, Su Yongwei glanced at the 2 children behind him and said directly, "Break? Did you take down the hardware supply for Zhou Hao's project?" Yin Shuwei didn't agree to it at the first time, but instead asked like this, "No, I have broken up with them, so we can't get that project." Su Yongwei shook her head and said briefly what happened before. "You mean this time, you offended Zhou Hao?" The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Yin Shuwei directly asked in such a cold and unceremonious manner, "Yes, what's the matter? If you offend, you can offend. What else can he do? It's a big deal. We won't mix in the city anymore. What's the matter?" Su Yongwei heard Yin Shuwei's cold voice. Her words were still full of nonsense. "Care? Should I say that you are innocent, or that you are an idiot? Do you know what you are doing?" After Yin Shuwei heard Su Yongwei's words, the corners of his mouth twitched, and the whole person was extremely angry. "What are you arguing for me? Do you look down on me?" Su Yongwei was irritated by Zhou Hao and Zhou Lichang before. She could hold it back, but now, she can no longer continue to endure. "Fancy you? Who do you think you are? Damn. The reason why I was willing to go to bed with you was to take Zhou Hao's line, and now that you have become pornographic, then what do I have to do with you? You die for me." After Yin Shuwei said this with a sneer, he unceremoniously cut the connection unilaterally. I wanted to say something more, but what I heard was the busy beep from the receiver. With a few bitter roars, she dialed the phone again, but no one got through. After trying this way 3 or 4 times, she knew that Yin Shuwei was planning to completely cut off contact with herself and thought of this. The anger in her heart could not be contained. Before, she dedicated everything she had to Yin Shuwei. In order to make him make more money, she didn't hesitate to introduce Zhou Lichang's clients to him. Originally, she thought that she would get everything she wanted with her heart, but she didn't expect it to be a waste of water in the end. Yui didn't even want to answer his own phone. "Mom, what's the matter? Let's go quickly, it's so hot here." The pampered princess and young master have never suffered such suffering, so at this time they pulled Su Yongwei's sleeve like this. "Well, let's leave right away." After giving up and continuing to call, she asked for a taxi. After all the taxis got in, she said, "Go to the Pearl Garden." In the so-called Cunning Rabbit 3 caves, Su Yongwei bought a house in Mingzhu Garden to make it easier to contact Yin Shuwei. The only value of this house is to date Yin Shuwei. Although Mingzhu Garden is not a very top residential area in Xianqing, it also spent almost all of Su Yongwei's private money. Of course, she did not complain about this, and when the real estate was registered, in order to show that she was very concerned about Yin Shuwei's love, she did not hesitate to register the real estate under Yin Shuwei's name. "Mom, I want to eat ice cream now." Zhou Xinxin spoke as soon as she got out of the taxi. "Well, after going upstairs, there are so many in the refrigerator." Su Yongwei, carrying her bag, walked in the forefront. Behind her, the son and the woman quickly followed. "Okay, there will be ice cream soon." Su Yongwei smiled and opened the door with the key, but after the door was opened, she was stunned, because on the shoe rack next to the door, he saw a pair of purple with pointed high heels. She can be very sure that these shoes do not belong to her. She looked up at the front corridor in amazement. On the wooden floor in front, she saw a pair of black pantyhose. On the pantyhose, the traces of being torn could be clearly seen. Her eyes became gloomy. She and Yin Shuwei had done it many times here, so she knew that Yin Shuwei had a special hobby. So when she saw the black pantyhose, her face became extremely ugly. "Mom, what's the matter? Why don't you go in?" The 2 children standing behind her looked at each other and asked in unison. "You two wait for me here." As she talked, she put her bag by the wall, and after gently taking off her shoes, she only wore these black socks and walked gently through the corridor. When she went to the living room, her eyes flashed with a haze, because here, she saw the same black underwear and panties. At this time, they were thrown aside so casually. Looking in this direction, the final destination seemed to be the bedroom with the closed door in front. Su Yongwei is not a fool. Although she is a little bit self-deceitful, she understands exactly what is happening now. A hint of resentment and coldness flashes in her eyes, and she steps forward like this. Although she is now strongly restraining the crazy urge in her heart, her body still can't help shaking. "You are really bad. You can't touch it there, or I will be overwhelmed." "Hey, now you know how good I am." "Well, my feet were soft just now. You are really strong. By the way, you said before that you will give me this house. Don't you know if it is true?" "Of course it is true. When did I lie to my beauty? Tomorrow, we will go to the real estate bureau to change the name, and it will belong to you in the future." "Thank you, you are so kind to me." Su Yongwei, who originally suppressed her anger, heard this conversation. Her whole person was like an exploding balloon. You must know that she spent almost all of the money to buy this house, and at this time, without herself, 2 outsiders dominated their own house so randomly. Thinking of this, she didn't hesitate anymore and just unscrewed the door like this. "Ah, who are you?" The woman who had originally leaned her head on the wall saw Su Yongwei rushing in. Her body trembled, and she quickly pulled the things around her to cover the main position of her body. Shut up." Su Yongwei stared directly at this woman with angry eyes while she was talking. In fact, Su Yongwei could see that this woman was much stronger than herself in terms of body and appearance, but even so, this can't be the reason why he betrayed himself. Unexpectedly, "I just left. You will find another new love." Su Yongwei's cold words came from her mouth, but Yin Shuwei, who was lying on the bed, didn't care very much, and saw him swing his body randomly. Opened the mouth and said, "Isn't what I said on the phone before is not clear enough? You have no value anymore. It is better not to appear in front of me in the future. You just treated me like this? You forgot the pledge you made to me before." Looking at Yin Shuwei in disbelief, Su Yongwei looked in disbelief. Just yesterday, he kept saying this in his ear. The love words of each other, but only one day later, his attitude changed drastically. This makes Su Yongwei a little unbelievable. Each oath? You believe it too? You don't look in the mirror properly. You are no longer young. The reason why I was willing to waste time on you before was because you were valuable to me and I originally planned to use you. It's the relationship between Zhou Hao and Zhou Hao, but now it seems that there is no possibility anymore. In that case, do you think I need to continue wasting precious time on you? Yin Shuwei took the hand of the woman next to him. After the cigarette came over, he made no secret of the sneer in the words. Good, good, good. I only recognize your true face until now. I hope you will not regret your choice in the future. Besides, I am very puzzled why you value Zhou Hao so much. He is just a businessman. And just by chance, okay. I've made some money. What's the point? Su Yongwei's knowledge of Zhou Hao has been still a few years ago, so she is very indifferent at this time, because in her opinion, Zhou Hao doesn't have much to deserve. Note that even his mother's business is indeed doing well, but it shouldn't have much to do with him. Women's opinion. Why didn't I see it before? You are so mindless. Yun Shuwei shook his head directly after hearing Su Yongwei's words, revealing that extremely indifferent tone, and then he wrinkled slightly like this. The brow said, Now I will tell you how outrageous you are. I believe you should know Zhao Dingzhou. Of course I know him. As the commander of the Guangzhou military region, I believe that few people in our territory don't know who he is. What? Is Zhou Hao related to him? You don't mean that Zhou Hao is his illegitimate child? After nodding, her words were full of sarcasm. Birthday? A joke. Zhao Dingzhou is his eldest brother-in-law. What nonsense are you talking about? How is this possible? Su Yongwei shook her head after a little stunned. From beginning to end, she didn't mean to believe it at all. Do you think it is necessary for me to lie to you? Yin Shuwei said again after taking a pitying look at her. Who knows what you think? I have seen her woman a long time ago. She is called Wang Shijuan, and she should be just a college student now. Su Yongwei thought for a while and said, This woman named Wang Shijuan is just one of his women. Although I don't know him thoroughly, I know that he has at least 7 or 8 women. Yin Shuwei was talking about when Zhou Hao had so many women. There was a burst of sorrow in his heart. Although there are more than 10 women who have had a relationship with him, but these people are all acting on the spot, and none of them are really his women. So he is very jealous of Zhou Hao, because those women of Zhou Hao are all the best beauties. And everyone is absolutely dedicated to Zhou Hao. God, what you said is true. At this moment, she was a little apprehensive. Only then did she realize that she knew too little about Zhou Hao. Of course it is true. You now know how stupid you were doing this time. Yun Shuwei looked at Su Yongwei bitterly, originally wishing to use her to contact Zhou Hao. Even if he could not be a friend, at least become a partner. But now, because of her unilateral stupidity, this wishful thinking is absolutely impossible. Su Yongwei's heart was filled with bitterness at this time. She regretted it very much now. If she had known Zhou Hao's identity, she would not have made these little calculations, but it was too late to say anything. This is my business, don't care about it. Get out of here for me now. Gradually, Su Yongwei gradually recovered from that madness, and a trace of regret flashed in her eyes. She knew she had just been the decision is the worst decision in this life. Damn, do you know what you're talking about? Of course I know what I'm talking about. I bought this house, so now I let you get out of here, can't it? Su Yongwei looked at Yun Shuwei with disgust, and now she regrets it very much. Deceived by his rhetoric. Oh, I didn't expect that you were really angry. But you seem to have forgotten one thing. That is, this house is in my name. So I hope you understand who is the owner of this house. Seeing Su Yongwei being angry, Yin Shuwei said with a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. You? Su Yongwei was a little speechless at this time. Because she was so fascinated by Yun Shuwei at the beginning, when the house was registered, Su Yongwei filled in Yun Shuwei's name without hesitation. Thanks to this, it is not a very simple thing for her to take back her own house. You'd better get out of here now, otherwise I call the police, and things will become ugly by then. Su Yongwei took a deep breath while watching Yun Shuwei smile. Very indifferent opening. Call the police? Am I worried? The house is in my name. I want to see who the police believe. The ironic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now he has completely interpreted this shamelessness to the extreme. You? Su Yongwei, who was extremely annoyed, rushed forward frantically at this time, but the result was already doomed before he did it. In fact, that was the case. Although she took the first shot, the end result was that she was directly caught by Yin Shuwei like this. Overturned. Now you quickly get out of here. Yin Shuwei continued after pushing her to one side. I have never finished with you today. I promise. I will retaliate in the future. Su Yongwei stood up from the ground in a panic. You. Just as Yin Shuwei was about to say something, suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. Frowning, because he really couldn't remember who the person outside would be. Zhou Xinxin, who was sitting outside eating ice cream in the living room, opened the door, and the next moment 4 brawny men with black sunglasses entered. Seeing here, Yin Shuwei frowned, and after covering his body a little, his hand was placed unnaturally by the wall. This place, before, he put a pistol. Who are you? What are you doing here? After touching the pistol, the worry in his heart faded slightly. It's nothing to do with you. The leader took off the black glasses, and then that kind of emotionless words came from his mouth. Hearing this voice, Yin Shuwei's heart stunned. He knew that the identity of these people was absolutely absolute. It is not simple, otherwise it is impossible to form such a terrifying and murderous atmosphere. Then you do whatever you want. Since he heard that it has nothing to do with him, Yin Shuwei didn't care anymore. After shrugging casually, he said, Su Yongwei, right? This is the divorce agreement. I hope you will sign your name on it. At the first person's sign, a man in black took out a blank sheet of paper from his arms. Did not write many words. So after receiving the blank paper, Su Yongwei quickly read all the content. Her face changed drastically. She said, This is impossible. The child must be taken care of by me. You don't seem to have a clear concept until now. We are not here to negotiate terms with you, so you don't need to speak at all. There is only one thing you need to do, and that's to shut your mouth. If you are impulsive, things will definitely get worse. Looking at Su Yongwei, whose expression had changed drastically, the black man said indifferently, No, the children belong to me. You can't take them away from me. Su Yongwei smiled miserably and said tremblingly again. But these people ignored her from start to finish. In desperation, she only turned to look at Yin Shuwei, who was still sitting on the bed. For her, Yin Shuwei became the last straw. Help me. Now the only thing I have left is my children. They must not be taken away. Su Yongwei said anxiously. I can't help it. Although Su Yongwei pleaded bitterly, Yin Shuwei still shook his head. Yin Shuwei knew that he could not offend Zhou Hao at all, so he directly cut off the idea of forcibly coming out. Good. I didn't expect you to be so unfeeling. I hate it. To be honest, Su Yongwei also knew that Yin Shuwei was unlikely to help herself, but she couldn't think of it. He didn't hesitate. He refused directly. In the past, Su Yongwei believed that Yin Shuwei would definitely bring her happiness. So for Yin Shuwei, she did everything she could do. But now, she has ended up in such a field, bitter emotions. In her heart was tumbling, and that kind of grief made her feel more grief than death. Unfeeling? I'm so embarrassed by you now. Do you still say I'm unfeeling? Yin Shuwei glanced at her like this, with a cold smile on his face. Okay, the matter has been resolved. Let's go. With a wink, the 4 began to walk out of the room, and at this moment, a trace of sarcasm flashed in the eyes of the black-clad bodyguard walking at the back, and said, By the way, the boss asked me to tell you that you have to pay a price to do something. I hope you are mentally prepared. After saying this, regardless of whether Yin Shuwei understood it or not, he walked directly out of the bedroom, picked up Zhou Xinxin and Zhou Jiahao in the living room, and left here directly. Boss, things are done. After putting their 2 children in the black business car, he dialed the phone. Very well, you can come back now. His boss on the other end of the phone was naturally Zhou Hao. After a few more orders, he hung up the phone. Because he agreed with his uncle, Zhou Hao called to inform him. Some of the bodyguards of the Pluto branch, after all, in his opinion, this matter is not worthy of personal appearance. Xiao Hao, is this really okay? Zhou Lichang leaned on the bed and looked at Zhou Hao with a sigh and said, Uncle, what are you talking about? Don't worry about this. Zhou Hao turned his head and glanced. His words were full of determination. The reason Zhou Hao reacted so strongly is because he was injured by a woman. In the last life, he could only end up in hatred because of Chao Ying's betrayal. I see. Zhou Lichang actually knew that it was impossible for him and Su Yongwei, but after all, it was a relationship for more than 10 years. While Zhou Lichang sighed, Su Yongwei also sighed. She doesn't know what she feels in her heart. She originally thought that she could get someone who loves her forever by giving up her relationship for more than 10 years. But now, not only did she not get it, she also lost it. Everything is mixed up. Crying without tears may be the best interpretation. I know, Sai. SHD, why did I find you in the first place? It's really bad luck. Yun Shuwei, sitting on the bed, thought of what the black bodyguard said before, and he was very upset at first, so he heard after her sigh. She almost burst into foul language. You. Shut up. Hearing Su Yongwei's intention to speak, he stared at her fiercely. At this moment, the mobile phone on the bedside rang and took it over to see that it was his father's number. Father, what's the matter? Although he felt a little uneasy, he still forced himself to calm down. Tell me, who did you offend this time? A slightly tired voice came from the other end of the phone, which made Yun Shuwei shocked in an instant. You must know that his father has always been pissed. Sufficient. Father, I don't know what you mean. Yun Shuwei recovered a little bit, did not tell the truth in his heart, but asked again. I don't know what I mean. Just now all of our suppliers called, and they all planned to cancel orders unilaterally. It was still a sigh, but this time, there was more helplessness in his words. This is impossible. The cooperation between us and them is not once or twice. How can they change their minds when they say they change? And if they unilaterally terminate the contract, they will have to pay liquidated damages. Hearing his father's words, Yun said Shu Wei's first thought was to absolutely not believe it. That's why I asked who you offended? There is so much energy. I have just checked, and all the liquidated damages have been paid. With a sigh, Yun Shuwei's father's words were all bitter, and this kind of bitterness cannot be removed. He remembers that a few days ago, he was playing golf with them and having fun together, but now, they directly canceled the contract regardless of their feelings. Father, you should know Zhou Hao. His heart was filled with shock and bitterness. Now Yun Shuwei knew that it was impossible to hide things anymore, so he was not concealing things, but spoke directly. Zhou Hao is Zhao Rixin's godson, the stock god who once shook the entire Asia. A wave of anger and madness suddenly rose in the words of Yun Shuwei's father, who was weak. He didn't expect that his son would dare to offend Zhou Hao. Even in his opinion, Zhou Hao is definitely the kind of untouchable landmine. Yes. Naughty, are you crazy? You dare to offend him? What are you thinking about all day? I told you many times before, but you didn't listen to me at all. I thought you offended others. People, it's okay to slow down for a while, but I didn't expect you to offend Zhou Hao. You are driving us to death. At this time, Yin Shuwei's father finally understood why those people had to unilaterally sever the contract at the expense of paying liquidated damages. Father, I don't want things to develop to this point. I just wanted to get some business, but who knows that things will turn out to be like this? His words were full of helplessness at this time. Okay, you quickly return to the company now. Let's sum up what we should do. Before he was talking nonsense, his father hung up the phone. He shook his head and looked at the phone for a few times, and he quickly took the clothes from the side. Come here and start wearing. For Yun Shuwei now, what he has in his heart is more than just regret. Peers are enemies. So before, Yun Shuwei hated Zhou Lichang very much. After all, because of Zhou Hao's role, Zhou Lichang's business was booming. Gradually, Zhou Lichang's monopoly on Xiangqing steel collapsed, which made him very relieved, but he felt that this was not enough. It was also at this time that Zhou Lichang's wife, Su Yongwei, appeared in his sight. He knew a lot about Su Yongwei. She was actually a very typical woman who only knew how to enjoy her life. When Zhou Lichang was booming, it was impossible for him to start from Su Yongwei, but because of Zhou Lichang's decline, he had an opportunity to take advantage. Su Yongwei is the kind of person who likes to buy luxury goods, but because of the problem of turnover, the money she can use becomes less and less. At this time, Yin Shuwei, who was generous in his shots, was naturally noticed by her. Yin Shuwei, who often went in and out of Fengyue occasions, was far from able to compare with ordinary people. So under Yin Shuwei's offensive, Su Yongwei soon it fell completely. You start to hate me now? If you knew that, don't come to provoke me. Seeing the resentment in Yun Shuwei's eyes, Su Yongwei was a little hysterical. What's wrong with me? You also got a lot from me. I tell you, I don't owe you anything. This time, if my company is a little bit short, I will definitely make you regret it. Su Yongwei's hysterical without making Yun Shuwei scared. After Yun Shuwei sneered like this, he spoke again. Regret? I want to see how I can regret it. I was really blind at the beginning. How could I fall in love with you at the time? I'm too lazy to be familiar with you. You'd better not be upset and offend me. I don't care if you are a woman or not. Yun Shuwei waved his hand impatiently, and his disgusting expression showed that he was even unwilling to say a word with Su Yongwei. I said, Master Yun, I don't know if you told me to give me this house before. Does it count? When they stopped arguing, another woman who had been curled up asked in a low voice. The house. You don't want to see if you are worth the money. Get out of here. Right away. Yun Shuwei was full of unhappiness in his heart, and the words of this woman directly angered his heart. It's lit. Why? Do you still want to take advantage of the old lady for nothing? This woman is also a shrew, and at this time she also gave up, making a sharp scream like this. Get out. At the moment she screamed, Yun Shuwei felt like a tiger fell and was bullied by a dog. Okay, wait for the old lady. This is not over. The woman picked up her clothes, kicked open the bedroom door like this, and left in strides. Yun Shuwei had no time to talk to her. After putting on his clothes casually, he planned to leave, but before leaving, he did not forget to say coldly, the name on the real estate certificate is mine, so I hope that before I come back, you can leave from here, otherwise, I will ask the security to come up and invite you out. Oh my God, why did I get this field now? Why on earth? Only herself is left in the whole 3-bedroom and 2-living house, so she sighs sadly. Her pupils are dim, at this moment, as if all the vitality was taken away from her. Well, I see. You don't need to come to see me anymore. I will sign a contract with you after I recover. At this time in Zhujiakan, Zhou Lichang hung up the phone with some doubts. From the beginning to now, Zhou Lichang has received more than 20 calls, and the content of each call is to continue cooperation. What makes Zhou Lichang puzzled is that when he was in the most difficult time, no matter how he asked for help, they did not lend a helping hand. But now, they seem to have reached out to help as if they had negotiated. Could it be that they really found it suddenly in conscience? Up. Naturally, Zhou Lichang would not believe it. Obviously, the reason they changed like this was because of Zhou Hao's relationship. Xiao Hao, you obviously want to exhaust me now. Zhou Lichang glanced at Zhou Hao, who was sitting on the sofa in front, and said with a wry smile, Yes? I want to make you make more money. Isn't that a good thing? Zhou Hao waved his hand indifferently. Before, he released a little bit of news, which caused the current situation. Situation? It's really good, but it's a bit too sudden. I don't think I can accept it. With a light sigh, Zhou Lichang now fully understands Zhou Hao's influence, and he sighed secretly. He could indeed be said to have no eyes. You don't have to worry too much about these things for the time being. The only thing you have to do now is to take care of your body. Zhou Hao waved his hand casually and said again, I know. Now he has got some introductions about life extension pandan from Zhou Hao's mouth, so he also has some confidence in the recovery of his body. I'll leave for the time being. Just call Sidley if there is anything that I can't solve. I've already greeted him. Zhou Hao comforted his uncle again before getting up and planning to leave. Well, I know. You can just go busy. By the way, don't forget to give your mother a good voice. Nodding, he hesitated a few times before hesitating, and finally he said something. Don't worry. Walking out of the uncle's house, Zhou Hao stood by the main road that had just been repaired and began to recall the past. While reminiscing, he walked towards the village. The familiar streets have basically disappeared, and the previously familiar buildings have also disappeared. Replaced by a garden-style building on the second floor, the only thing he can still feel familiar with is the basketball court that was used as a child. It's just that compared to that time, the basketball court was much newer. He walked to the court calmly. Zhou Hao remembered it very clearly. It was here that he first encountered basketball. From then on, it got out of hand in love with basketball. When given the chance, will always come here to play for a while, for that matter, no less a beating. Thinking of the past scenes, Zhou Hao's mouth smiled. 5 minutes later, he came to his senses from the fond memories. He glanced around, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. If there is basketball, I must be willing to try again. But since there is not, I can only forget it. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Hao turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, his heart suddenly beat, and then a feeling of heart palpitations surged into his heart. What the is going on? Zhou Hao's eyes condensed, and his face became gloomy a lot. From the moment of rebirth, he has a certain ability, and this ability is prediction. Every time when a loved one has a crisis, he will have palpitations like now. So when the heart palpitations rippled again this time, he knew that something bad had happened. But because this feeling only existed for a short time, he didn't know the origin of the palpitations. Of course, Zhou Hao had some guesses in his heart. Since the intelligence personnel of the 6th Bureau of CIA captured their mother Yin Tong last time, Zhou Liren and Zhou Hao have learned their lesson. Since then, they have strengthened their attitude towards Yin Tong. Zhou Hao believes that his mother cannot have another accident. When thinking of the 6th Bureau of the CIA, Zhou Hao suddenly thought of Shui Han. During the previous exchanges with Shui Han, Zhou Hao learned that the reason she came to Xiangqing this time was for the 6th game of the CIA. Last time, because he couldn't stand Zhou Hao's torture, the intelligence officer confessed all the intelligence of the 6th Bureau of CIA in Xiangqing. Thanks to this, all the strongholds in the entire Xiangqing were eliminated. The joint attack by Zhou Hao and the First Army directly angered the CIA's 6th Bureau, so the CIA intelligence personnel came to Xiangqing to retaliate. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao's expression was a bit solemn. Before that, he hadn't paid too much attention to the CIA's 6th game, so he did not go with Li Shuihan at that time. I hope you don't make things too stiff, otherwise I will definitely make you pay a heavy price. Zhou Hao said so indifferently. The next moment, he made several calls in a row, mobilizing what he could all people mobilized. After doing this, he got in touch with his father. After the call was connected, before he could speak, Zhou Liren had already preemptively said, I already know things. 10 minutes ago, all the intelligence personnel and I lost contact, including Shui Han. Where did they last contact you? I have already deployed additional staff in the old city reconstruction area in the southernmost part of Xiangqing City. I believe it will not be long before news will come. Zhou Liren was also a little depressed at this time. He had not thought of this Xiangqing before. The 6th game will be so embarrassing and angry. Don't you think it is weird? Why is the CIA suddenly so rude this time? Zhou Hao asked with a wise light flashing in his eyes. I actually don't really understand this question. Our First Army and the 6th Bureau of the CIA have fought against each other dozens of times. They know our strengths, so I wonder why they risked losing both. What about the risk? Zhou Liren smiled bitterly. He didn't understand it. Could it depend on it? Impossible. We have too much information on the CIA's 6th Bureau. Although they have some back-ends, they will not be sure of winning. There is only one possibility, and that is that they have allies. Zhou Hao licked his tongue and said flatly, Ally? Yes. Last time we pulled out all the strongholds of the 6th Bureau of CIA in Xiangqing City. Although it seems to have an advantage, it does not actually have much effect. After all, they did not have much layout in Xiangqing City. Intelligence personnel, even though they were swept by a single net, they are still innocent. Zhou Hao opened his mouth again and analyzed. It makes sense. The CIA knows that the strength of our army is comparable to it, but it still intends to fight hard. So there is only one possibility. That is, they have the confidence to win. Haha. I'm really happy that you can analyze the problem in such a comprehensive way. By the way, are you interested in managing the army? Zhou Liren was slightly surprised by Zhou Hao's analysis. He opened his mouth and laughed heartily. It came from his mouth. Although I am a little interested, but I really don't have much time. Zhou Hao gave a wry smile before refusing. Indeed, it is a pity. If you are willing to manage the First Army, I believe that with your strength and leadership, it will not take too long to build the First Army into the most powerful intelligence organization and the only powerful intelligence organization. Zhou Liren sighed slightly. When he was the head of the First Army, he never thought of letting his son inherit his position, because at that time his son was just an ordinary person, and he just wanted his son to live his life indifferently. But now it is different. Zhou Hao now has the ability to take on more responsibilities, so he made this request. Well, this matter is here for the time being. My side is not too far from the south of the city. I will go straight. If it is not too troublesome, I will directly solve the matter. Zhou Hao said again. Well, Since people in the 6th Bureau of CIA dared to arrest people publicly this time, it means that they have enough support. So you must be more careful. Although he knows that Zhou Hao is very strong, as a father, he still can't help it. He said a few words. Don't worry, I know exactly what I should do. Zhou Hao felt warm, and then hung up the phone. I hope this time, don't let me down like the last time. After Zhou Hao put the phone in his pocket, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Last time, Zhou Hao had contact with CIA in the 6th game, but Zhou Hao was a little disappointed. Of course, he also knew that the last time he met was only some of the lowest level characters in the CIA's 6th game. And what I encountered this time should be the mainstay of the CIA's 6th innings. There were no other requirements. I just hope that they will not let themselves be too disappointed. Otherwise, the CIA's 6th innings will really be a little wasteful. It's a fake name. Xiangqing City is a relatively developed city with light industry. The general planning direction of the entire city is to extend eastward, so the south of the city is not very rich. Most of it is a combination of urban and rural areas. It is not backward, but if it is really compatible with Xiangqing compared with the place, it is really inferior. Because of the geographical environment, it is relatively complicated here. Zhou Hao's appearance did not attract much attention. He calmly walked a few steps forward. Zhou Hao's eyes focused on the central street that was fairly popular. It seemed to be aimless, but the eyes flashed brightly. Now he was looking for the specific location of the intelligence personnel of the CIA. After 10 minutes, Zhou Hao was a little disappointed. Because he didn't notice the slightest, he planned to turn around and leave. Suddenly a soft voice rang in his ears. This boss, don't know if I need to take a break. Before turning around, Zhou Hao smelled the cheap perfume. Turning around calmly, he saw a woman with heavy makeup. A black see-through costume made her body looming, and the corners of her mouth were exposed. A smile, but for Zhou Hao, these are not alluring. After all, Zhou Hao has seen too many beauties before. Compared with those absolute beauties, she is nothing at all. Boss, it's very hot today. Why don't you come to my place to have a rest? I have everything there. She walked gently in front of Zhou Hao, wearing white high-heeled sandals. While speaking, her little hands were unnaturally light. He stroked Zhou Hao's body lightly. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Zhou Hao gave her a cold look before turning and leaving. Zhou Hao has a spirit of cleanliness, so even though this woman is a bit pretty, he still doesn't have any interest. In fact, when the woman spoke, Zhou Hao knew what her identity was. Compared to the urban area of Xiangqing City, the rent here is much cheaper. So many people who work in Xiangqing City are willing to come here to rent a house. So it also created a mixture of fish and dragons in this place. And the order was chaotic, otherwise it would not be possible for the current situation of young ladies to solicit customers. Zhou Hao didn't have any interest, so this young lady was taken aback for a moment, and she became angry from embarrassment. Her name is Wang Yinsue, and most people will call her Sister Cui. She has been in this area since she was a teenager, and now she is quite famous in the south of the city. The accumulation of experience over the years has given her a sense of charm. For many men, she can even make him restless without much movement. When she saw Zhou Hao before, she didn't know why, but she suddenly felt itchy in her heart. With the help of a ghost, she quickly took out the cosmetics from her bag, and after applying makeup to herself, she walked to Zhou Hao's side. I planned to go to Yunyu with him, but he didn't expect that his tone was cold from beginning to end, and he seemed to be not interested at all. You stop for me, otherwise you can only lie down today. Seeing Zhou Hao still walking forward without looking back, Wang Yinsue hissed loudly in anger. In her opinion, Zhou Hao's current approach is undoubtedly to take a blow to her authority, so now she must make Zhou Hao pay a sufficient price, otherwise she can't swallow this breath at all. Zhou Hao suddenly didn't care about her threat, turned his head and glanced impatiently, and Zhou Hao strode away. Stop him for me. Zhou Hao's impatient eyes caused the last trace of sanity in her heart, stomped her foot, and she directly issued the order like this. After hearing her hysteria, several unkind youths who were standing on the side of the road directly stopped Zhou Hao from going. Boy, where are you going? The one in the lead spit on the ground while speaking. Damn, you'd better stop for me. You have offended our sister Cui. Are you planning to leave standing up? Yes, your 2 legs are useless today. After the person in charge had finished speaking, several other people began to make noise like this. Looking up at the 3 of them, Zhou Hao's brows furrowed tightly, and at this moment, the so-called Sister Chui also took a few steps forward. She said coldly, "Boy, don't be ignorant of exaltation. Now if you go upstairs with me, as long as you take care of me, I can act as if nothing has happened. But if you don't plan to do this, you will have to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Damn, get out of me whatever you see." Because it is a lively intersection, many people are watching around, and these gangsters don't like them to watch, so they shouted at this moment. "Boy, have you figured it out clearly? By the way, tell you, in this area of the south of the city, I am the queen, so you don't expect the police to rescue you." Seeing Zhou Hao's eyes still calm, she thought Zhou Hao was there, pretending to be calm, so he continued to speak slightly mockingly. "How? Are you thinking about it?" After a minute, she found that Zhou Hao still hadn't answered, frowned, and asked directly again. Now that she is approaching Zhou Hao at such close range, her eyes are brighter again, because at this time, you can see from the clothes Zhou Hao is wearing that Zhou Hao is definitely a rich man, but she is not worried. The dragon does not suppress the snake, even if he is good in other places, but here, he still has to be obedient. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and now she was already thinking about waiting for a good blackmail of Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't have time to talk nonsense with her. At this time, he walked forward for 2 steps. Huang Mao, who had vomited a sputum before, saw Zhou Hao walked forward for 2 steps, with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, and said, "What? Are you going to die? Get away." As Zhou Hao spoke, he suddenly raised his arm and slapped it like a fly. Because Zhou Hao's speed was not fast, he hurriedly raised his hand directly, intending to block Zhou Hao's attack, but the consequences are doomed. There was a slight sneer at the corner of his mouth, and with the crisp sound, Zhou Hao's arm hit his cheek directly. Just like that, his body was directly lifted out like this. When he was in the air, blood gushing out from his mouth, accompanied by yellow flying hair, really gave people a different flavor. Who else is looking for death? With a gentle movement of his palm, Zhou Hao asked in such a calm time, but this calm, unwavering voice was a hidden murderous intent to them, even for a time. Let them feel a chill spread from the soles of their feet. Don't panic, everyone. He's just one person. There are so many of us. Don't be afraid. Seeing everyone trembling with fright, the Sister Chui quickly opened her mouth again to calm down. Yes, he is alone. It should just be that he was lucky. Abolish him. With so many of us, we drowned him by spitting at one mouthful. Everyone who was still worried at this time stopped fluctuating again. Everyone looked at each other and became much calmer. But when their eyes touched the yellow hair lying on the ground, they couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. After all, the shock just left to them was so strong that now although they dared to shout, no one dared to act, because none of them wanted to follow Huang Mao's footsteps. What are you guys doing in the same place? Hurry up. At this moment the Sister Chui saw that they were just standing in place and shouting in anger. Although Sister Chui has become irritated and hysterical, they still dare not make too many moves, because they really have no certainty to defeat Zhou Hao. All of them are waste. Seeing that they still didn't respond, this Sister Chui was angry again. Isn't it very screaming just now? Zhou Hao turned his face like this and said with a playful smile. After saying this, Zhou Hao stepped forward and planned to say something more, but at this moment his face suddenly turned after a change. He did not hesitate at all and disappeared from here in a few steps. Scared me to death. After Zhou Hao completely disappeared from here, the so-called Sister Chui sat on the ground without an image. At this time, her face was pale and bloodless. With her pupils slightly shrunk, she could never forget the look in Zhou Hao's eyes just now in her entire life, and the agitated and terrifying aura had been completely imprinted in her mind. Sister Chui, he just ran away. Otherwise, I will definitely let him lie down and crawl out of here. After seeing Zhou Hao completely disappearing here, the remaining talents dared to yell like this crazy. Wang Yinsui nodded indifferently. Instead of continuing to talk nonsense with them, she turned around and walked back to her own shop. The breath I felt just now is clearly here. Why has it disappeared? Zhou Hao looked around for a few times, and a trace of bewilderment flashed in Zhou Hao's eyes. This is a relatively empty space. Not far in front, there is a slightly dilapidated 2-story building. Looking around, all the buildings have lost any vitality, But for this place, Zhou Hao always feels it was strange. Before, he felt a strange breath from here. This breath came from Li Shuihan, so he can be sure that Li Shuihan should be nearby. Standing in place and looking at it for a while, Zhou Hao shot directly towards the second-story building over there. The neighborhood is basically empty, so if there is a problem here, it is that people have already gone to the building in this row. Above the empty two-story building. After entering the second-story building, Zhou Hao looked around. The color of prudence in his eyes became heavier, and he took a calm and deep breath. Zhou Hao calmly walked up the stairs like this, although he found nothing wrong for the time being. But he has a faint sense of crisis. He knows that there is absolutely nothing as plain as it looks. It was originally planned to bring in Zhou Liren, but I didn't expect it was not. It doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as there is a hostage in hand, it's fine. As soon as the alert Zhou Hao entered the second floor, he heard a slightly playful and regretful sound from his ear. He fixed his eyes and saw that there was a bare-chested bald head beside the table in front. This bald head was about 40 years old. At this time, there are many strange patterns painted on his naked upper body, which seems to make people's eyes blurred. Who are you? Because he was speaking pure English before, Zhou Hao also chose English when speaking. Can't you guess who I am? He narrowed his eyes and asked softly, Are you an Indian? Zhou Hao looked at it carefully for a moment. Suddenly his eyes condensed slightly and said, It looks like you are quite knowledgeable. Yes, I am Indian. You can call me Rejonia. By the way, should you tell me who you are now? Rejonia stood up. He is not very tall, but the feet without shoes are very big, which looks very uncoordinated. My name is Zhou Hao. The hostage you just said is my woman. 2 steps forward, Zhou Hao said with a gloomy look in his eyes. Zhou Hao, when I first saw you, I had a familiar feeling. For you, I really want to say that the future generations are terrifying. Everything you have done in these years. Even I feel very surprised. After hearing Zhou Hao explode his name, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at Zhou Hao carefully like this, and said with some admiration, Do you think it is really necessary to talk nonsense like this? Zhou Hao glanced at him carelessly and said, Haha, I'm just very excited. After hearing everything about you, I wanted to see you. The calm performance of you alone is enough to prove that you are really not a fake name. I also knew something about your Indian intelligence agency before. To be honest, I have always believed that your intelligence agency is a strong enemy of our army, but now I know that I guessed wrong. You are only CIA 6, the running dog of the game. Looking at Lazinia, Zhou Hao's extremely cold words came out. Stooges, we are a strong alliance. Your army is now dying. Our intelligence agency has replaced you as one of the world's 4 top intelligence organizations. It is only a matter of time, Regina said of the replacement. A trace of enthusiasm that is difficult to hide. Replacement? It's up to you. Do you think the 6th game of CIA will really give you a chance? Zhou Hao coldly shook his head, and he could see through it at a glance. In fact, it is impossible to be fooled so easily under the command of Rejonia, but the temptation to replace an army is too great for him. So he has basically lost the ability to think. This matter has nothing to do with you, Rejonia said coldly with a deep face. Since the words are not speculative, we don't need to say more. I will ask you where is Li Shuihan. Zhou Hao knows that he is already very profitable, so it is impossible to listen to his own words, and there is no need to continue nonsense with him. Don't worry, she is pretty safe now, and you can see her soon. While Lazinia was talking, he took 2 steps forward. Obviously, he was already planning to do it. Zhou Hao's face was calm, and the contest with Indians was no longer once or twice. So Zhou Hao can be said to be very knowledgeable. Based on this, Zhou Hao was very calm at this time. This time, I originally planned to get a good taste of Mr. Sam May's strength, but now it seems that before facing him, I will catch you. But it doesn't matter, the best is always the last. Licking the corner of his mouth lightly, he yelled like this at this time. The reason why he dared to be so arrogant is because he didn't take Zhou Hao to heart from beginning to end. You have no chance, because today you are dead. Shaking his head indifferently, Zhou Hao's body quickly disappeared. At this moment, he took the first shot. Really? Rejonia felt the substantive coldness exuding from Zhou Hao. His eyelids twitched, but his mind was very calm. Before coming back, Rejonia did a lot of homework. So he has a general understanding of Zhou Hao's strength, and because of this as a basis, he was very indifferent when facing Qin Feng's offensive. "Get off from me." The naked upper body trembled slightly. The seemingly dazzling rune directly emitted the dazzling light for an instant. At the same time, his palm suddenly stretched forward. A terrifying force suddenly spread out around his palm. Feeling this rippling, crazy aura, Zhou Hao's complexion, who was moving fast, became a little dignified, because this hand alone showed that his strength was indeed very good. Huh! With a cold snort, Zhou Hao's body suddenly accelerated again. Because the speed increased crazily again, the terrifying sonic boom suddenly sounded in the blink of an eye. White Tiger Five King's Sword. Zhou Hao's eyelids, who appeared directly in front of him, suddenly lifted, and then the violent offensive suddenly unfolded. Following Zhou Hao's movements, a horrible innocence quickly condensed, and after 2 breaths, the horror radiated like substance. The long sword with an icy breath stood upright, and on the long sword, a huge white tiger widened its eyes like a copper bell, and the breath of the beast descending from the mountain directly hit its face. Holy Light Shield. At this time, following the sudden roar of the white tiger, the terrifying white long sword was directly slashed down. Rejonia, who wanted to dodge, felt that his body was directly locked, so at this time, his complexion sank and he shouted. As he opened his mouth, a thick white shield suddenly formed in front of him. Although it didn't fully protect him, it also erected a huge barrier in front of him. Stabbed. The next moment, the sharp front paws of the roaring white tiger suddenly grabbed the white shield, but only left 2 traces on it. With a hint of surprise in his eyes, Zhou Hao directly urged the sword. Cut. Click. The shield that can withstand the attack of the white tiger is as vulnerable as a piece of paper under the heavy blow of the sharp sword. Boy, I'm very surprised by your strength. After taking a few steps back, Rejonia said with a horror in his eyes. In the previous period, Rejonia had obtained a lot of information about Zhou Hao, but now it seems that those information are not completely true. At least for Zhou Hao's strength, the records in the information are very insufficient. Really? You're pretty good. At least the tortoise shell, just now, is pretty good. He has torn his skin, and now Zhou Hao has no plans to continue polite, so his tone of voice is extremely cold. Boy, you are so arrogant. Zhou Hao's words made him look ugly with the strong sarcasm. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Now tell me where Li Shuihan is. If you still insist on not speaking, then I will only let you know what misery is. Then I really have to take a good look. Although he felt that Zhou Hao's strength was good, he still didn't care too much. After all, he still hadn't shown his whole cards. After saying this, Rejonia closed his eyes. As he closed his eyes, the strange picture on his body became blurred again. Zhou Hao frowned. He knew it was not easy, so without any hesitation, Zhou Hao put his feet together, and after accelerating suddenly, his body burst out again. I haven't used my full strength for a long time. I hope that what you showed just now is not the full strength, otherwise I will be very disappointed. Licking his tongue, he sneered like this, and Zhou Hao did not notice what he said. What? Because all Zhou Hao's attention is now focused on his eyes. Now he opened his eyes again. At this time, his eyes were so cloudy that he could no longer see the black eyeballs. God kill. The muddy eyes narrowed slightly, and at the same time a strange wave rippling rapidly. Zhou Hao, who was advancing fast, was the first to be affected by this energy wave, and his body suddenly stopped, and at the same time, he was in Zhou Hao's mind. In the middle, a trace of terrifying power suddenly rippled. Boy, go to hell. No one has ever escaped my stun attack. Seeing Zhou Hao standing in chaos and bewildered, he laughed, and then his body rushed forward. The reason why Rejonia is so confident at this time is because this God kill belongs to his stunt. This God kill is not aimed at the body, but the soul. If ordinary people suffer such an attack, they will definitely be instantly violent, die, and become a vegetable. Zhou Hao's physical strength is far greater than that of ordinary people. But even so, from Rejonia's point of view, Zhou Hao will suffer severe damage, so he is so excited at this time. Without hesitation, his body rushed towards Zhou Hao, with a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Zhou Hao is sure to die now, but at this moment, Zhou Hao, who should have died, has his pupils clear again. At the same time, a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. Although I don't know how Zhou Hao did it. Lazinia knew that he was fooled now and planned to return quickly, but it was too late at this time. The giant spirit is waiting. Zhou Hao said these 4 words without emotion, and at the same time, 4 black chains emerged from the void. At the next moment, these 4 chains, which seemed to exist, directly bound Regonia's body. He couldn't make any movement at all in an instant. Seeing this scene, Zhou Hao's mouth showed a smile. This, giant spirit waiting, was summed up by him from the Wu Qin Shi. This is the first time it has been performed, but now it seems that the effect is very good. How on earth did you escape the god kill? At this time, Regonia, who was trapped by the giant spirit waiting, knew that he could not easily escape for the time being. So he didn't make extra struggles, but just like this. Face asked incredulously, "Is this very important? My soul power far exceeds your imagination, so it has no effect on me at all," Zhou Hao said with a calm face. In fact, Zhou Hao lied on this issue. To be honest, he still doesn't know how he escaped this attack on the soul. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.